Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Luo Hao was still calmly considering what kind of reward would come next. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. It looks like he's less patient than I am. His voice was relaxed, almost amused. Clearly, someone was approaching this isolated space. And judging by Luo Hao's tone, the identity of the visitor was obvious. At the same moment, Ria's Gremory frowned slightly. Still, with Luo Hao standing beside her, she felt no real sense of danger. On the other side, Eurifia Lucifuge narrowed her eyes briefly, then returned to her usual calm composure. As a maid of the Underworld's highest order, she maintained strict control over her emotions. Yet inside, she felt a trace of curiosity. She sensed nothing, no fluctuation, no approaching presence. And yet Luo Hao was certain. Woong, a deep, resonant hum echoed through the space as magic power rapidly condensed. Within this special training domain of Kuoh Academy, a massive magic circle bloomed into existence. The devils training nearby immediately stopped what they were doing. All eyes turned toward the circle. The magic array rose slowly. From within it stepped a tall figure surrounded by a large entourage. The third son of the Phoenix family, Riser Phoenix. He looked around casually before his gaze landed on Ria's. A smug grin spread across his face. Well, he said lazily, isn't this my fiancée, Ria's? He glanced around with open disdain. Why are you wasting your time with this kind of trash? Ria's expression didn't change. She knew Riser Phoenix well enough. His arrogance, his temper, his unbearable personality, none of it surprised her. Seeing her ignore him, Riser lost interest quickly. After all, Ria's wasn't the reason he came here. His gaze shifted and locked onto Luo Hao. Riser walked forward, flames faintly flickering in his eyes. So it's you, he said coldly, a human who dares challenge me to a rating game. He laughed loud and confident. This is a first, a human challenging me. Don't worry, I'll crush you completely. As a pure-blooded phoenix, Riser had never lost a rating game. With his rebirth ability, defeat simply didn't exist in his vocabulary, especially not against a human. Luo Hao looked at him calmly, then spoke slowly. Neil, I don't like people speaking to me like that. The words were soft, almost casual. For a split second, Riser froze, then rage exploded across his face. You bastard, what did you just say? But before the sentence even finished, bang, an invisible force slammed down. Riser's legs buckled violently as if a mountain had fallen on his body. He crashed to his knees, his head smashing into the ground, posture forced into one of absolute submission. There was no visible aura, no released pressure, yet Luo Hao's words themselves carried irresistible authority. The power of dominion turned language into law. Against Luo Hao's will, Riser Phoenix had no ability to resist. Still kneeling, his face twisted with fury and disbelief. Damn it, what is this? Why can't I move my body? The answer was simple. He wasn't being attacked, he was being commanded. The moment Riser Phoenix was forced to his knees, the maids who had followed him reacted instantly. Anger flashed across their faces. Weapons were drawn. Magic circles began to form in their palms as dense power surged outward. They were ready to fight, ready to rescue their king. Luo Hao raised an eyebrow slightly, that was all. In the next instant, an overwhelming demonic pressure descended. It was heavy, absolute, unreasonable. The coercion of a demon king spread through the space like a tidal wave. The maids froze. Their faces paled as fear crawled up their spines. Hands that had been steady moments ago began to tremble. Weapons slipped. The magic power they had just gathered collapsed and dispersed into nothingness. One by one, they took involuntary steps backward. Their instincts were screaming. This was not an opponent they could touch. Watching the scene unfold, Ria's Gremory let out a quiet sigh. It was always the same. They underestimated Luo Hao because he was human. They failed to understand that he had long since surpassed such distinctions. Race meant nothing to a man who possessed power this terrifying. Nearby, Eurifia Lucifuge hesitated. She had originally intended to speak. After all, the Gremory and Phoenix families shared a long-standing relationship. But the moment her eyes met Luo Hao's, she stopped. The words of mediation never left her lips, she understood clearly. No one dictated the will of a demon king. Luo Hao looked down at Riser, still kneeling on the ground under invisible pressure. A faint smile appeared on his face. Relax, he said calmly. I'm not going to hurt you now. Honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing how much entertainment you'll provide me in the rating game. Those words cut deeper than any blow. Riser's face twisted in humiliation and rage. To think you'd treat me like this, he snarled, struggling uselessly. Like I'm nothing but your amusement. Damn you, how dare you look down on me like this? Luo Hao chuckled softly. Oh, you can still talk. Impressive. He slowly raised his right hand and aimed it at Riser. That's enough though. Bang. There was no explosion, no visible attack. Riser's eyes rolled back as his consciousness was instantly severed. His body collapsed face first onto the ground, completely unconscious. Luo Hao withdrew his aura. The crushing pressure vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. The maids gasped, their bodies relaxing as if they had just escaped suffocation. Sweat soaked their backs. After what they had just experienced, not a single one of them dared to even glance at Luo Hao with hostility again. Take your king, Luo Hao said indifferently, and go back. I don't want my next raiding game to be boring. The order was calm, final. The maids moved immediately. They gathered around Riser, checking his condition. As expected of the Phoenix bloodline, despite being knocked unconscious, he had suffered no serious damage. A magic circle flared. In the next moment, the Phoenix entourage disappeared from the space. Luo Hao watched them leave, eyes thoughtful. He murmured, the Phoenix bloodline interesting. In the Underworld, looking at the information in his hand. At this time of Sazek's gremmery, he showed a shallow smile. Riaz is going to start a ranking game with the young master of the Phoenix family. Interesting. However, it is estimated that Luo Hao sang, he can also crush the young master of the Phoenix family with absolute power. As he said, at this time, Sazek once again showed a satisfied smile and said, if that's the case, that's really great. Riaz, she was finally able to resist the family's orders. Obviously, as his older brother Sazek, he also disapproved of the marriage between Riaz and the Phoenix family. However, due to family reasons, Sazek couldn't do anything for his sister. However, now Luo Hao has appeared, things have changed. However, I hope Riaz can quickly turn Luo Hao Sang into my brother-in-law. That guy is really interesting, and his power is terrifying. At this moment, Sazek seems to have paid little attention to the ranking game between his sister and Lysa Phoenix. Now Sazek, he is more curious. When exactly, Riaz, she was able to make a man like Luo Hao Sang as her brother-in-law. On the other side, it is also in the Phoenix family in the Underworld. I saw Lysa Phoenix at this time since he was sent back to the family mansion. The anger in his heart has never been extinguished, not even the slightest weakening. Damn it, that guy, how dare he humiliate me like that? It's just a human being so arrogant. I must in the next ranking game return this shame tenfold, 100-fold. I saw Lysa Phoenix at this time and he said with a grim expression. The fist of the right hand was even clenched and blood oozes out. Then it healed quickly because of the blood of the Phoenix family. However, even after what happened last time, at this time Lysa Phoenix, he still wanted to be unaware of the difference in strength between himself and Luo Hao. Relying on his absolute bloodline ability that is almost immortal. At this moment, Lysa Phoenix, he thought that he really lost to that Luo Hao in terms of strength. But with the superpower of immortality, annihilation, and quick healing, he was able to consume Luo Hao and his followers to death. Back in the human world, inside the Mysticism Research Department of Kuoh Academy. At this time, they also began to discuss the situation of their opponents, the Phoenix family, and Luo Hao's words. Naturally, he also sat on the sofa in the distance and was extremely calm. For him, participating in that tactical discussion was meaningless at all. After all, as long as he wants, he can end the battle immediately. It was as easy as the previous battle with Zhai Kuangna. However, doing so would not be any fun, after all. This kind of ranking game is not Luo Hao's battle alone. The relatives of the opponent Phoenix completely suppressed us in terms of numbers. After all, the opponent had used all the demon pieces. Therefore, the distribution of manpower on our side must also be balanced and perfect. Seeing Riaz at this time, she said to all her followers, and listening to Riaz's words, Saber at this time also nodded fiercely. As a king who has really commanded battles on the battlefield, she is also very clear about Saber at this time. On the battlefield, the disadvantage of the number of people will have a huge impact. I think it's still the same lineup strategy as last time. Aquino, Heimjima, Asia, and I attacked them from the front and broke their line of defense. As for Kiba Yudo and Tasheng Kitten, they carried out a surprise attack as a team, and Riaz, you should just stay where you are and protect your position. Quickly. At this time, Saber, she also specified a more feasible battle strategy. After all, as a leadership bee, she would have no problem with just this level of command. And listening to the words of the relatives who were discussing the battle strategy, Luo Hao just smiled lightly. Victory or defeat was already determined early on. But He is still very much looking forward to what the next reward will be, while everyone is still discussing tactics. Clap. A sound. The door of the Mysticism Research Department was also suddenly opened at this time. Two familiar figures slowly entered everyone's field of vision. I saw Zhai Kuangna, she was taking Zhen Luo Chunjai, and the two slowly entered the Mysticism Research Department together. And looked at the two people who entered this room. Immediately, Saber's eyes suddenly became a little serious. As for Asia, she immediately exclaimed, why? The student council president and vice president are here. Do they want revenge? Obviously, these two people who didn't know much about demons both misunderstood the purpose of Shidu Sona and Shinra Chunji at the same time. And after seeing Luo Hao's unreasonable power, how could they still think like that? I saw Ria's at this time. She also showed a shallow smile and said, "You all relax. This time they didn't come to fight with us." And the voice that accompanied Ria's just fell. Saber and Asia, they also showed a slightly puzzled expression. Not here to seek revenge on us. Asia, she tilted her head slightly and asked in confusion. And listened to Asia's question. Ria's, she also nodded and said, "Well, because this time it's an official ranking game, there will be a special live broadcast of this battle for the demons of those families to watch, and I guess that guy Lysa Phoenix, he wants to take this opportunity to humiliate us, although this is an impossible thing." Obviously, at this moment Ria's, she seems to have seen through the thoughts of that Lysa Phoenix early. And listened to Ria's words. Luo Hao, who was sitting on the other side, immediately smiled and said, "Isn't that great? Since it is a live broadcast, I am very curious about that guy after losing the battle. What kind of expression would it look like?" At this moment, Luo Hao's thoughts are very simple. Then in this ranking game, completely defeat that Lysa Phoenix. Let him completely lose his dignity in front of all the demons. And listen to the conversations of Ria's and others. At this time of Zhiquangna, she also slightly held up her glasses and said, "So, I am one of the live broadcasters in charge of this ranking game." After the last incident, at this moment Zhai Kuangna didn't dare to meet Luo Hao's eyes. Her gaze stayed on Ria's from beginning to end. And just after everyone talked about all kinds of things, a very familiar red magic circle also slowly emerged at this time. The silver-haired maid Graphia also appeared in front of everyone. She looked at everyone in front of her and at Luo Hao's relatives, then she spoke slowly. "Well, are you all ready?" Listen to Graphia's words. The corner of Luo Hao's mouth rose slightly, and it was finally such a moment. "As long as you win this battle, it is estimated that you can get the next sign-in reward. And the plot sign-in as the first turning point in the original book. Luo Hao believes that the sign-in reward this time will definitely not be too bad." I saw Luo Hao at this time. He nodded slightly and said, "Well, it's ready, you can start anytime." And listen to Luo Hao's answer. Graphia, she continued to add, "After the battle time starts, everyone will be teleported to the battle area via the magic teleportation array. Combat area." Listening to Graphia's words, Saber showed a slightly puzzled expression. And listening to Saber's words, Luo Hao said immediately, "It's a one-time special space dedicated to fighting." With Luo Hao's voice just fell, Saber, she seemed to realize something important right away. "One time? Yes, in that space. Saber, you can try the power of that move," Luo Hao said immediately. Listening to her master's words, Saber nodded sharply. If it's in those disposable combat venues, Saber really doesn't need to worry about destruction and space collapse. Feel free to try that trick. A move with incomparably terrifying destructive power that can only be used after being strengthened and supported by the powerful strength of the master. And look at Luo Hao and Saber in the conversation. At this time, the other family members also showed a slightly puzzled expression. That trick, Akino Haimjima, she was the one who asked the question first. Lord Luo Hao, didn't Miss Saber use all her strength in the previous battle? As for Ria's, she immediately asked Lord Luo Hao such a question. If the facts are really as they guessed, that's really a bit scary. The destructive power that was so scary last time wasn't even Saber-san's full strength. And listen to the dialogue between Luo Hao and Saber. At this time, it was even more shocking. Sona Shito and Shinra Tsubaki, who should belong to the broadcasters of this ranking game. In the last battle, that blonde little girl named Saber. The powerful destructive power she burst out really startled them all. But you are now telling them again the terrifying destructive power of the last time, it's not even her full strength. And listening to Ria's and Haimjima Akino's question, Luo Hao, but he just smiled lightly. Full force, the last time it was really full, but now it's another nirvana that has been developed on this basis. And along with Luo Hao's voice just fell. All the family members present continued to show a very shocked expression. Originally, they thought that the power that Saber had displayed in the last battle was strong enough, but now it seems. Saber, in such a short period of time, she has once again achieved a greater improvement. Originally, there was no possibility of victory for that Leza Phoenix. Now it's even more miserable. Everyone, the time has come. Please stand on top of the teleportation magic circle. And while everyone was still shocked, that Greffia, she also suddenly opened her mouth to announce the start of the battle. Accompanying her voice just fell. In this mysticism research department, a huge blue magic circle slowly emerged. And Luo Hao, he also stood on the blue teleportation magic circle without saying a word, and his family members naturally followed Luo Hao's footsteps and stood on the blue magic circle. A flash of white light flashed. Immediately, Luo Hao and others, they had already passed through the blue magic circle and came to a different space specially used for fighting. Teleport. Failed. Why we are still in the same place? He looked at the familiar scene around him. At this time, Asia, she also immediately made a doubtful voice. And listening to Asia's words, Riaz, who was beside her, also immediately opened her mouth to explain. It's not like that, Asia. This is a copy of Kuoh Academy's other space battlefield. Our base camp is the old school building. The other party's base camp is the principal's office of the new campus. Following Riaz's voice just fell. At this time, Luo Hao's family members were immediately ready to fight. After all, they now have a clear understanding of the location of the opponent's base camp and can start attacking directly. And Luo Hao, when he came to this different dimension. In his mind, the electronic mixed female voice of the long-lost system sounded immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing into the famous Scene 3, Reward, Light Wings of the White Dragon Emperor. Listen to the beeps of the system in your head. Luo Hao, he was also a little excited and showed a happy expression. At this moment, all the abilities of doubling and halving have fallen into Luo Hao's hands, and the artifacts produced by these systems. But without the resentment of the previous users in the original book, Luo Hao can use the full power of these artifacts to his heart's content. Humph, now that I have the ability to double and halve, it feels really good. The perfect fusion of the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor, but in this way the next sign-in reward may be even higher. On the other side of this alien space used for ranking games. At this moment, Leza Phoenix, he was showing an extremely hideous expression and said with a grim smile, "This time I will completely defeat the dignity of that human man and Riaz. Let him pay 10 times, 100 times the price for his previous actions." Leza Phoenix, the anger in his heart is still burning extremely vigorously. And now, his grasp of this ranking game is also quite high. And back to the base camp on Luo Hao's side. Looking at the relatives in front of him, Luo Hao just said with a slight smile, "Then you are all ready. Break through their defenses directly from the front." Listening to Lord Luo Hao's order at this moment, Riaz and other family members immediately showed an extremely trusting smile. Let the others start acting, Riaz. You should be responsible for the guardianship of the base camp as originally planned. Followed by Luo Hao's instructions. Soon, except for Riaz and others, they all started to act. And Riaz, she came to Luo Hao's side. He walked in and got close to him. That Lord Luo Hao, thank you so much for fighting that Phoenix guy for me. I saw Riaz at this time, her face flushed slightly, and she said to Lord Luo Hao beside her. In Riaz's heart, maybe Lord Luo Hao didn't say it, but she still thinks Lord Luo Hao will fight that Leza Phoenix. How many? There are certain reasons of their own here. And listening to Riaz's words, Luo Hao at this time, he still just said very coldly, "Number, although part of the reason is because of you. However, more than that, I just wanted to have a little fun for myself. Also, that inferior guy even tried to covet the king's things. Naturally, he must be punished." Although Luo Hao at this moment, he denied Riaz's conjecture just now. However, he responded to her words with another kind of ingenious words. And listened to Lord Luo Hao's answer. At this time, Riaz's face turned even redder, like a ripe red apple from Mount Fuji, warm and lovely. "Riaz," she said with a sweet smile, "so the current me, is Lord Luo Hao, is it yours?" Listen to Riaz's words. Luo Hao, he just closed his eyes shallowly, then he opened his mouth to respond to Riaz. "That's natural. You lost to me in the battle, so naturally it belongs to this demon king." While talking, Luo Hao also passed a special screen at this time. I saw the situation of Saber and others on the battlefield. I saw Saber, Himejima Aquino, and Asia 3 at this time. They successfully came to the playground, intending to break through the opponent's line of defense from a straight line and break into the opponent's base camp. Only. As expected, the opponent also took certain defensive measures. I saw that in front of Saber and the others there were a total of 4 girls. They are all descendants of Lysa Phoenix. 3 soldier pawns, 1 chariot pawn. In terms of numbers, the opponent does have an advantage. Only, in terms of quality, it's still a lot worse. Even Himejima Aquino at this time. She also stretched out her right hand, covered her mouth lightly, and said with a mocking laugh, "Alala, it seems that we have been underestimated. The opponent just dispatched such combat power to defend. Well, that's fine. As long as we break through here, we'll enter the opponent's position." Although the quality of the pieces sent by the other party is somewhat poor, it seems to be underestimating Saber and others. However, on the battlefield you can't stick to this idea. After all, if the opponent is weak, it is more convenient to win. Humph, it seems that the other party is also quite confident. However, this confidence is no different from an idiot. Saber just released the noble phantasm, without any hesitation. At the beginning of the battle, Luo Hao had already ordered Saber to push him straight in the strongest posture. In the Gremory homestead in the Underworld, looking at the screen that was broadcasted back by Jitu Kana. At this time, Sazek's Gremory, he also supported his chin on the table with both hands. The first round of this ranking game is about to start. It seems that it is finally time to take a look at Luo Hao sang the power of his relatives. Obviously. Sazek's Gremory, since I heard about it at Grefia. He was only very curious about the power of the little girl named Saber. On the other side, on the battlefield of Saber and the others. I saw the retinues of Lysa Phoenix at this time. After they saw Saber and others, they also showed a somewhat disdainful expression. A soldier, a queen, and a bishop without any fighting power. It seems that we have also been underestimated here. As the team leader, Zulan said to Saber and the others at this time, the remaining 3 team members standing behind her also immediately entered the state of alert for the battle. Obviously, in a 4-on-3 situation. Zulan, she believed that her side had an absolute advantage. And the other party just sent out such a 3-person lineup, which is completely unbelievable. You're just looking down on yourself. On the other side, in the base camp of Lysa Phoenix. At this moment, he also learned what happened on the battlefield through special means. Humph, are the mere 3 chess pieces trying to break through my defense line? That guy, is he really stupid or fake? Shen Lan, give me a ruthless defeat of the opposing faction. I'm going to crush that guy named Luo Hao to the ground with his dignity. Lysa Phoenix, he also quickly issued his own instructions, and the expression is extremely hideous. Alala, it seems. The other party also feels that he has been underestimated. Hearing Shuren's words across from him, Aquino Himejima at this time, but she still just said in a rather disdainful tone with a slight smile, "Senior Junai, it's not good to talk like this." And Asia, who was standing in the back ready to provide healing support at any time, she also said in a panic. However, Saber was standing in front of Himejima Aquino. At this time, she didn't have the mind to pay attention to what the other party was thinking. Without any hesitation, after getting Luo Hao's order, she had already raised the sword of Oath of Victory in her hand over her head. Boom. The powerful and terrifying magic power of gold immediately emerged, lingering around Saber. In the base camp on Luo Hao's side, seeing Saber's movements, Riaz immediately realized what was going on. I saw that she immediately came to Luo Hao's side and asked in a low voice, "That Lord Luo Hao, as soon as it comes up, it is to release such a powerful skill. Wouldn't that put a big burden on Saber-san's magic power?" Obviously, at this moment, Riaz, she is a little worried about Saber's battery life after releasing the noble phantasm. And listen to Riaz's question. Luo Hao, he just said with a shallow smile, "Riaz, don't underestimate the magic of the dragon seed. After getting my reinforcement, that level of consumption, for Saber, there is no burden at all." This time, Luo Hao didn't say everything directly. Because of Saber, she gained the power of Luo Hao. The release of the noble phantasm is not just as simple as having almost no burden. Now Saber, she can even do continuous noble phantasm bursts without excessive consumption. Okay, what a terrifying magic power. What the hell is going on with that holy sword? Obviously, after seeing the sword of promised victory revealed by Saber, those relatives of Lysa Phoenix, they all showed a somewhat frightened expression at the same time. They didn't think so at all. The other soldier turned out to have such a terrifying holy sword, and such a powerful guy is just a soldier, it would be too strange. And looking at Saber, who was already posing, ready to release the holy sword. At this time, Himejima Aquino, she also said with a slight smile once again, "Yay, Tilder, it seems that this battle will not take too much time. Lord Luo Hao, he also wants to crush the little roast chicken of the Phoenix family with an absolute attitude." What What's going on? That little girl, how could she have such a powerful holy sword? Through that special screen at this time, Leza Phoenix, he also saw very clearly what was happening on the battlefield. I saw the light and terrifying magic power that the holy sword in Saber's hand radiated. Even the magic power was so huge that Leza Phoenix fell directly from the chair. He couldn't believe that Luo Hao, a human relative, even had such a powerful chess piece. And in the Gremory mansion on the other side of the Underworld, likewise, Sazek's Gremory at this time, he was also able to see what was happening on the battlefield very clearly. Oh tilde, is this the power of Luo Haosang's family? It's amazingly powerful. However, this holy sword seems to have never appeared in the long history of demons, angels, and fallen angels. Could it be that this powerful holy sword is an artificial artifact? The well-informed Leza Phoenix, he quickly saw it. The holy sword that Saber holds is not a divine weapon that should have existed in the world of High School of DxD at all. And back to the battlefield of that Saber. Looking at the Saber, the four Leza Phoenix's retinues who are already condensed with a huge amount of terrifying magic power. Although they felt panic for a while, but they are more aware of another fact, that is if action is not taken now. I'm afraid it will really be annihilated by the opponent's divine weapon with powerful destructive power. Everyone, we can't let the other party successfully deploy that trick, as the team leader Zhu Lan immediately followed the three soldiers behind her. Understood, X3. As soon as Zhu Lan's voice fell, the three members immediately responded loudly to her. Afterwards, they had already stepped forward together. At the same time, he ran in the direction of the Saber, who had already gathered powerful magic, and look at these enemies who are flying towards him. Saber, her expression remained the same. I'm sorry, but I can't let you disturb Miss Saber tilde, accompanying Hajime Akino's voice just fell. Boom, several golden electric currents with powerful power flashed past. In order to avoid these powerful thunder and lightning bombardment, the relatives of Reza had to change their original trajectory to avoid the attack. It's just that they can't stop Saber's holy sword from being released. And in Luo Hao's base camp. Seeing every move on the battlefield, Riaz said with a sigh, sure enough, the other party is also very afraid of Saber-san's holy sword. However, as long as Hajime Akino is around, I'm afraid they can only watch Saber unscrupulously release the holy sword. Obviously, this time Riaz. She really realized how important the power and strategic value Saber possesses, a mobile turret with almost no consumption. And listening to Riaz's words of admiration, Luo Hao, he also nodded and said, it's not just that Hajime Akino herself is also a Miko of Thunder with powerful destructive power, although she can't achieve continuous powerful bombardment. But with the cooperation of the two of them, they can perform continuous bombardment tactics. Obviously. It can be easily heard from Luo Hao's words. That's why he chose the simplest and most direct tactic of breaking through the opponent's defense from the front. In the face of absolute power, any skills and strategies seem so pale. EX tilde caliber. With an order, Saber slammed the holy sword in his hand towards the front. Boom! A loud bang. The huge golden sword energy, the energy rushing, immediately rushed forward. Those Leza Phoenix's followers also immediately made a defensive posture. But facing the release of the Saber holy sword, any defense is as fragile as paper. Boom! Loud noise. An incomparably huge pothole immediately appeared on the ground, and the terrifying magic still remained in it. The ground where the energy flow once walked was like being plowed, and a long ravine appeared. Fortunately, this place is just a duplicate, a different dimension specially used for fighting. Otherwise, I am afraid that the map of this area will be redrawn. And in the Underworld, the families of those superior demons, when they saw the power displayed by Saber, they all felt a little lingering fear unconsciously, and Sazek's Gremory, he also said with a smile. Sure enough, as expected of Luo Haosang's family, that holy sword has the powerful destructive power to pierce through countless mountains. It seems that the kid from the Phoenix family is going to be miserable. Bang, a voice. Saber at this time, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she slowly retracted the holy sword in her hand. And in front of her is an extremely exaggerated huge pothole, stretching a distance of perhaps hundreds of meters to thousands of meters. Fortunately, this space was originally made relatively large, allowing Saber to unleash the power of the Sword of Oath Victory. And look at the huge pothole that the Saber bombarded. Even Hajime Akino, she said with some lingering fears. Yea, tilde, it's even more exaggerated than the power of the holy sword that was released last time. Where is Miss Saber's limit? Hearing Hajime Akino's words, Asia just showed a somewhat distressed expression once again. Miss Saber and Hajime Aquino are so strong. If this goes on, I won't be able to use it again. Obviously, the fact that he didn't have a chance to make a move made the current Asia feel a little distressed. However, it may be a better thing not to use the ability to heal. In the space of the original Kuoh Academy, Shido Sona, who was a broadcaster, at this time she rubbed her temples in distress. It's too powerful. If she is allowed to continue using the holy sword like this, I am afraid this space will not be able to support them until they end the battle. At this moment, Shidukana, she is also very aware of the powerful power of the holy sword in Saber's hand. Moreover, she also thought that it would be like if the noble phantasm was released several times. I am afraid that with the temporary space there is no way to bear it. And at the same time, in the base camp on Luo Hao's side, it seems that this time the ranking game is for us to take the lead. Riaz, she said with a sweet smile. This ranking game is very important to Riaz, although she also believes that if there is Lord Luo Hao, there is absolutely no possibility of losing. However, when she really saw the upper hand, she still couldn't restrain her inner joy. But listening to Riaz's words, Luo Hao at this time just said coldly, "Humph. Things of this magnitude are not taken for granted. However, I'm still curious about what kind of means that guy has. If it's really only this level, it's really a bit too boring. Obviously, with just this level of fighting, there is absolutely no way for Luo Hao to feel any interest." On the other side, he saw that he had already lost 3 soldier pawns and 1 chariot pawn not long after the ranking game started. Lysa Phoenix at this time, let alone how angry and humiliated he was. Damn it, that guy. That level of destructive power is simply unreasonable. After seeing the holy sword that Saber possessed, Lysa Phoenix also felt quite troubled. After all, at this stage, he does not have any strength that can compete with him. However, he said with a wicked smile at this time. However, that level of power is estimated to be only once. That guy, he wants to use this method to get ahead first and then affect my mentality. At this moment, Lysa Phoenix, he performed a special brain supplement. I thought that Luo Hao threw Wang Jia at the beginning of the game in order to be able to suppress himself. As he said, Lysa Phoenix, he slowly turned his gaze to a dark-skinned woman beside him. If that's the case, then I'll send the queen too, but don't underestimate people too much, mere humans. After being dominated by the opponent in the first round, Lysa Phoenix, his original winning attitude is gone. And in Luo Hao's base camp, Humph, it seems that the other party has been unable to hold his breath and expelled the queen's chess pieces. I guess it's because Saber's holy sword release can only be used once. After a little thought, Luo Hao at this time had already guessed what Lysa Phoenix was thinking, and listened to the words of Lord Luo Hao. Riaz, she also immediately showed a puzzled expression. Lord Luo Hao. Isn't that move by Miss Saber just a one-off skill? Hearing Riaz's surprised words, Luo Hao he just shook his head and said indifferently, I didn't say that Saber's holy sword release can only be cast once, and if it can only be used once. And how to use the bombardment tactics with Hajime Aquino. As soon as Luo Hao finished speaking, Riaz took a deep breath and looked surprised, just like what Luo Hao said. If Saber's noble phantasm can only be released once on the battlefield, although it is still very powerful, it is still powerful within the scope of understanding. But if it can be released continuously, it is completely beyond the power of the rules. The bombardment of such a powerful energy flow, if it can be continuously released on the battlefield, it is really too much. However, since it was said by Lord Luo Hao himself, it is absolutely true. If that's the case, isn't it because of Miss Saber alone we can already win the battle? Seeing Riaz at this time, she said with great surprise, Lord Luo Hao, he can easily win this ranking game just by relying on one soldier. Listening to Riaz's shocked words, Luo Hao at this time just responded with a smile. Well, that's not the case. After all, the limitations on the battlefield are still very large, and just relying on Saber's power alone would make ranking games a bit boring. For Luo Hao, the battle has been decided from the beginning. It's just that he wanted more fun. If you just want to win, then Luo Hao will do it himself or use the power of Feng Mo. Even conquering the whole world of High School DxD will be easy, but as he said at the beginning, what he wanted was to be like a real king, conquer the world by siege. Return to the battlefield where Saber and the others are. I saw a dark-skinned woman holding a wand floating in the sky, her body exuding powerful magic all the time. And Saber and the others reacted immediately after seeing this woman appear. This is the queen of the opposing faction. It seems the other party was also unable to hold back his anger. Bomb Queen, interesting, it seems that there is at least one opponent in the opponent's camp. I saw Himejima Aquino at this time, she said with a half-smile. Her words were full of sarcasm, mocking the opponent's camp. There is no such thing as a strong man. And in the same way, looking at the woman in the sky, Saber at this time, she also nodded slightly and said, "The strongest chess piece was dispatched so quickly, it seems that the other general is not a wise person. Compared with the command of the master, it is really much worse." Obviously, for the opponent's strategy. At this moment, Saber, she is also not optimistic, after all. It's just too impulsive to be in a hurry to send out your own ace just after losing the first round. However, just as Saber's voice fell, suddenly, the remaining 6 members of Les Phoenix also appeared one by one at this time, surrounding Saber and the others. At this moment, Les Phoenix, she has put all her forces on the battlefield. Okay, a lot of people. Looking at the other party, almost all of them appeared. At this time, Asia, she also felt a little scared and hid behind Himejima Aquino. Looking at the other party's lineup at this time, Himejima Aquino, she still said with a yin and yang smile, "Alah, it's scary." All of the troops were put on the battlefield at once, and so many people were used to deal with the 3 of us, but he really looked down on us. Watching the opponent's lineup all appear. Saber at this time, she also said with a slight sigh, "It seems that the other party really does not know how to fight." Obviously, for the other party's strategy at this time, Saber, she felt quite disappointed. And at Luo Hao base camp, seeing that the other party actually put so many troops on Saber's side, at this time, Riaz, she also immediately said with a nervous expression, "The other party wants to give priority to the solution of Miss Saber. The gap between the troops is too big, Lord Luo Hao. Do you need me to let Kiba Yudo and Tasheng Kitten end the battle quickly, and then go to support Saber and the others?" Listening to Riaz's words, Luo Hao still had a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. Wouldn't it be better if all the opponents appeared? It can be solved all at once, so I am afraid that it will be able to defeat the self-esteem of Lysa Phoenix more effectively. After listening to Lord Luo Hao's words, Riaz also showed a slightly surprised expression at this time. However, she soon calmed down again. After all, it is indeed a common thing to say such words from the mouth of Lord Luo Hao. Lord Luo Hao, with such terrifying power, his thinking is always a little different from ordinary people. This is the special point of King. I saw Luo Hao at this time, and he put a hand gently on his ear. Through that special communication device, he communicated to Saber, who was far above the battlefield. "Saber, keep using the noble phantasm. There is no need to worry about the problem of mana supply. However, I reckon that the magic power generated in your own body should be enough to supply this battle. This time, Luo Hao, he is going to completely defeat Lysa Phoenix with an absolutely powerful attitude." And Saber on the battlefield after she heard the order from her master. Immediately, she also nodded at this time. Bang! With a sound, she once again clenched the sword of Oath of Victory in her hand. Although there is no problem in continuing to release noble phantasms to carry out bombardment tactics, let alone the supply of magic power. However, almost all the troops dispatched by the opponent gathered on this battlefield. If you want to continue to release the noble phantasm, I am afraid it will not be as simple as before. And the Queen of Lysa Phoenix, who was floating in the sky, saw Saber's gesture of clenching the holy sword in her hand. She also immediately showed a shallow smile. Then she made a mocking voice and said to Saber and others, "Humph, sure enough, it's just as Phoenix-sama expected. Right now, there is simply no way for you to perform a powerful attack like you just now. Throwing the king bomb on the battlefield from the beginning, such a strategy is really superficial." From the woman's tone, you can clearly hear the sarcastic tone. And the voice of the queen, accompanied by Lysa Phoenix, just fell. Those present, the other family members who surrounded Saber, they also immediately echoed the words of Bomb Queen and began to make mocking voices at the same time. Obviously. At this moment, they all think that there is no way to release the noble phantasm attack again. Saber is no longer a threat. And listening to the other party's words, Saber at this time, she also frowned immediately. If the other party is just a little arrogant, Saber won't feel anything. After all, she is also a person with the title of King of Knights. If it is just a little arrogant, there is no problem for Saber at all. Only. The words of the women just now were obviously mocking Saber's master Luo Hao. Now Saber, she is the most unacceptable. It is someone who insults their master in front of their own face. Obviously, these relatives of Lysa Phoenix have touched Saber's reverse scale. Boom! Immediately, from Saber's body the aura and magic power burst out immediately. Even the original noble phantasm like the Wind King barrier was transformed into a gust of wind and surrounded Saber. Extremely rare, Saber, she is burning with anger. Alala, Miss Saber looks angry. Asia, the two of us should step back a little. Seeing the appearance of Saber at this moment, Himejima Aquino, she also reacted immediately. Then she took Asia's right hand and slowly stepped back. As for Asia, she was dumbfounded and didn't know what was going on at all. I saw it at this time, Saber. She immediately raised the sword of Oath of Victory in her hand over her head again. She sternly shouted at the few Rizaf Phoenix's relatives in front of her. You demons, be prepared to pay the price for what you said just now. Listening to Saber's words and looking at the holy sword held high in her hand. Immediately. The relatives of Lysa Phoenix who were still laughing arrogantly just now stopped their laughter immediately and showed a somewhat fearful expression. Obviously, although they all thought that Saber was no longer able to carry out the super destructive attack just now. However, when I really saw Saber showing this attitude again, however, a few of them still felt very apprehensive and even panicked. No, impossible, you guys are just bluffing. Just relying on the current situation and the stock of magic power, there is no way to use the killer move just now. Seeing the Queen of Bombs at this time, she loudly denied Saber. And those who surrounded Saber with the rest of Raisa Phoenix's retinue, they all clenched their fists unconsciously, ready to attack Saber at any time. After all, in their eyes, Saber is the most dangerous existence. In addition, they are not really 100% sure yet. At this moment, Saber, she has no way to release the powerful power of the Holy Sword again. And on the other side, in the base camp of Lysa Phoenix. Right now, he is just guarding the base camp by himself. Only, when he saw what happened on the battlefield through that special screen, he also immediately showed a somewhat grim expression and his teeth were clucking. No, it's impossible, that guy. She must be just bluffing. Such a powerful skill, no matter how unreasonable it is, requires a certain period of rest and recharge before it can be used again. Lysa Phoenix, he is still insisting on his own ideas. Only. The truth seems not to be what Lysa Phoenix expected. At the same time in the Underworld, through the live broadcast of Zhai Kuangna, many high-level demons at this time, they also saw Saber's holy sword held high at this time. Countless superior demons, they also began to discuss at this time. Although Saber just released the destructive power of the holy sword was extremely terrifying. However, in the demon world where the powerful are gathered, there are still not a few high-level demons who can achieve such a scale of destructive power. However, they are no longer members of the younger generation. And, looking at the situation now, that little girl seems to be able to unleash that super destructive attack several times. Only, when I saw the incomparably powerful Saber and her holy sword, at this time, Sazek's Gremory, he just said with a happy expression. Sure enough, it really didn't disappoint me, Luo Hao sang. Just the soldiers' family members are already powerful to this extent. It really makes people wonder how powerful Luo Hao sang is. Inevitably, at this time, Sazek's Gremory also began to wonder how Luo Hao's power had reached. However, that girl Ria's found such a son-in-law for our Gremory family, which is really good. The point of view shifts back to Luo Hao's base camp, through special means the Saber at this time. She was also able to clearly see Saber's attitude at this moment. It's incredible, Miss Saber. Can she still unleash the powerful moves just now? Even though he was affirmed by Lord Luo Hao, he still felt extremely unbelievable for Ria's now. And at this time Luo Hao, he also suddenly said, That's right, Ria's, those relatives of Lysa Phoenix, it seems that they all share Phoenix's tears, right? Listening to Lord Luo Hao's question, Ria's immediately nodded and responded. Well, yes, Lord Luo Hao, and Lysa Phoenix, he himself has never lost in a ranking game because of his Phoenix family blood. HMPH, that's what makes it more interesting. It would be a bit boring if the battle was over with just one click. Return to the battlefield where Saber and the others are. Wu tilde, seeing Saber at this time, she took a deep breath. Then she clenched the sword of promised victory that was raised above her head even more forcefully. Boom! Immediately, at this time the powerful magic power and wind pressure spread with Saber at the center. The huge golden magic particles also reappeared immediately, lingering around Saber. Just watching from a distance, you can already feel the terrifying magic. And look at the Saber who once again condensed a huge magical power. At this time the Bomb Queen was floating in the air. She also immediately showed a terrified expression. No, impossible. With such a terrifyingly destructive move, how could she be able to release the second time in such a short period of time? For the moves that Saber is about to release, the Bomb Queen at this moment is also extremely frightened and difficult. After all, at this stage, they simply don't have the means to fight against it. And looking at the Bomb Queen floating in the air with a panicked face. At this time, Himejima Aquino, she once again showed a malicious smile and said, Alala, the current bomb queen, she is anxious and afraid again. It seems that we have won more than half of this battle. When Hajime Akino saw Saber raising the holy sword in his hand again, she has already realized very clearly that this battle is no different from victory. As for Asia, she was still a little sad, but I haven't come in handy yet. In the 2 consecutive ranking games, Asia did not have the opportunity to display her abilities. While this is indeed a good thing, it is also a pity. However, there is no way. After all, the strength of Luo Hao's family team really means there is no chance to use Asia's abilities. Damn it, you guys. Hurry up and stop that guy for me. It is absolutely impossible for her to successfully display that skill. Immediately, the bomb queen floating in the air had already given an absolute order. Now she is also very clear that if she can't organize Saber's actions in time, then the battle must end in their defeat. It's just that Leza Phoenix's followers just got their orders. When it's time to get ready, boom, several golden thunderbolts with terrifying destructive power had already fallen from the sky, hitting the ground heavily, rolled up a lot of dust. As for the family members of Leza Phoenix who were going to stop Saber's actions, they had to stop and looked at Saber and Hajime Akino through gnashing of teeth. And looking at the enemy family members who can only be incompetent and furious. At this time, Hajime Akino, she just said with a weird smile, "Sorry, I won't let you interfere with the release of Saber's skills .. Accompanying Hajime Akino's voice just fell. In her right hand, golden lightning flashed incessantly. Akino Hajime's actions seemed to have told the relatives of Reza Phoenix in front of them that there was nothing they could do at this moment. On the other side, under the support and cover of Hajime Akino. At this time, Saber's charge is almost complete. She looked slightly sideways at Hajime Akino behind her and said, "Zanai, thank you for your support." Accompanied by Saber's voice just fell. Immediately, she turned around abruptly and stared at the enemy's family members in front of her. Then, boom. In this different space specially used for fighting, an extremely strong roar and shock wave broke out once again. Even the space itself was shaking due to the powerful power of the Saber Holy Sword liberation. There is no need to say more about the outcome of the battle. And at Luo Hao's base camp. At this time, Luo Hao also slowly stood up from the sofa. He twisted his wrist slightly. Seeing Lord Luo Hao stand up, Riaz said with some doubts, Lord Luo Hao, where are you going? The battle, isn't it about to win?" Hearing Riaz's question, Luo Hao nodded and said, "On the battlefield that is like a doomsday wasteland." I saw that at this time, the scarred bomb queen slowly stood up from the ground in an extremely embarrassed manner. However, now she just stood on the ground as if she had exhausted all her strength. If you continue to fight, there will be nothing impossible. It seems that it was Lord Reza's miscalculation. I didn't expect you to be able to use such exaggerated destructive skills twice in a row. He looked at the bomb queen who was barely standing in front of him. At this moment, Hajime Akino, she also looked at the woman in front of her with a somewhat mocking expression. "Oh, I didn't expect you to survive under the liberation of Saber-san's holy sword. What an unexpected result." Although Akino Hajime's words were only said by the bomb queen who was mocking him, but the fact that the other party was able to survive under such a powerful destructive skill was indeed quite shocking to Hajime Akino. "Jan, we won the battle, right?" And Asia was standing behind Hajime Akino. She also made a tentative voice at this time. Although the battle situation is now showing a one-sided situation, but the true understanding of the outcome has not yet been decided. Therefore, at this moment, Asia, she also did not dare to say too much. And looking at the embarrassed bomb queen in front of her, Saber at this time, bang, a voice. She also raised the sword of Oath of Victory in her hand and pointed at the woman in front of her. "You are wrong, you are insulting my master. We have won this battle." All the enemy pieces were wiped out by Saber and the others, and now only Leza Phoenix was left. Therefore, there is really no problem with Saber's declaration of victory at this time. But listen to Saber's words. "Haha tilde tilde ha 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 tilde tilde tilde" immediately. That bomb queen turned out to be Ang Tian, laughing loudly. Then she showed a hideous expression and said to Saber in front of her, "I admit your strength is very powerful. It's just the words of Master Leza Phoenix who wants to defeat the Phoenix. With the current you alone, you can't do such a thing at all." As soon as the voice of Bomb Queen fell, she immediately took out a small bottle with clear blue water droplets. "Haha tilde tilde, that's right, she really deserves to be my queen. This battle we have not completely lost." At the same time, the voice of a rough man suddenly resounded in this space. I saw Leza Phoenix at this time, and he slowly flapped the demon wings behind him. It slowly landed on the ground and appeared in front of Saber and the others. Lisa-sama. And watching his king suddenly airborne on the battlefield, the bomb queen at this time, she also immediately showed a shocked and somewhat panicked expression. And at this time, Leza Phoenix, he also glanced angrily at the bomb queen behind him. After all, for him, it was their family's fault that they didn't hold the fruit of victory to themselves. Then, he continued to focus his attention on Saber and others. Humph, all of our family members were defeated by you guys, which is an unexpected result. Feel honored now. The enemy you will face is the future demon king of the entire underworld. I saw Leza Phoenix at this time, and he shouted loudly towards Saber and the others in front of him. It's just that just when Leza Phoenix's voice fell, you just fell. Luo Hao, he also brought Ria's, slowly entered the field of vision of the crowd. Since the king of the other party also appeared in person, then I'll come to play with you for a while. By the way, I also just got a brand new artifact on my side just to try it out with you. Hopefully you don't make this fight too boring. Divine Dividing, White Dragon Emperor's Light Wings with Luo Hao's order. Brush. Behind him, a pair of huge white wings shone with blue light immediately appeared. Countless blue and white starlights are scattered down at this time. It looks extremely gorgeous, noble, and domineering. And when Luo Hao displayed this god-killing tool, everyone present, they were so frightened that they couldn't even speak. Then that's White Dragon Emperor's Light Wings. Ria's, she was once again shocked by Luo Hao. Not only the cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor, but also the wings of light of the White Dragon Emperor, who existed as an old enemy, are all lodged on the body of Lord Luo Hao. Logically speaking, it is impossible for two god destruction tools to exist on one person at the same time. After all, just one piece of this kind of thing already has the power to destroy the gods. I can't imagine how terrifying things will happen if two things like this exist in one person at the same time. And what Rias didn't expect even more was that Red Dragon Emperor's cage hand and White Dragon Emperor's light wing were theoretically the god-killing gear of a pair of old enemies. These two noble phantasms are like water and fire. They are mutually exclusive, and water and fire cannot. However, Lord Luo Hao, how could he do it and successfully put these two god-slayer tools on his body? This is the first divine weapon that Lord Luo Hao has used. As for Himejima Aquino, her brain also crashed at this time. Even Luo Hao has shown a few artifacts in total, and he is completely unimpressed. Lord Luo Hao, he's so handsome. As for Asia, when she saw Luo Hao, who was carrying the White Dragon Emperor's wings of light, her eyes were also twinkling with stars. This is another noble phantasm of the master. As for Saber's words, she cast a curious look at Luo Hao. She is very curious, what kind of special ability does Master's noble phantasm possess this time? At the same time in the Underworld. Through the broadcast of the broadcaster, many high-level noble demons in the Underworld saw the White Dragon Emperor's light wings displayed by Luo Hao. They all showed a very shocked expression. Numerous superior demons, they also began to discuss once again. How is that possible? That god-killing tool turned out to be in the hands of such a human being? No. If you think so, you can really explain why he has such a powerful force and family. However, no matter how you say it, it's really a bit outrageous. Such a rare and powerful god-killing tool is actually hosted in the hands of such a human being. These higher-level demons at this moment, they still don't know that the real White Dragon Emperor's light wings is lodged in the man named Wali Lucifer. The White Dragon Emperor's light wing in Luo Hao's hands has exactly the same powerful abilities, but it has absolutely nothing to do with the artifact in Vali's hands, while many superior demons are still discussing. As Sazek's Gremory, Ria's brother, he only showed a shallow smile at this time. Luo Hao sang, "How many secrets are you hiding? What an incredible man. It seems that Ria's has pinned all her hopes and feelings on you, which is indeed an extremely correct choice." For the man Luo Hao, Sazek's Gremory, he became more and more appreciative. And back to the top of that battlefield, look at Luo Hao, who is carrying light wings of the White Dragon Emperor. Lisa Phoenix, he also made a surprised voice immediately. No, it's impossible. A mere human being has a god-killing tool. Soon, though, Lisa Phoenix at this time, he was already using the technique of spiritual victory to comfort himself. No. You are just a human being, even if you possess the power of the god-extinguishing tool. It is still impossible for you to defeat a superior demon like me who has never been defeated. Just as that, Lisa Phoenix's voice fell before he could take a fighting stance. Luo Hao, he said suddenly, "Oh, what if you add this boost, Gera, Scarlet Dragon Emperor's cage hand," with Luo Hao's order. On his right hand, a red dragon-like gauntlet appeared immediately. On the back of the hand, there is also a huge green orb inlaid. At this moment, Luo Hao, he showed Red Dragon Emperor's cage hand and White Dragon Emperor's light wing on his body at the same time. They are obviously two mutually exclusive artifacts, but at this moment they can be perfectly matched together. And looking at the attitude of Lord Luo Hao at this moment, at this time his family members all showed a surprised expression at the same time. It's astonishing, Lord Luo Hao. He turned out to have two magical tools that are the same as his old enemies at the same time, although Riaz had long expected such a situation to happen. However, when it really happened in front of his eyes, he still felt such a shock. It was obviously two mutually exclusive God-Destroyer tools. But at this moment, Lord Luo Hao, he was able to perfectly tame these two artifacts, so that the two artifacts were in his hands at the same time. As for the other family members, they also showed a look of anticipation at this time. That's right, at this moment they were also quite curious, and used Lord Luo Hao of Red Dragon Emperor's cage hand and White Dragon Emperor's light wing at the same time. How powerful is his combat power now? Double and having such abilities appear in one person at the same time, what a terrible thing this is. So, Lysa Phoenix, can we move on to the next round, Immortal Little Roast Chicken? While speaking, Luo Hao also stretched out his right arm with the cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor installed, and made a provocative gesture toward the Lysa Phoenix in front of him. The opponent is a phoenix who can constantly regenerate. Luo Hao used to test the power of his new artifact. It's just right, after all, there is no need to keep hands. And listening to Luo Hao's words in front of him, Lysa Phoenix, he immediately became furious. He showed an extremely ferocious expression and his teeth were rattling. But even so, at this time, he did not immediately attack the human man in front of him. After all, he himself is very clear. What terrifying power are these two god destruction tools, Red Dragon Emperor's cage hand and White Dragon Emperor's light wing? At the same time in the Underworld, through the rebroadcast of Zhai Kuang's past. In the entire Underworld, there are many high-level noble demons. They also caused an uproar again because of Luo Hao and immediately began to talk about it. Impossible, how could a human being host two god-killing tools at the same time? This kind of thing, just one piece already has the power to kill gods. And it's not just that. Those two god-killing tools are the Red Dragon and the White Dragon. The war between the two has lasted for tens of thousands of years. It is impossible for them to stay on one person at the same time. Terror, this human man will definitely become one of the world's tyrants, demon kings, and transcenders in the future, obviously. I just saw the two god-killing tools that Luo Hao is showing now. At this moment, the many superior demons seem to see Luo Hao's future. And listen to the words of the discussions of those high-ranking nobles and demons. At this time, Sazek's Gremory, he also said with a shallow smile, one of the transcenders, I'm afraid Luo Hao Sang's future is usually more than that. Obviously, Sazek's Gremory, he doesn't think transcendence is the limit of future Luo Hao, however he didn't know yet. Now Luo Hao, he already has the power over the entire Devil High School DxD world system. Go back to the battle between Luo Hao and Lysa Phoenix. Look at the Lysa Phoenix who hasn't made a move. Luo Hao at this time, he just showed a shallow smile and said, Humph, it seems. You don't seem to dare to take the initiative to attack. In that case, let me come. As Luo Hao's voice fell, he slowly clenched his fists. The white light wings behind it began to sprinkle a little blue starlight. It was that Lysa Phoenix who had just fallen into battle when I focused all my attention on the Luo Hao in front of me. Brush, suddenly. The man in front of him with blue wings and red dragon gauntlets disappeared in front of him out of thin air. There is no sign of anything, completely avoided the probing nerves of that Lysa Phoenix. No, it's impossible. There is absolutely no way to capture his movement trajectory. At this moment, there was only one thought in the heart of that Lysa Phoenix. At that time, when he was still wondering how that Luo Hao could disappear from his eyes in an instant. Brush, suddenly, Luo Hao he suddenly appeared in front of him again. Boost, accompanied by the sound of multiplying. In an instant, Luo Hao's right hand was already flashing a dazzling red light. Haven't waited for that Lysa Phoenix to react. Luo Hao he was already bombarding this man with an immortal body, accompanied by a loud noise of boom, immediately. Lysa Phoenix, he didn't even have time to cry. It was already in response to the sound and flew out. After crashing into a school building, he stopped flying backwards. And look at the Lysa Phoenix who was blasted out. The bomb queen who was his dependent, she also immediately showed a panicked look. Before she could think about it, she immediately pulled the cork on the bottle in her hand and swallowed the phoenix tears directly. After a burst of blue light, the injuries on her body disappeared immediately. And she immediately took a step forward and ran towards the direction of Lysa Phoenix, who had fallen in the rubble. And look at the blasted Lysa Phoenix. The relatives of Luo Hao also nodded slightly. For such a result, it was exactly what they expected. Even, at this time, they also doubted whether Lord Luo Hao was showing mercy on purpose. Alala, did you just crash a building? It seems that Lord Luo Hao, he is showing mercy. Haimjima Aquino, she said in a mocking voice. As for Ria's words, she followed Haimjima Aquino's words. Master Luo Hao wants to test his new artifact. It is estimated that the adults do not want this battle to end too soon. Obviously, Ria's words are the truth of Luo Hao's mercy just now. And looking at the Lysa Phoenix, who was easily blasted away by himself. At this time, Luo Hao also slowly retracted his right fist. He said with some sigh. Is it only this level? It seems. It's not very good after just doubling the power once. Obviously, Luo Hao himself felt a little dissatisfied with just blowing that Lysa Phoenix out such a distance. B *****D, a *** hole. And in the ruins, Lysa Phoenix, who was seriously injured, spit out a mouthful of blood. He also kept cursing Luo Hao in his mouth. Then he slowly pushed aside the rubble beside him and stood up from the ground. Drink, cough. This level of attack is nothing to me at all. With the roar of Lysa Phoenix, the large and small wounds on his body immediately burst into flames, and then all of them recovered. I saw that at this time, Lysa Phoenix, who had returned to a complete state, raised his right hand arrogantly and shouted, "How this is the power of the Phoenix family. With my immortality, you cannot defeat me no matter what." Now Lysa Phoenix, all he can rely on is his immortality. And listen to Lysa Phoenix's manifesto. Luo Hao, he just said with a shallow smile. Yes, because you are immortal, it is the most suitable for sandbags. While speaking, Luo Hao fanned the pair of white dragon emperor's light wings behind him. Now it's time to try this artifact. With Luo Hao's voice just fell. The pair of white and blue wings behind him also fluttered slightly immediately. The blue starlight kept falling on the ground. David, suddenly a sound effect sounded, the pair of blue wings, the light became even more shining. And that Lysa Phoenix, who was already ready for battle. He suddenly felt a very obvious sense of powerlessness. Inevitably, he stumbled forward with both feet and almost fell to the ground. Lord Phoenix, and look at the Lysa Phoenix, who almost fell to the ground. At this time, the Queen of Bombs, she also immediately stretched out her hands to protect him. Just a pop sound, Lysa Phoenix, he was very ruthless and slapped the Bomb Queen's hands away. "Do not touch me," he said sharply. Then he continued to focus his attention on the man in front of him who was wearing two god destruction tools. "Why my power is suddenly lost? You guy, what the hell have you done?" His own power suddenly lost almost half of this exaggerated degree. At this time, Lysa Phoenix, he naturally knew it without even thinking about it. It must have been done by the man in front of him and this human being. And listen to the words of Lysa Phoenix in front of him. Look at his incompetent and furious look. Luo Hao, he just shrugged his shoulders. He didn't answer Lysa Phoenix's words. After all, he didn't have the heart to pay attention to such a boring question. And look at the deflated Lysa Phoenix. At this time, the other family members also gently covered their mouths and showed a shallow smile. They thought it was very interesting that Lysa Phoenix looked aggrieved. "Phoenix, you don't even know such a basic question, do you? The light wings of the White Dragon Emperor can have the opponent's power and then give it to himself. And Qilong Emperor's cage hand has a special ability that doubles his own strength." I saw Ria's at this time, and she said to the extremely embarrassed Lysa Phoenix not far away. And listen to Ria's explanation. Immediately, Lysa Phoenix, who also took a step back in shock. Impossible, such two foul energies can actually appear in one person at the same time. Obviously, at this moment Lysa Phoenix, he finally knew. When the White Dragon Emperor's light wings and Red Dragon Emperor's cage hand appeared on one person at the same time. What an outrageous thing. Have the enemy's power and attach it to yourself and then double it. If only theoretically speaking, such an ability would be equivalent to being invincible. And look at that terrified look of Lysa Phoenix. At this time, Luo Hao also immediately showed a somewhat disdainful smile. "What? Knowing the power of these two gods, don't you have the courage to fight?" Luo Hao's tone was full of sarcasm. He seemed to be deliberately provoking Lysa Phoenix in front of him. And listening to Luo Hao's provocative words. Immediately, Lysa Phoenix's anger also burned, his blue veins burst out and his strength swelled up again. However, just as he finished speaking, once again Luo Hao, he was already in front of him with lightning speed. There was a loud noise of boom. Before that Lysa Phoenix could react, He was already flying backwards in response to the sound again, and after crashing into several buildings, he stopped reluctantly. This time, Luo Hao's attack was stronger than the previous one. However, if it is a normal opponent, it is extremely rare to be able to persevere after taking an attack like Luo Hao head-on. If it wasn't for the special ability of immortal body that Leza Phoenix had, it would have been when Luo Hao threw his first punch. He has already disappeared from this world. And look at the Lysa Phoenix who was knocked out by himself. Luo Hao, he also nodded and said, "Ability, almost all tests have been completed. Well, it's time to try that." In fact, in terms of Luo Hao's realm, skills like banning can be displayed at any time. Originally, Luo Hao wanted to give it a try from a long time ago. After all, the principle is similar to that of Kamen Rider, and they all use armor to enhance their power. Only. Before, Luo Hao never had the opportunity or necessity to use this trick. Now it looks like it might be a good idea to give it a try. Damn it, you be *****D, don't be too arrogant to me. And when Luo Hao was still thinking about this question, sudden, that Lysa Phoenix, he actually pushed away the huge rubble at once and appeared in front of everyone again. He shouted angrily towards Luo Hao. At this moment, his whole body was burning with incomparably vigorous flames. All the injuries on his body were healed in the blink of an eye. And look at this Lysa Phoenix. As the bomb queen of his dependents, she also showed a shocked expression. Lord Phoenix. She murmured something she wanted to say to Lord Lysa Phoenix. However, when it came to her lips, she didn't know what to say. She also wanted to help Lysa Phoenix fight with her at this time. However, she knew. Judging from the dignity of the young master, he would never allow himself to help him fight at this moment. And look at the Lysa Phoenix who stood up again from the ruins. At this time, Luo Hao also showed a slightly playful expression. "Oh Tilda, I was able to reply so quickly. Should I praise you or the strength of your Phoenix bloodline?" Luo Hao, he said in a mocking tone to Lysa Phoenix in front of him. In the same way, Rias and other family members standing behind Luo Hao, they were also looking at Lysa Phoenix not far away with serious expressions. The opponent's strength is indeed very different from that of Lord Luo Hao. But his infinite resurrection and infinite physical strength is a very difficult problem to solve. Although they all believed that Lord Luo Hao would be able to solve this problem, however, the battle is not over yet. In their hearts, there is always some worry. The opponent's resurrection ability is indeed very difficult to solve. I saw Hajime Akino at this time. She bit her cherry lips lightly and said with a slight frown. Of course, she knew that Lysa Phoenix would never be a match for Lord Luo Hao. However, if he kept resurrecting, the battle would definitely change slowly. Although Luo Hao's strength and ability are very powerful, the ability of the other party to keep resurrecting is too disgusting. Even Asia, she unconsciously complained. However, just as the two of them finished speaking, "Rias," she said confidently, "don't worry, just keep watching. Lord Luo Hao, he must be able to solve this problem very easily." Although Rias, she herself did not think of what she would have to do to successfully decipher the special ability of Lysa Phoenix's infinite resurrection. But she was very clear. Lord Luo Hao, if it was him, he would definitely be able to solve this problem. And listening to Ria's words, Akino, Hajime, and Asia at this time, the two of them just looked at each other and nodded. As for Saber, she has always set her sights on Luo Hao. "Master, what does he want to play?" I saw Saber at this time. She whispered at a volume that only she could hear. And back to Luo Hao's perspective. Seeing that in such a short period of time to adjust, and also full of fighting spirit Lysa Phoenix, look at his burning, incomparably exuberant flame and the magic that keeps rising. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Humph. I originally wanted to use the forbidden hand to solve you. However, from now on, maybe there is another way to shatter your self-esteem even more. With Luo Hao's voice just fell. A white space-time drive already appeared on his waist, and a magic dial was also held in his right hand. After Luo Hao just called out his Fengmo drive, a typo in the previous chapter. The white dragon emperor's light wings behind him and the red dragon emperor's cage hand on his right arm also immediately dissipated into the air at this time. After all, if you use this power, you don't need these two artifacts. In the final analysis, White Dragon Emperor's light wings and Red Dragon Emperor's cage hands are just conventional means of combat used by Luo Hao when he wants to have some fun for himself. And the power of meeting the devil is Luo Hao's highest decisive battle plan. And looking at the domineering and noble Fengmo driver on the waist of Lord Luo Hao, Rias, she also immediately showed a surprised expression. If I'm not wrong, that seems to be the artifact he used when he first met Lord Luo Hao. Finally, at this time Rias, she also recalled, When I first met Lord Luo Hao, what he used was this dark golden belt. Only, such an artifact was completely out of Ria's cognition. She had never seen such an artifact. However, listen to the usual words of Lord Luo Hao. I'm afraid. 557 unknown artifacts may also have powers that surpass those of the God Destroyer tool, the other family members standing next to Ria's. At this time, they all looked at Lord Luo Hao not far away with a look of anticipation, because they all know Lord Luo Hao, who changed the original battle plan. He should have wanted to really end the battle. Alala, Lord Luo Hao. He should be trying to end the fight. Look at his eyes. Seeing Himejima Aquino, she stretched out her right hand to gently cover her mouth and said with a slight smile, "Wrong, Lord Luo Hao, is he going to use a new artifact?" As for Asia, she also showed a somewhat surprised expression, although not much is known about these artifacts. 10. When she saw Lord Luo Hao use the fourth artifact, she still showed an extremely shocked expression. The full power of the master, I may be fortunate enough to watch it once today. In Saber's words, she also showed a shallow smile, which is somewhat rare, although when I tested my strength before, I lost to the master very easily. Only. Saber, she herself is very clear, that is not the full strength of Lord Luo Hao at all. Now, she finally had the opportunity to observe the true strength of the master. And just when everyone was still shocked that Lord Luo Hao was about to end the battle. The enemy not far away, Leza Phoenix, he had no idea what Luo Hao's move meant. As far as he is concerned, he just saw Luo Hao remove his two god-killing tools. I saw him at this time, and his expression immediately became a little grim. Damn it. UB **** D, what the hell do you mean? Why should the two god-killing tools be removed? UB **** D, do you look down on me? Obviously. For Luo Hao's actions at this moment, Leza Phoenix, he felt humiliated for a while, thinking that the opponent in front of him was underestimating him. And listen to the incompetent fury of the Lisa Phoenix in front of him. At this time, Luo Hao, he just shrugged his shoulders, and then he responded to the guy in front of him and said, I never said that White Dragon Emperor's light wings and Qilong Emperor's cage hands are my strongest artifacts. Luo Hao, once again, he made a very important thing to say lightly, and listen to Luo Hao's words. Lisa Phoenix, he was also a little stunned and his brain crashed for a while. Then he showed an even more incredible expression. He shouted angrily at the man in front of him. UB **** D, what are you kidding? Now you still have a more powerful AB weapon that surpasses the two god-killing tools. What kind of international joke are you making? Although for artifact knowledge, Lisa Phoenix he is quite lacking. But even so, he also knew very well how terrifying the power of a person who was hosting two god-killing tools at the same time. And the man in front of him, he actually said that he has a divine weapon that surpasses the power of the two God Slayer tools. What a joke! Doesn't that mean that he has 3 artifacts of God Slayer level or above at the same time? When Luo Hao's voice just fell, through the broadcast of Jido Kana, those high-level noble demons who are far away in the underworld, after they heard Luo Hao's words, an unprecedented discussion broke out immediately. That guy, does he know what his words just now mean? He doesn't really think that he has 2 god-killing tools at the same time, so he thinks he is invincible, that human being. If what he said is true, then I really can't believe it. He actually possesses 3 divine weapons above the level of the god-extinguishing tool at the same time. He listened to the discussions of the many high-ranking noble demons behind him. At this time, Sazek's Geminli, he still only showed a shallow smile, a very satisfied smile. Sure enough, Luo Hao sang, he is a man who is good at breaking common sense. Riaz is really lucky to have found such a man. Even Sazek's Gremory, he has to admit, he has no way of seeing it now. Luo Hao at this moment, how powerful he is. Go back to Luo Hao's battlefield. Looking at the enemy in front of him, he just continued to speak shallowly. Okay, it's almost time to play around here. With Luo Hao's voice just fell. Slowly, he also put his hands on the Fengmo Z10 driver on his waist. Henshin. One order, Luo Hao's hands pushed the devices on both sides at the same time. Blessing the moment, in an instant from Luo Hao's feet, the ground was torn apart by an invisible force and a huge circular clock emerged and the hour hand was moving. The super high temperature magma also began to emerge and flow on it. Then, the strongest, the most evil, the most fierce, the most powerful king, the king of the devil, an extremely majestic and domineering sound effect sounded. 2 huge golden energy-shaped straps surround Luo Hao's body. Finally, with a few blood-red knights, they fit on the body of the king of the time of the devil. Luo Hao's transformation was finally completed. At this moment, the king of the devil's time has descended on this world. Accompanied by Luo Hao, after the transformation of the king of demons is over. Immediately, with him as the center, a powerful golden energy aura immediately began to spread and burst out. The incomparably hard concrete floor burst open with Luo Hao as the center, and countless cracks spread out, like a huge spider web, in the face of this powerful golden aura. The originally extremely arrogant Leza Phoenix, he was also immediately shocked by this shock and stepped back a few steps, almost falling to the ground. In the end, a run was barely able to stabilize his posture. Damn it, what's going on here? Leza Phoenix was moved to wonder why that guy could suddenly burst out with such power just by the aura that sent him flying. And those relatives who stood behind Luo Hao, although they were affected by the energy field, were not so exaggerated, but even so. They all still took a few steps back before they managed to stabilize their posture, not as embarrassed as Leza Phoenix. This is the first time I met Lord Luo Hao, the attitude he showed. I saw Riaz at this time. She looked at the King of Demons in front of her with admiration and nostalgia and said, as for Lord Luo Hao's attitude, Riaz also has a very special emotion. After all, it was because of this powerful gesture that she met Lord Luo Hao. As for the other family members, they also looked at the King of Demons at this moment with the same shocked expressions. Just the aura, is it already strong to such a level? Lord Luo Hao, he is simply out of the realm of human beings. In Hajime Akino's eyes, the power of the King of the Demon Age at this moment is as deep as an abyss. If you stare at the past, you can only feel the endless terror. Lord Luo Hao, he is still very handsome. However, in this posture, Lord Luo Hao is even more domineering and majestic. Asia, she was once again staring at the King of the Demon Age in front of her. And after the transformation was completed, the King of the Time of the Devil. At this time, he also looked down at his posture and clenched his fist slightly. It's been a long time feeling this gesture. I thought there should be no chance to use it in this world. Be honored, little roast chicken. At this moment, the real Demon King has appeared in front of you. At the time of the devil, he issued his own declaration, at the same time in the Underworld. Through the rebroadcasted screen, the words of the King of the Time of the Devil is to make the high-level noble demons who have already exploded the pot once again erupt into a more intense discussion. That guy, what did he just say? He actually called himself the Demon King. That armor is an artifact that has never been seen before. That guy, how on earth did he have so many powerful artifacts? Unable to see clearly, that guy's power has reached such a bottomless level. With such power, could it be that human being? He has already reached the realm of transcendence. Numerous speculations about Luo Hao kept appearing among the pair of superior noble demons. Luo Hao sang, this power may have surpassed me. It seems that I was indeed a little arrogant before. I have to find a time to apologize to Luo Hao sang. Sazek's Gremory, he said with a serious expression. After all, he also thought Luo Hao was very powerful before. However, it is only powerful. It is impossible to compare with the absolute powerhouse who has already reached the transcendence realm, but now it looks like the person who doesn't see his true power clearly is himself. And back to the battlefield of the King of Demons and Leza Phoenix. Look at the stunned Leza Phoenix. At this time of meeting the devil, he also slowly raised his right hand and he said in a slightly provocative gesture, "What's the matter? Don't you even have the courage to attack?" The king's tone was full of sarcasm. And listening to the provocative words of the King of Demons, immediately, Leza Phoenix's blue veins also burst violently again, and the flames on his body burned extremely vigorously again. Damn it, you be ****D, you are still so arrogant. Don't think that you have become really powerful after changing into a good-looking armor. At this moment, Leza Phoenix, he has not realized how terrifying the power of the Demon King in front of him has become. Ask for flowers. Accompanied by the voice of Leza Phoenix, he has already taken a step forward and is about to run towards the King of Demons in front of him and launch his most violent offensive. Only, just when he just took 2 steps. Suddenly he felt a chill in his heart and endless terror spread to his heart. The flames that were originally entangled around him were also extinguished immediately, and he even clenched his fists and relaxed unconsciously. He felt endless fear and the power also dissipated. Even. He was so powerless that he almost fell to the ground again. What's the matter? For these changes in her body, Leza Phoenix felt extremely puzzled. The inexplicable fear in his heart even made his hands tremble. And looking at the Leza Phoenix who stopped in place and lost his original strength. At this time, the King of the Time of the Devil also shook his head slightly and said with a sigh, "It seems that you only have so much. Even the demonic aura that overflowed from me could not resist." Obviously, The reason why Leza Phoenix suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fear and powerlessness was because of the tragic influence of the aura overflowing from the king when he met the devil. You. What did you say? Listen to the explanation of the king of the devil. Leza Phoenix asked immediately. He couldn't believe it and he couldn't accept it. Because he was affected by the other party's aura, he felt endless fear and powerlessness. Just listen to what Leza Phoenix has to say. At this time of Luo Hao, he has no interest in answering these boring topics. Everything in this experiment has already been tested. Now it's time to completely smash your self-esteem. As he spoke, the King of Demons placed his hands on the switches on both sides of the Fengmo driver on his waist. Push lightly. The final hour. Along with meeting the devil, the king gently pushed the switches on both sides of the every devil driver on his waist. Immediately, an extremely majestic, sacred, and domineering, thick sound full of terrifying power. In an instant, it appeared from the body of the demon king and was wrapped in a terrifying dark golden energy body. And at this time, standing behind the king of demons belonged to Luo Hao's family. At this moment, they felt the terrifying aura and power from Lord Luo Hao. It is so huge that it makes people shudder, and it even makes people doubt that this is really the power that human beings can possess. Their gazes never took their eyes off the king of the devil's time. Seeing that the king from the devil time was floating non-stop, the dark golden color around him also carried a blood-like bright red lightning-shaped energy body. Not to mention the density and the magnitude of the energy, this kind of momentum alone has already made everyone here feel a burst of instinctive fear. Hey. The sky in this special space even suddenly dimmed at this time, and it was rendered dark gold by the power of the demon lord. This space was originally created by the hard work and technology of countless superior demons, but it began to shatter because of the aura of the king of demons. That is already the sky with cracks, and it seems that if you touch it lightly, it will be completely broken. Space and time are two laws that ordinary people will never be able to touch. At this time, it was actually at this time that he was affected by the power spilled out by the king of demons. Looking at the vision in the sky and the space that has become fragmented. At this time, Leza Phoenix, he was too frightened to dare to move, although he had lost the power to make a fist before. However, when he saw the visions caused by the power spilled out by the king when he met the devil, he didn't even have the courage to clench his fists. No, it's impossible. How could a human being possess such terrifying power? The original Leza Phoenix, he always thought that Luo Hao was a lucky human who possessed many artifacts at the same time. 10. Now in the eyes of Leza Phoenix, Luo Hao, is he really still a human? Listen to Leza Phoenix. At this time, Luo Hao's family members couldn't help but burst out laughing. Indeed, on this subject, they have also thought about it. The answer is the same. Luo Hao is indeed a human in terms of race, it's just ordinary human beings don't have such a powerful power. Lord Luo Hao, he is the king. In the Underworld, there are many high-level noble demons. At the same time, they were all shocked, even terrified by the power possessed by the king of demons. Even the strongest among them, Sazix Geminli, even if he has reached the transcendence realm, there is no way he can do such an exaggerated thing. But the current king of the devil's time, he just spilled out the power that has seriously affected the two laws of space and time. Hearing Leza Phoenix's words was unbelievable. At this time, the king of the devil time, he is not in a hurry to release his kill immediately. He was still very indifferent and responded to Leza Phoenix with his voice that became a little hoarse. Yeah, that's right, I never said, I'm a human. To everyone's surprise, Luo Hao at this moment denied the fact that he was a human being, and the voice of the king just fell along with the devil. Leza Phoenix, he also immediately showed a shocked expression. You be *****D, who are you? After getting the answer from the king of demons, Leza Phoenix, his brain crashed all of a sudden. This man, is he really not a human being? Yes, I'm not human, I'm the demon lord. The demon king of time and space, the highest, strongest, and evil demon lord, and again after hearing the words of Leza Phoenix. At this time, the king of demons, he once again declared his identity to the world. That is so what? I admit that now I am indeed not your opponent, it's just, with the immortality of me, you can't defeat me no matter what. I saw Leza Phoenix at this time, and he finally admitted that he was not the opponent of the king of demons in front of him at all. However, he still trusts the blood of his Phoenix family. As a Phoenix, he is a zero who will never be defeated by the opponent's attack, because they can be reborn infinitely. Leza Phoenix, he resisted the feeling of fear that kept pouring out of his heart and slowly stood up from the ground. Huh. You are so sure that I have no means to solve your immortality. Would you like to try it? The voice of the king just fell along with the words of the devil. I saw the king of demons at this time, and he slowly rose into the air at this time. The shape of the 2 pointers named Pocalypsiof, kingdom on the back of its armor also unfolded like wings at this time. Looking at the king of the time of the devil who has already risen into the air, Lysa Phoenix with fear in his eyes, he knew that this time he would die without a doubt. Even though he knew that he could be resurrected, he still felt extremely frightened. He thought that the words of the king just now at the time of the devil might not be to scare him. It is really possible for him to completely and truly kill himself. He wanted to run away, but his legs were infected with fear. There is no power to escape at all. Become the broadcaster of this time ranking game. At this time of Jidukana, she held up her glasses a little. Subsequently, she said very calmly, "It seems that this battle has come to an end. You don't even need to watch the end." At this moment, Zhai Kuangna, she was already able to accurately judge the outcome of such a battle. At the same time, in a very mysterious room. As the leader of the Fallen Angel Central Organization, Grigori, God-Child Watcher, Asashel shook the red wine glass in his hand and said to the young man with silver hair in front of him, "Your nemesis, Chalongdi's cage hand has already appeared. And that guy is very special. The information I got from the devil is that you must never touch that guy. What do you think, Wally?" Listening to the words of Azazel, the man named Wally at this time, he just said very calmly, "If I have a chance, I'll go and have a try with that guy." After the battle, everyone, they also returned to the Mysticism Research Department of the King's Academy very smoothly. But rather than ending the battle, it would be better to say that the King of Demons killed Lysa Phoenix directly. Then, the energy that spilled out was too huge. Although the simulated space is strong, it is still extremely fragile in the face of the power of the demon. When he killed that Lysa Phoenix, the space was already destroyed by the aftermath. Everyone also returned to the Mysticism Research Department of the Sheer King Academy. He placed his hands lightly on the switch on both sides of the Fengmo drive on his waist. At this time, the King of Demons, he also gently pushed the switches on both sides. Suddenly, the thick and majestic armor full of domineering and power immediately turned into countless golden luminous particles and dissipated in the air. Humph, it's a bit more boring than I thought. After the battle, Luo Hao still complained about the boredom of the battle, and just when Luo Hao finished complaining, when I saw Riaz, she suddenly turned around and bumped into Luo Hao's side. "Thank you, Lord Luo Hao." Riaz, she whispered her thanks to Luo Hao. Indeed, if not for Luo Hao's presence, estimate, she was going to really marry that Lysa Phoenix just as in the original engagement contract, and the appearance of Lord Luo Hao rescued Riaz from it. Looking at Riaz like this, Himejima Aquino immediately wrapped her cherry lips in surprise and said with a light smile, "Alara, has Minister Riaz finally revealed her true form?" Obviously, Aquino Himejima's words were making fun of Riaz who was in Lord Luo Hao's arms. Damn it. Got a head start, and looking at Riaz like this, Asia on the other side, she also clenched her little pink fist, her face flushed slightly because of anger for Riaz and Luo Hao's actions. At this time, Asia, she was jealous and angry. I wish I could push Riaz away now and replace the person with myself. As for Saber, she doesn't have that obvious feeling. It's just that I saw when I became my master with another woman. Saber, she also has a special feeling in her own heart, but she doesn't know what love is and doesn't understand people's hearts, but she doesn't know what to call this feeling in her heart. And looking at this Riaz beside him. At this time, Luo Hao also showed a somewhat surprised expression. Luo Hao never thought that Riaz would be so grateful to herself. Although, the reason for defeating that Lysa Phoenix was not to help her. However, just when Luo Hao was thinking about this question, in his mind, the very familiar electronic mixed female voice of the system sounded again. Yes, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden check-in reward. Anti-Star Noble Phantasm Sword of Oath of Victory. The old sword, also known as the male version of King Arthur Noble Phantasm, lifted 13 seals to become Anti-Star Noble Phantasm. Listen to the sound of the system in your head. Even Luo Hao, the corner of his mouth raised slightly unconsciously. Really? The system's sign-in reward, the level will only be higher than once. And this time, the sign-in reward turned out to be a direct jump to the Anti-Star Noble Phantasm. This made Luo Hao a little surprised. After all, ordinary A++ Sword of Oath Victory against the City Noble Phantasm already possesses such destructive power. That's not to mention the Sword of Oath Victory that is the old sword of the Anti-Star Noble Phantasm, and when Luo Hao was still in the joy of signing in the reward, a voice suddenly interrupted Luo Hao and Ria's thinking. Kiss. Ria seems to see that your relationship with Luo Hao-sang is progressing very quickly. I saw that at this time, Sazex, Gemin Li, and Gurifia, the two of them suddenly appeared in this mysticism research department, and listened to the familiar voice behind him. At this time, Riaz immediately became slightly red. She turned around abruptly and left Luo Hao's side. However, as a mature woman, she quickly calmed down the feelings just now. She looked at Sazex Gremory in front of her and said, "Brother, when did you come here?" "Don't say anything to me." Riaz's words were extremely calm, as if nothing had happened just now. "What, brother, I'm not welcome." Sazex Gremory, he responded with a smile. As for Luo Hao's words, he also looked at the man in front of him, one of the few transcenders in this devil High School DxD. Maybe this guy, he can bring himself a little fun of fighting. Luo Hao at this time, he thought so. While feeling Luo Hao's gaze, Sazex Gremory at this time, he also immediately looked at Luo Hao, smiled, and nodded. Luo Hao sang, "The power you have shown in this ranking game is beyond the imagination of our entire underworld. I came here today to remind you. It is estimated that the three forces have already begun to pay attention to you. I am here today to remind you a little." Accompanied by the words of Sazex Gemin Li just fell. "How come?" Riaz immediately said in surprise. And everyone in the mysticism research department immediately showed a surprised expression. However, only Luo Hao, he was still calm and expressionless. For Sazex Gremory's reminder, Luo Hao, he didn't need to care at all. And looking at Luo Hao's calm expression, 293 Sazex Gremory, he also nodded and continued. "Well, indeed, if it was Luo Hao sang, you wouldn't have to pay attention to these issues at all. If possible, I really want to have a contest with you," Luo Hao sang. Sazex Gremory, he confided his heart directly. "Really? Interesting." And listening to Sazex's words, Luo Hao also showed a very interested expression. Lord Sazex, please pay attention to what you say." And just as Sazex Gemin Li's voice fell, Gurifia, who was beside him, immediately reminded him to pay attention to his speech. "Haha, tilde, that's right. If there is a chance in the future, let's have a fair fight again. Riaz, you have to do your best, but you must not miss," Luo Hao sang. Sazex Gemin Ray, he left the room through the magic teleportation circle while reminding Riaz. "Sister Grace, why are you staying here?" Seeing that Sister Grefia did not leave with her brother. At this time, Riaz, she asked a question, and listening to Miss Riaz's question, Grefia responded with a slight bow. "I stayed here to instruct Miss Riaz how to pursue a man." In a suburb of Kuoh College. At this moment, Luo Hao and his family members are undergoing severe training in this place. However, it is training. It was just that Luo Hao wanted to test the power of his artifact. Although it was said that in the last battle, he had already tested the power of the White Dragon Emperor's light wings. However, only the forbidden hand that originally wanted to be used has not been used. Therefore, today he couldn't help but want to test it. What kind of experience would it be to use the forbidden hand by yourself? As a sparring partner, it is natural that Saber will take up this position. After all, after being strengthened by chess pieces, Saber's melee combat ability has also grown by leaps and bounds. But before that, Luo Hao himself also guessed that the story of Holy Sword chapter is about to begin. I saw Luo Hao at this time. He took out a huge long sword directly from his system and held it in his hand. Saber then. Having said that, Luo Hao has already handed the huge anti-star noble phantasm, sword of promised victory, in his hand to the saber in front of him. And listening to the words of his master and the inexplicably familiar sword in his hand. Saber, she also took the sword of victory promise from Luo Hao very naturally. And just when Saber's hand just touched the holy sword, immediately, her heart was beating for a while at this time. Is this the same sword of oath victory? No, it feels a little weird, obviously. At the moment of contact, Saber resonated with the sword of oath of victory, and looking at the Lord Luo Hao, who once again took out a holy sword. Those of his family members, but at this time the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily again. Really, as expected of Lord Luo Hao, I took out another artifact casually. Seeing Yudo Kiba at this time, he was extremely surprised. That holy sword, just by looking at it, can already feel its unparalleled power. Himejima Aquino, she said with one hand on her cheek. As for Riaz, at this time she didn't seem to care much about the holy sword that Lord Luo Hao took out. At this moment she is still thinking about what Sister Grefia taught her last night. If Luo Hao is fascinated by his own skills, the perspective shifts back to Luo Hao and Saber. Listening to Saber's words, Luo Hao at this time, he also said immediately. This is also the sword of vowed victory, but the power is countless times more terrifying than your sword. For now it's fine as a last resort. Listen to the master's words. At this time of Saber, she also nodded and said, "Well, I see, thank you, master. However, in the previous case, you can accompany me a little to get used to the power of this holy sword." As soon as Saber's voice fell, she already raised the brand new oath sword of victory in her hand. And looking at this action of Saber, Luo Hao, he also showed a shallow smile. He stepped back slowly. Obviously, he was also able to see for the holy sword that he sent out. At this time of Saber, she felt extremely excited and liked. Otherwise, it would not have taken the initiative to make a request to get used to this holy sword in battle. Only. Similarly, Luo Hao at this time also wanted to experience what kind of power is contained in the forbidden hand of his god-killing tool. After pulling a distance from Saber, Divine dividing White Dragon Emperor's light wings, one command, immediately, behind Luo Hao a pair of huge wings shone with blue light already appeared, looking at the master who has already revealed the God Slayer tool. At this time Saber, she clenched the brand new holy sword in her hand even harder, although she knew that the new holy sword in her hand might be very powerful. 10. Saber, she is also very clear. His own master, he is a man with terrifying strength, looking at the Saber in front of him who was already posing. At this time Luo Hao, he also showed a shallow smile. Are you ready? In this case I can also try my new power well. With Luo Hao's voice just fell. Dividing scale male, White Dragon Emperor's armor a sound effect plays. Immediately, with Luo Hao as the center a strong blue light immediately wraps it in it. The incomparably powerful aura immediately spread out, sweeping almost everything around. In the face of that incomparably powerful aura, at this time, Luo Hao's family members had to raise their hands in front of them. They want to use this method to minimize the impact of the powerful aura and the wind. Lord Luo Hao, what's the matter with him? Seeing Asia at this time, she asked with a puzzled face. It is estimated that Lord Luo Hao has reached the highest level of divine artifact, the state of forbidden hands. And Haimjima Aquino, she also explained immediately, Niu Zhao, and at the same time. In the edge of the city there are two shadows. The two of them slowly entered the city. I saw one of the girls with double ponytails. She smiled and said, slave. Wangjin, it's really a long-lost city. However, this city is actually polluted by those fallen angels, which is really annoying. Listen to the words of the Wisteria Irina beside her. At this time, Zenobia Quarta said with a sigh, we came here to recycle the holy sword, so don't do more useless things. However, heard that there is a group of very powerful demons here. One of the girls also has an extremely powerful holy sword, and I want to meet her for a while. And just when the voice of that Genoa Quarta fell, immediately, she had an extremely surprised expression on her face. Wait, Irina, did you feel it? That magic power is so strong, it is simply unbelievably powerful. I have never felt such a powerful magic. What the hell is going on in this city? Obviously. At this time, Zenobia Quarta felt the powerful magic and coercion emanating from Luo Hao's use of the White Dragon Emperor's light wings just now, and listened to the words of Genoa Quarta beside him. At this time of Wisteria Irina, she also nodded in surprise. Indeed, I've never felt such a powerful, vast, and evil magic power. It's like a devil. Indeed, there was no problem with Wisteria Irina's judgment at this moment. Luo Hao is indeed a demon king. However, it wasn't the demon king they knew. Luo Hao, he is a demon king who can manipulate time and space at will. I saw Wisteria Irina and Genoa Quarta at this time. The two of them turned their heads sharply at the same time, and she looked at each other. Immediately. They had already rushed in the direction of the birthplace of that magic power. Although I don't know what happened there. However, they think it must have something to do with their mission, and back to the outskirts of the Kuoh Academy. I saw at this time an incomparably shining blue light centered on Luo Hao. Finally, it also began to slowly dissipate and recede. And Luo Hao, he also appeared in front of everyone with a brand new attitude. The huge blue light wings were still carried behind him, but he had already put on a pair of heavy blue and white armors. It is inlaid with several blue orbs that symbolize power and identity. At this moment, what Luo Hao showed, not only powerful but also domineering. Even when Luo Hao just completed this gesture, there were bursts of dragon roars that kept coming out. On the ground, Saber was already in a fighting stance, and she couldn't help clenching the holy sword in her hand even harder. She also felt quite abge pressure for this new master at this moment. This is the master's new power. What a powerful oppressive force. If it were a normal opponent, it would be difficult to even breathe. Saber, she sighed at the power of Luo Hao's gesture at this moment. On the other side, other relatives. When they saw Luo Hao completed the White Dragon Emperor's light wings forbidden hand form, they also showed an expression of surprise and admiration at the same time. This is Lord Luo Hao's new power. It feels more beautiful than the previous golden form. Asia, she said with her hands folded and her eyes shining with a little starlight. Is this the light wing of the White Dragon Emperor, the forbidden hand form? Such a terrifying power. I don't know the descendants born of demons and dragons. How powerful will they be? I saw Hajime Akino at this time. She was holding her cheeks with one hand and said with a thoughtful expression, and listening to Hajime Akino's words, suddenly. At this time she already felt very uncomfortable. I saw her frown slightly. Hajime Akina, I didn't say that I would, Lord Luo Hao, let it be for you. Ria's at this moment, her tone and attitude, it was as if he was proclaiming his sovereignty. And after hearing Ria's words, Akino Hajime succeeded in her plan. She also said with a smile immediately, Alara, Ria's Sama looks angry, really cute, a jealous woman. Apparently, Hajime Akino said these words just to be able to see Ria's like this. However, listening to Hajime Akino's words. At this time she also crossed her arms on her chest and said, this joke is not very funny, Hajime Akino. After all, the two of them turned their attention to the direction of Lord Luo Hao and Miss Saber at the same time. However, at this time, Hajime Akino, she still showed a sly smile as if she was thinking about something. Go back to the battle between Luo Hao and Saber. Looking at the saber above the ground, I saw Luo Hao at this time. He gently flapped the wings behind his back, accompanied by a flash of blue light. Suddenly, brushed Luo Hao, he has already come to Saber, and looked at Luo Hao who had already come to him. At this time Saber, she finally reacted reluctantly. She immediately swung the huge sword of Oath Victory in her hand. With an incomparably powerful posture, the holy sword tore through the air and broke the sound barrier, producing a sonic boom. With an extremely powerful gesture, he slashed towards Luo Hao. Boom. However, in the face of such a powerful offensive from Saber, at this time of Luo Hao, he just raised his left arm. It was extremely easy. He had already blocked Saber's extremely violent attack. The roar and shock wave immediately erupted and spread, centered on the two of them. The surrounding trees were swayed and countless leaves fell. However, Saber's attack did not stop at this moment. Immediately, his hands clenched the holy sword tightly again. Once again, Saber launched an extremely fast attack towards Luo Hao in front of her. That fierce attack only relies on human eyes. I am afraid that even a little trajectory cannot be captured. But it was Wisteria Irina and Zenobia Quarta who had quietly come to this suburb. When they saw the showdown between Saber and Luo Hao, they also showed a very surprised expression. What the hell is going on with the holy sword in this girl's hand? The strength is incomparably strong and powerful beyond the scope of understanding. But we never met. As for the holy sword in Saber's hand, Wisteria Irina at this time felt extremely concerned. However, Zenobia Quarta, who was her companion, but at this time she cared more about Luo Hao in the showdown with Saber. This man is probably the one who has been rumored in the Underworld recently. Although he doesn't have the title of Demon Lord, he has the power to surpass Demon Lord, the king of time and space. Obviously, after seeing Luo Hao in the state of banned hands, at this moment Genoa Quarta was also very interested. After all, for a woman like her who is extremely obsessed with fighting and only knows how to wield her sword to kill the enemy, a powerful man like Luo Hao can indeed attract her attention even more. Although she also admits the saber in the battle with Luo Hao, she is also a powerful swordsman. However, at this time, Zenobia Quarta still cares more about Luo Hao, while listening to the words of Zenobia Quarta. At this time of Wisteria Irina, she just showed a somewhat puzzled expression. Send, the demon lord of time and space. What kind of exaggerated title is this? Could it be that he has the power to control time and space? No, if that's the case, that's outrageous. Quickly, Wisteria Irina, she shook her head violently to deny her previous thoughts. However, just as Wisteria Ilia's voice fell, Zenobia Quarta, she also immediately stretched out her right hand and covered her mouth. Hey, you be *****D. If you're so loud, will be easy to spot, okay? Hearing the words of Zenobia Quarta, Wisteria Irina also nodded. Afterwards, the two of them once again turned their attention back to Saber and Luo Hao on the battlefield. I saw that Saber at this time, she was still waving the holy sword in her hand, carrying out an extremely fierce attack on Luo Hao. As she became more and more proficient, she picked up the holy sword in her hand. Her offensive also became more and more fierce. It's just that, despite being Saber at this time, her proficiency with the holy sword in her hand is becoming more and more proficient. However, there was still no way to break through Luo Hao's defense. At this moment Luo Hao, he still resisted all the attacks from Saber with a very relaxed attitude. And looking at the relaxed Lord Luo Hao, those relatives who were watching the battle from a distance also nodded their heads at the same time. However, for the brand new holy sword that Saber possesses, they were also quite curious at this time. After all, now they don't think that the holy sword is only this level. I don't know, the holy sword that Lord Luo Hao gave to Miss Saber. How powerful is it? Seeing Hajime Aquino at this time, she continued to say with a faint smile, "The power will definitely not be weaker than the previous one, but in this place I am afraid there is no chance to use it. Obviously." Ria's, she didn't think that holy sword would be inferior to the one saber used before. Moreover, now it is not in those virtual spaces where energy can be released arbitrarily. If Saber just released the holy sword in her hands in this real space, the entire city would be wiped out in an instant. Hearing Ria's words, Hajime Aquino nodded and said with a serious expression, "Well, this is indeed true." Go back to the battle between Saber and Luo Hao. When the battle has reached a certain level, I saw Saber at this time. She suddenly stepped back. She distanced herself from Luo Hao. Then she clenched the holy sword in her hand. Drink. With an angry shout, she immediately swung an attack composed of wind pressure towards Luo Hao in front of her. The Hammer of the Wind King. This can also be regarded as Saber's conventional long-range high-power attack method, and facing the attack of the wind pressure from Saber. At this time Luo Hao, he just slowly raised his right hand. Subsequently, a blue wall of light appeared in front of him, easily deflecting Saber's attack back. This is one of the skills of White Dragon Emperor's Wings of Light, which is the ability to bounce long-range attacks. And watching his own attack being bounced back at this time the Saber, she also immediately slammed to the side and already avoided the attack that bounced back. Only, she also did not expect that the pair of blue wings of Lord Luo Hao ask for flowers. Not only is it halved, but it can even rebound long-range attacks. It's a really powerful treasure, and just when Saber was about to launch the next attack, Luo Hao at this time he suddenly said, "Okay Saber, that's it for today." As soon as Luo Hao's voice fell, the blue and white armor on his body also dissipated, and the light wings behind him also disappeared. Luo Hao, he returned to his human form, and listening to the master's order, Saber immediately took back the holy sword in her hand. She responded to Luo Hao, "Yes, master. Although this battle may be a bit short-lived, however, Saber is almost used to the brand new different sword of victory." However, just when Saber took back the holy sword, Luo Hao, he said suddenly, "Come out, it's almost done." As Luo Hao's voice just fell, Saber and other family members present, they also immediately showed a surprised expression. From the words of Lord Luo Hao, they can also know someone is watching their battle secretly and listen to Luo Hao's voice. Wisteria Irina and Zenobia Quarta, who were hiding in the dark, also looked at each other and sighed. They also did not expect that they would be discovered by the other party so quickly. However, just when they were about to go out, suddenly a man with silver hair and a black jacket, he slowly entered the public eye. I saw Valley Lucifer at this time. He showed a shallow smile and said to Luo Hao with a fighting intent, "Being able to discover my existence so quickly is truly worthy of my old enemy, the man who controls time and space with the hands of the Scarlet Dragon Emperor. Look at the man who entered the public eye." At this time Ria's, her brows also immediately bulged together. Because it was very easy, Ria's was able to feel the terrifying magic power on his body, which was exaggerated and unbelievable. The man in front of him is very dangerous. Not only the words he just said, but also the magic power contained in his body. And this time, except for Ria's, several other family members, when they saw the appearance of Wally Lucifer, they also immediately frowned, obviously for this man. At this moment, Luo Hao's family members have a vigilant attitude. As for Saber's words, she also frowned. He looked at the man in front of him with a very serious expression. To the words of 297 to Zenobia Quarta and Wisteria Irina, who were hiding in the dark, when the two of them saw Wally play. Unable to bear, they also showed a surprised expression at the same time. They also did not expect that besides them, there are people who are watching the battle in the same way. Only, this man is definitely not a good person. Just from his aura and the magic power he exudes, he can already see it very easily. Seeing Zenobia Quarta at this time, she also said with a complicated expression, "What the hell is going on in this town? Why are there so many guys with terrifying power gathered here?" Today's Zenobia Quarta, she finally understood what it means to beyond the sky. There are people outside the world. In the past, she might indeed think that she was powerful, but after seeing Luo Hao, Saber, and Volley, who can't be described with common sense, she finally knew what it meant to be truly powerful. Back to the perspective of Luo Hao and Volley, listening to that Valley's words and his eyes full of fighting intent, Luo Hao at this time, he also showed a shallow smile and said, "I'm not your old enemy, I'm just a man who happens to have Chalongdi's cage." Although the cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor in Luo Hao's hands does have the same power, it is still different from the cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor in the true sense. Of course, Luo Hao is not any old enemy of Volley. And Vali also did not have the qualifications to become Luo Hao's old enemy, and listening to Luo Hao's words, Vali at this time, he just continued to smile indifferently. It doesn't matter to me anyway. Now you have the Qilong Emperor cage in your hand, this is an unchangeable thing. That's right for Vali. Everything else is not important, all he wants to do is to defeat the man who has the cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor in front of him. Speaking of which, the Demon King of Time and Space, who is still rumored in the Underworld, is talking about you. Listening to Vali's words, Luo Hao just shook his head indifferently. Subsequently, he smiled and said to the rubble in front of him, "No, I'm just a benevolent, kind, and supreme Demon King." Obviously, Luo Hao at this time, he said these words jokingly. But listening to Luo Hao's words, Vali, he just clenched his fists slightly and spread the light wings of the White Dragon Emperor behind him. He assumed a fighting stance. Then he said to Luo Hao in front of him, "These adjectives and the name Demon King are antonyms. Let me try your hand for a moment." As a fighting maniac, Vali, although he only appeared this time to say hello to Luo Hao. However, if you don't show your hands a little. At this time, he was indeed a little itchy inside. The same light wing as Lord Luo Hao, and watching Vali unfold his White Dragon Emperor's light wings. The family members who stood behind Luo Hao immediately showed a very surprised expression, but the opponent was already in a fighting stance. Under such circumstances, there is no time for them to surprise each other's artifact. Immediately, at this time the family members standing behind Luo Hao. They also immediately entered a state of alert, ready to start fighting the man in front of them at any time. However, Luo Hao, he just stretched out his right hand, a little signal to let his family members not take it lightly. He looked at the battle maniac Vali in front of him, who was already in a fighting stance, and said, "Since you are so curious, I will let you know. As the most benevolent Demon King, let me be my strength." While speaking, Luo Hao also slowly raised his right hand, and watched Luo Hao's actions. At this time, Vali, he also concentrated all his energy on Luo Hao without any slack. For his own strength, Vali is very confident. Although the man in front of him was passed down by the Underworld to be extremely terrifying. 10. Vali, he still didn't think his power would be inferior to the man in front of him. However, just when Luo Hao raised his right hand, boosted. Gear, Red Dragon Emperor's cage hand, boost, 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 boost. It wasn't even time for Vali to react. Luo Hao, he has already shouted Red Dragon Emperor's cage hand and has also multiplied several times. Immediately, he had already disappeared in front of Luo Hao in a flash. When he entered Vali's field of vision again, he had already come to 2-6 in front of that valley. I saw that at this time, he put his right arm equipped with the cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor against Vali's forehead. Under the blessing of the power of meeting the devil, Luo Hao's own combat power is already very exaggerated, plus several multiplication enhancements. Ordinary people simply have no chance to fight with it. Seeing Luo Hao at this time, he said slowly, "It seems that there is no need for us to fight. You are not my opponent at all." Looking at the man in front of him, Vali couldn't believe what had happened in front of him. "You don't even have the qualifications to capture the trajectory of this man in front of you. Okay, what an exaggerated speed. Even his afterimage can't be caught." Looking at Luo Hao, who was already in front of Vali in the blink of an eye. Zenobia Quarta, who was hiding in the dark to watch the battle, also immediately showed an extremely shocked expression. At this moment, she became more and more curious to pay attention to this man who claimed to be extremely benevolent. Only, compared to the curious and shocked Zenobia Quarta. The Wisteria Arena beside her, she just showed a very fearful expression. "Okay, it's very dangerous, I didn't expect. There are so many terrifying guys among those demons. It seems that our angel camp also needs to strengthen its strength quickly, obviously." At this moment, Wisteria Arena, she is more worried about the issue of faction forces. After all, the three-party forces maintain a very delicate balance between the devil, angel, fallen angel. However, she thought that the current demon forces seemed to be a little too powerful. Listening to Luo Hao's words, he also had his right arm that was already pressing against his forehead. At this time, Wally also felt a very strong pressure and coercion. Daodu's cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. I don't know how long it has been. Vali, he finally experienced this feeling of being on the brink of death for a long time. Very strong, this old enemy with the cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor. The power he possesses is very terrifying. Indeed, the power you just displayed has completely surpassed my imagination. Sure enough, there is absolutely no problem with the Underworld's evaluation of you. It's just that I haven't seen the side of you that manipulates space and time. Obviously, at this time of Vali, he still did not give up the battle. He is eager to start a battle with Luo Hao, and listen to that valley's words. At this time Luo Hao he just tilted his head slightly and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. He responded to Wally. Humph, interesting, your character doesn't make me hate it. For a battle madman like Valley, Luo Hao he is also quite interested, at least in this High School DxD. Valley is one of the few men that Luo Hao can look up to, but listen to Valley's words. The other family members who stood behind Luo Hao and watched the battle, they just showed a relatively speechless expression, and even the corners of their mouths twitched uncontrollably. That guy, he's also a fighting maniac. He actually wanted to let Lord Luo Hao use the power of time and space. I saw Hajime Akino at this time, she said while supporting her forehead. Lord Luo Hao, you shouldn't use that power here. After all, even if it is the power that spills out, will have a very serious impact on the terrain. As for Riaz, she analyzed these issues with a serious face. At the same time, in a dark and mysterious room, there are two men, they are tasting the red wine glasses in their hands. I saw a Sashal, who was the leader of the fallen angel at this time. He said indifferently to the man in front of him. The guy who came out of the underworld recently, I have sent Vali to investigate. By the way, haven't you given up on that idea? Obviously, the reason why Valley came into contact with Luo Hao and others in advance was probably also under the orders of a Sashal. However, it is estimated that he himself is very happy for this task. And the 10-winged fallen angel Kadri who sat on the opposite side of a Sashal Ki Kabul. He also held his chin with one hand and shook the red wine glass in his hand with the other. He said very indifferently, Humph, it seems. Countless years have worn away all your fighting spirit. It turned out to be trying to get me to abandon that plan. The human who has recently emerged from the underworld, he is a very good opportunity. Let me mobilize the three forces to cause a war. Listening to the words of this fellow Cockabill, a Sashal at this time, he just sighed. There was nothing he could do. This guy in front of his superiors can directly say all his conspiracies and tricks. It's just that now he hasn't really acted, just a mouthful of guns. It's not good for you to do it directly with him. Humph, however, the Demon King who claims to be time and space, his power is very terrifying, although I didn't see the broadcast of the ranking game in the Underworld that day. However, there is only one evaluation of the man in the Underworld, and that is the word horror. If you act rashly, if the Lord Demon King is unhappy, it will be bad. Obviously, it can be heard from a Sashal's words. He is very in awe of the Demon King of time and space, and listening to a Sashal's words at this time of Cockabill, he was already sneering and he didn't care at all about what he said just now. Humph. How strong can a small human lead a group of demons? On the contrary, his influence in the underworld now allows me to implement the plan better. Cockabill is at the other extreme. Although he admits the power of Luo Hao, 297 Cabal still thinks that a human being, no matter how powerful, is only at that level. And back to the battlefield between Luo Hao and Vali. I saw Luo Hao at this time, and he slowly retracted his right arm that was on Vali's forehead. And Vali, he didn't say a word. He immediately seized the opportunity to distance himself from Luo Hao. However, the distance does not mean that he has to run away. Before seeing the extremely benevolent Demon King using the power of time and space, he shouldn't be in this place easily, and looking at that Vali is still full of war eyes and his speech just now. At this time, Luo Hao also slowly took back the cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor in his right hand. Then, a space-time drive appeared on his waist, and on his right hand was the dial of King Chonghuang Shuang. Since you want to see that power so much, it will be a little eye-opening for you. With Luo Hao's voice just fell. Vali, he suddenly felt a very inexplicable sense of fear and powerlessness. The other party is just coercion. Has he already achieved this point? Belt Lord Luo Hao, do you want to use that power? I saw Riaz at this time after she saw that Luo Hao took out the space-time drive. Immediately, her brows were also slightly wrinkled unconsciously. After seeing the power of the King of the Devil's time that was exaggerated to the extreme, Riaz, she couldn't help worrying. If Lord Luo Hao used that power and gesture here, I'm afraid just the aftermath that spilled out was enough to make this King Town disappear directly from the map. However, just when Riaz's voice fell, at this time Hajime Akino, she said, no, although it is exactly the same as the previous belt. But this time Lord Luo Hao, his belt is white. Families who don't know anything about knights, at this time they could only judge the power Luo Hao used based on these simplest appearances. Hearing Hajime Akino's words, Riaz, she also calmed down a little. She nodded and said, indeed, this belt is slightly different from the one used by Luo Hao before. And just when Riaz's voice fell, Saber, she also held the holy sword in her hand and slowly walked back to everyone's side. Subsequently, she said with a serious expression, I'm afraid this is a brand new artifact of the master. However, the silver-haired man did have some strength, and the total amount of magic power in his body was far beyond that of the undead guy before. Obviously. Regarding Volley's words, Saber at this time, she also has a certain degree of evaluation. Looking at Luo Hao, who had already withdrawn the cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor. At this time of Valley, he just showed a somewhat puzzled expression. After all, he had never seen Luo Hao who turned into a knight. Of course, when he saw Luo Hao took back the artifact, he was also quite suspicious. What do you mean by that? Unable to bear at this time, Volley, he asked Luo Hao in front of him. Listen to Wally's words. At this time, Luo Hao, he just clenched the dial of King Chonghuangshi Wang harder. It's what you said just now. You want to know what the real demon king of time and space is. This king appreciates you, so I give you this opportunity. As Luo Hao's voice just fell, he also slowly picked up the dial of King Chonghuang Shuang in his hand. That guy, what the hell is he trying to do? Wisteria Irina, who was hiding in the dark to watch the battle, looked at Luo Hao's actions and uttered doubtful words. Same as Wally. She was also very puzzled about Luo Hao's withdrawal of her Red Dragon Emperor's cage. After all, Luo Hao just now has the absolute upper hand. However, when he had the absolute upper hand, he withdrew his divine weapon. Such a move would inevitably lead to confusion. And listen to the words of their companions. At this time, Zenobia Quarta said with a slightly excited expression. Haha tilde tilde, it seems that guy, he must have a more powerful artifact ready to use. Obviously, at this time of Zenobia Quarta, she and Wisteria Irina's point of view is completely different. She thought that the reason why Luo Hao would take back the Red Dragon Emperor's cage hand. It must also be because he has a more powerful divine weapon. This is too outrageous. He has already used 2 divine weapons just now. But listening to Zenobia Quarta's words, Wisteria Irina at this time just shook her head to deny her companion's point of view. What she saw just now, Luo Hao has already displayed 2 artifacts with terrifying power at the same time. If he also possesses a third and more powerful divine weapon, it would be beyond common sense, it would be outrageous. However, the facts are always surprising. In Luo Hao's hands, he has almost countless powerful artifacts that people in this devil High School DxD world cannot understand. Seeing Luo Hao at this time, he immediately pressed the dial switch of King Chonghuang Shuang in his hand. Grand 210, Henshin, 1 command, suddenly building no. He vigorously rotated the space-time drive on his waist. Trider time, Kamen Rider Zio, Grand time Sara Ajitu, Dragon Knight Phase Blade Hibiki Kabuto Deno Kiva Decade W, Exade Build Celebrate Kamen Rider Grand Zio, with the end of that long and majestic sound. 19 golden gates shining with dazzling golden light appeared beside Luo Hao. Then, the 19 golden gates flew up immediately. Finally, it fit on Luo Hao's body and became a relief sculpture on his body. Incomparably dazzling golden armor and 20 floats representing 20 different Heisei knights. The armor of the current Kamen Rider Shuang is full of sacred majesty and powerful aura. Looking at the Chonghuang Shuang who has completed his transformation in front of him, Volley, he also immediately showed a shocked expression. Is this your forbidden hand form? He didn't have any understanding of the knight, so he could only take Luo Hao's transformation as a forbidden hand by default. It's just that there are times when Wally is a little surprised. Good. The man in front of him wearing golden majestic sacred armor. Just the aura and coercion he exudes has already made it difficult for him to move, as if even breathing has become a little difficult. Even at this time, Volley, he also noticed that his right hand was trembling unconsciously at this time. My right hand is actually shaking. Volley couldn't believe what had happened to him, and after completing the transformation, King Chonghuang Shuang, he also moved towards Volley in front of him and made a slight gesture to let him launch an attack. He said in that hoarse voice. Come on, this is what you want to see. The power to manipulate time and space, listening to the words of King Chonghuangshi in front of him. At this time, Volley, he also unconsciously took a step back. This was not the retreat he actively chose because of the opponent's strength. Rather, as a biological instinct for the Chonghuang Shuang in front of him, Volley is instinctively retreating. That's right, the coercion and oppression brought by the opposite and the opponent that Volley had encountered before. Not the same level at all. That guy, he took the initiative to step back. And looking at the Volley who took the initiative to retreat, at this time Himejima Aquino, she also said with a serious expression. And listening to Himejima Aquino's words, Riaz at this time also nodded and said, well, after all, the aura and coercion of Lord Luo Hao, even my brother, I'm afraid it will be affected more or less. However, it is fortunate that Lord Luo Hao is not using the dark golden armor today. Obviously. At this time she was still thankful that Luo Hao did not use the power of King of the Devil. Otherwise, this King of Scissors will probably have to redraw the map from the moment Lord Luo Hao completes his transformation. In Saber, she looked at the new attitude of her master. She was also quite interested. After all, she had never seen the master use this gesture, and for the power of 300 in this gesture, Saber is also quite curious. But she looked at the valley in the distance and Saber spoke slowly. However, that guy, he also has the same light wings as Lord Luo Hao. I'm afraid he can also use that stance. As a person who has really experienced war, Saber's judgment is always so accurate. After completing the transformation, King Changhuang Shuang looked at the volley who unconsciously stepped back in front of him. He also said in a hoarse and low voice, "What's up? Didn't you say you wanted to see this gesture of mine? Why are you taking the initiative to step back now?" Luo Hao's tone was full of drama. No one knew whether he was stimulating this valley in front of him or mocking his arrogance, and listening to the slightly sarcastic words of King Changhuangxi. It was Wally who was in shock and inexplicable fear. It was at this time that he finally reacted. Seeing him at this time, he took a deep breath. Then he focused all his attention on the King Changhuang Shuang in front of him. Indeed, the aura you just exudes already has an incomparably terrifying aura. In terms of strength, I have already lost to you. However, the opportunity is rare and I still want to have a good fight with you. After seeing the power displayed by King Changhuangxi, Vali was also quite shocked. Even he is already very clearly aware of the gap between himself and Changhuang Shuang. However, as a battle-mad Valley, but he wouldn't let go of this opportunity to fight the Demon King so easily. That guy, what is he thinking about? And that golden guy, his aura is too terrifying. Wisteria Irina, who was hiding in the dark to watch the battle, had a great impact on her 3 views today. In this city, every guy is as powerful as a devil. No, these guys, they are demons, and listening to the words of her companion Zenobia Quarta at this time, she just yelled at her. "Irina, be quiet, don't disturb me watching the battle," obviously. At this time, Zenobia Quarta had a very strong interest in the power possessed by King Changhuangxi. She is very much looking forward to what kind of powerful power this Demon King has. I saw Valley at this time. He looked down at his slightly clenched fist after confirming that he still had the strength to fight. It was he who raised his head again, and set his eyes on the King Changhuang Shuang in front of him. Subsequently, Valley said slowly, "If that's the case, let me use my powers too. Divine Dividing Scale Mail, White Dragon Emperor's Armor." A sound effect plays. Valley's body immediately shone with an extremely dazzling blue light and his magic power was rapidly rising. The incomparably powerful aura immediately spread out, sweeping almost everything around. When the light begins to slowly fade away, a brand new Valley, a man in blue and white armor, he also reappeared in front of everyone. But maybe it's because Luo Hao's family members have seen Luo Hao use this gesture before. So when they saw that Valley used the White Dragon Emperor's armor once again, nor were they shocked by his posture and strength. That guy, even knowing that he has no chance of winning, still insists on it, but he is really a fighting maniac. Haimjima Aquino, she put her chin in one hand and said with a shallow smile. As for Ria's words, she still said with a serious face. Lord Luo Hao, he seems to appreciate that guy. However, that guy is indeed very scary. It's just that his opponent is Luo Hao, which is why he seems so weak. As for Ria's, she more rationally judged the real strength of that volley, and the line of sight shifted back to the battlefield between King Changhuang Shuang and Wali. He looked at Vali, who had already completed the White Dragon Emperor's armor. At this time, the Changhuang Shuang, he also slowly raised his right hand. He said in his hoarse voice, "Then, let's start the fight. This is a battle between the real Demon Lord and the descendants of the old Demon Lord." Obviously, Luo Hao, who has a certain understanding of the original work, is naturally very aware of Vali's true identity. And listening to the words of King Changhuang Shuang, Vali was a little surprised. He didn't expect this guy in front of him. He actually knew his true identity, which was a secret that not many people knew. Seeing Wali at this time, he nodded in response to King Changhuang Shuang. Indeed, this is a battle between the real Demon Lord and the descendants of the old Demon Lord. It should be called the final battle, maybe it would be better. In the original book, Wali, he does have the setting of the second disease, with the words of mutual benefit just fell. Immediately, he was already in a fighting stance. The fist was clenched, even rattling at this time. However, he did not immediately launch an attack at this time. After all, this is a very powerful enemy that even Vali has to admit. Naturally, he had to adopt a more cautious fighting technique. Only at this time, those who belonged to Luo Hao were standing behind Luo Hao. They looked at Wally, who was in a fighting stance, but they didn't take it seriously. After all, in their eyes, Vali is powerful. But with an existence beyond common sense like Lord Luo Hao, there is no comparison value at all. However, at this time, Riaz was thinking about another question with her head down, because in the conversation between Luo Hao and Vali just now, Riaz, she got a very important news. That is, that Vali was called the descendant of the old devil by Lord Luo Hao. For this title, Riaz at this time was quite concerned about it. She stretched out her slender right hand to hold her chin, and she showed a thoughtful expression. Descendants of the old ruined king. No, could it be that the original demon king Lucifer? That Lisbon Livian Lucifer. Immediately, even Riaz, she was extremely surprised with a very rare expression. She hadn't thought of it at all. The silver-haired man in front of him is the descendant of the original demon king Lucifer. This is really amazing. However, if this is the case, it can also explain why that guy has such a terrifying magical power. And listening to Ria's surprised words, the other relatives at this time, they also immediately turned back. What is this? What happened, Minister Riaz? I saw Asia at this time. She was a little concerned and asked worriedly. As for the words of Aquino Heimjima, Kitten Tasheng and the others, they were also waiting for Ria's answer with complicated expressions. And listening to Asia's question, Riaz at this time also quickly adjusted her emotions and said, "That silver-haired guy, he may be the descendant of the primordial demon king Lucifer. If you only talk about blood, that guy is very terrifying. However, it is still not the opponent of Lord Luo Hao." Although Riaz was extremely surprised by the identity of the other party. 10. If you calm down and think about it carefully, Lord Luo Hao, the power he possesses is probably definitely under that primordial demon king Lucifer. Do not. It should be said that it is anyone who is above this world. And listening to Ria's explanation, everyone at this time. At the same time, they also showed a very surprised, and then the original expression. After all, following behind Lord Luo Hao, they had a chance to see all the wind and waves. Luo Hao's powerful power can always impact their three views. Of course, only this level of truth. It wasn't enough to make them look surprised. I saw at this time Luo Hao's family members. They also continued to turn their attention back to the battlefield, looking at Vali, who stayed where he was and didn't take the initiative to attack. At this time, Changhuang Shuang, he also said slowly, "When you say showing your hands a little bit, you don't mean just staying where you are and watching the situation." Obviously, the meaning in Changhuang Shuang's words naturally refers to letting that Wali take the initiative to attack. After all, as the Demon King, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack easily, and listen to the words of Changhuang Shuang. Vali, his right foot firmly gripped the ground, subsequently boom. He made a loud noise, and he had already stepped forward, turning into a blue-white streamer, rushing towards the king of Changhuangshi in front of him. His speed is so fast that it cannot even be described by human time units. In the blink of an eye, Vali was already in front of King Changhuangshi. Divide, having sound effects activated, Wali attempts to strengthen himself by taking the power of King Changhuangshi before attacking. In this case, at least the unfathomable gap between the two can be bridged. 10. Something that Vali could not have imagined happened. His own abilities were actually unable to take effect on the man in front of him. 10. Ask for flowers. Originally, it was Vali who was already in an attacking stance after he lost his ability. Immediately. He had already jumped back with both feet forcefully and once again distanced himself from King Changhuang Shuang. He gave up the opportunity to attack just now, because his instinct was telling him to keep a distance from the King of Demons in front of him. That guy, he took the initiative to step back. This is how the same thing, looking at Vali, who took the initiative to retreat and gave up the opportunity to attack. Wisteria Elias, who was hiding in the dark to watch the battle, also showed a very puzzled expression. She didn't understand why Wali let go of such a precious opportunity. But listening to her companion's words at this time, Zenobia Quarta just said it indifferently. "I'm afraid that guy's fighting instinct is telling him that one just now is not a good opportunity to launch an attack." At this moment, the two of them did not discover the essence of this battle. After successfully pulling the distance, Vali still remained in a state of shock. "My ability, there is no way to be effective. Ineffective for one's own abilities." It was the first time he had encountered such a situation in Valley at this time. And if there is no way to unleash his abilities on the king of Changhuangshi in front of him, the disparity of the gap, I am afraid it is difficult to let oneself successfully spread out, and looked at the Vali who took the initiative to retreat. At this time, the Changhuang Shuang, he also continued to slowly raise his right hand. He said to Wali in front of him with some playfulness, "By the way, you still have a form called belong that you haven't used, right?" With the words of King Chonghuang Xiueng just fell. At this time of valley, he was once again surprised. He didn't expect this man in front of him at all. He would have such a clear understanding of his own power. Really. He also has a form called belong that he has not used. And looking at Vali's reaction at this time, Chonghuang Xiueng, he also continued. Some kings chose domineering and some kings chose the kingly way. Different paths will bring different results, and what I choose is domineering. Listen to the words of King Chonghuangxi. At this time, Wali was also a little surprised. He seemed to feel something in the words of King Chonghuangxi. Domineering and kingly. Obviously, these two terms stimulated some important issues for Vali. And the relatives of Luo Hao who stood behind Chonghuang Xiueng. After listening to the words of King Chonghuangxi, they also showed a slightly thoughtful expression at the same time. Domineering and kingly. I saw Haimjima Aquino at this time, and she also repeated the words of King Chonghuang Xiueng. Indeed, for the word king, there are only two roads, that is, the way of kingship and the way of domineering. There is no right or wrong choice between the two, just two different paths. However, different choices will lead to different results. Is Lord Luo Hao the devil who chooses to be domineering? Indeed, it fits his character very well. And at this time, Riaz, she also nodded in agreement. Although there are only two roads, however, I believe that most kings will still choose the kingly way. And the king who chooses to be domineering is still a minority after all. And Lord Luo Hao, he is one of the few demon kings who chose to be overbearing. Understand Luo Hao, who is the ultimate domineering. What he possesses is the power of the king of the devil, and if you choose the kingdom. He is afraid that what he will get by signing in will be the power of the king of time and the demon form. Theatrical version, although the difference in power between the two is not that great, but Luo Hao's character is more inclined to domineering. However, when Saber on the other side heard the two questions of kingdom and overbearing, her expression changed slightly. As a king who once ruled a kingdom for this question, Saber, she also has her own ideas, and recalling his sad ending and the words of King Chonghuangxi just now. Inevitably, Saber's heart also began to become complicated at this time, and back to the perspective of King Chonghuang Xiueng and Wali. Looks like you haven't reached the stage of choosing two paths, Vali. If this is the case, I am afraid you are not qualified to fight against me. Although for the role of Vali, the king of Chonghuangxi quite appreciates it, but at this stage, he has not yet grasped the extreme of domineering. I haven't learned the two modes of silver extreme dragon and demonization. For King Chonghuang Xiueng, Wali in the first stage is really not fun to fight, and listen to the words of Chonghuang Xiueng. At this time, Wali also nodded in response to King Chonghuang Xiueng. Indeed, I am not qualified to be your opponent, senior, but to thank you for your point, I'll show my respect too. At this moment, Vali, he admitted that he is not the opponent of Chonghuang Xiueng at all. Moreover, his title to King Chonghuang Xiueng has also become senior at this time. In his heart, Luo Hao is probably no longer the enemy. Humph, interesting, the form of the Tyrannosaurus, it's still a little bit worse, but let's play with you a little more. The words of Chonghuang Xiueng are very obvious. It was a gesture to let Vali use all his power, and when the voice of King Chonghuang Xiueng just fell, suddenly, Vali, he has already unfolded the pair of gigantic white dragon sovereign wings of light behind him. Then he chanted with a special voice, I wake up to. The two heavenly dragons who were robbed of everything by the rule of tyranny, unlimited jealousy in the body, dream in the heart, I be the domineering white dragon, I invite you to enter the limitless together. The words accompanied by the incantation of mutual benefit just fell. Immediately. Once again, an incomparably dazzling white light shone from Vali's body, and the terrifying magic power was condensed with an incomprehensible density. The rapid spread of the aura centered on Vali erupted. The surrounding trees were even bitten by the strong pressure, and the ground was cracked by a huge pothole rock. That guy, what a powerful magic and aura. I saw Haimjima Aquino and others at this time. They immediately raised their hands to block in front of them. Under that strong pressure, they had to resist this strong pressure like this. As for Ria's words, she also showed such an expression as she expected. Is this the true power of the God Destruction tool, the terrifying power that erupted from Vali? At this time, Riaz was not surprised at all. After all, that guy, he is the descendant of the original demon king Lucifer, and he also has a man who belongs to the God-killing tool that is enough to kill the gods. When the light on Vali began to slowly fade away, he appeared in front of everyone with a brand new attitude, no longer the stance in armor. Instead, it appeared in front of everyone with a huge dragon-shaped posture that was completely integrated with the white dragon emperor's armor. Wow, tilde. After completing the belong mode, Volley, he immediately uttered a dragon roar that resounded through the sky, and looking at the one in front of him is Volley, who has completed the belong mode. At this time, Changhuang Xiwang, he finally got a little bit of interest. Humph. That's how you can barely count as a qualified opponent. It can also be heard from the words of Changhuang Xiwang. At this moment, he finally had that little desire to fight. At this moment, it was Volley who had turned into a blue-white dragon. He is already slowly posing a fighting stance. This form, although more powerful than the previous two, 6, however, there is no way to maintain it for a long time, so at this time of Valley, he must show his strength at the fastest speed. At the same time, in the room of the fallen angel Azazel, drink the red wine in the red wine glass in your hand and drink the cabbage. He also immediately stood up from the sofa. Humph, that's the end of today's conversation, Azazel. It's time for me to meet that tiny self-proclaimed demon lord for a while. I hope that kid won't let me down too weakly, hahaha. As soon as Cockabill's voice fell, he had already opened his 10 jet black wings that symbolize strength and identity. Looking at the one who was running towards him, it was Volley who had entered the belong mode. At this time, the Changhuang Xiwang, he also slowly raised his right hand. Since you are already incarnated as a dragon, I will also send a dragon to fight you. With the words of King Changhuang Xiwang just fell. Wee-ha, a voice. Immediately behind him, 3 golden gates appeared, and above the 3 golden gates, there are also 3 sets of numbers written differently. The 3 groups 2002, 2012, and 2017 represent the years in which different Kamen riders appeared. And these 3 time points obviously all have the element of dragon. Looking at the 3 golden gates with different numbers that appeared beside Changhuang Xiwang. Luo Hao's family members who were standing behind to watch the battle, they also showed a surprise immediately. What kind of power do those 3 golden gates have? Is this the power of Lord Luo Hao's posture? Akino Haimjima said in surprise. She originally thought that this posture of Lord Luo Hao should be a melee fighter. However, now it seems that, perhaps not so, and at this time she guessed. Perhaps there is something special hidden behind the door. At this moment she thought that there should be something hidden inside the gates summoned by Lord Luo Hao. Perhaps. Behind the door are 3 incomparably powerful summons. Obviously, Ria's guess is very close to the real answer. However, just after everyone was still guessing what the 3 golden gates summoned by the Emperor were, only Saber, she showed a slightly complicated expression at this time. Golden Gate, the ability to teleport, it's a really bad memory. Obviously, when gold and the ability to teleport these elements together, it made Saber unconsciously think of a certain very proud and arrogant golden guy, and back to the battlefield between King Changhuang Xiwang and Wally. Only at this time. From the 3 golden gates behind Changhuang Xiwang, 3 strange figures finally appeared. They are a warrior with a red body, elements of an oriental dragon and an iron-faced armor, Kamen Rider Ryuki. The body mixed with blue and black and white, the armor full of pressure, and the skirt that symbolizes strength and power, Kamen Rider Galaxy Dragon. The whole body is sparkling like a diamond, and the head is shaped like a diamond magician's ring. The huge magic power is constantly overflowing from him, Kamen Rider Wizard Infinite style. The 3 Kamen Riders summoned by King Changhuang Xiwang have dragon elements on their bodies. King Changhuang Xiwang has never been a mage for melee combat. 3 warriors in armor. And looked at the 3 Kamen Riders who came out of the Golden Gate. At this time, Luo Hao's family members all showed a slightly surprised expression at the same time, although they had already anticipated that this might be the result. But when I saw it, I still couldn't help being a little surprised. After all, the armored warriors summoned by Lord Luo Hao exude a powerful aura and the element of dragon. That guy, he actually has a divine weapon that can summon warriors. How many artifacts he has never seen before. Watching that Luo Hao kept using special abilities, Wisteria Irina, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but let out a spit sound. It's really, people are more mad than people. Why does that guy, he alone can have so many artifacts with great power? And it was also Zenobia Quarta who was watching the battle. However, she was not as frantic as her companion Wisteria Irina. Instead, at this time she became more and more interested in the man Luo Hao. This man is really charming. The term strong can't be used too much for him. As the demon king Changhuang Xiwang, he would not easily take action under any circumstances. And facing the one in front of him who was already a dragon, the king of Changhuang at this time. He also thought that if he sent 3 Kamen riders with dragon elements, it would have a better fighting effect. Come on, let's see which side of the dragon is the stronger one. I saw Changhuang Xiwang at this time, he immediately ordered an attack. Choin kick strike the best, dragon, fire, storm, cross Z-side, double side, redigo, muscle galaxy finish. I saw that at this time, the three Cayman riders were preparing to release their nirvana at the same time. When the sound effect ended, the three Cayman riders immediately took off into the midair 300 at the same time. A powerful energy body immediately appeared on them. Wow tilde tilde tilde. And looked at the three Cayman riders who had already soared into the air. At this time, Vali, he also immediately let out a dragon roar that resounded through the sky. Immediately, he also burst out with powerful magic power and blue light covered his body. The pair of huge blue light wings behind it spread out. Boom! A loud noise, he immediately jumped into the sky. They flew in the direction of the three Cayman riders who were already posing with a night kick in the air. Suddenly, the three Cayman riders collided violently with Vali in the belong form. A powerful roar immediately resounded throughout the entire suburban city. The incomparably powerful shock wave spread rapidly, causing the town of Kuoh to shake violently because of it. It was as terrifying as an earthquake struck. The intense and shining light also immediately shone in the air. All four of them were wrapped in it. No one can know what happened in the heart of that explosion. Look at the incomparably dazzling strong white light in the sky. At this time, all of them had to raise their hands to block in front of them, and their eyes were slightly closed. Only in this way can the damage of the strong light to the eyes be reduced. Okay, what a powerful force. At this time, Himejima Aquino, she was also surprised by the roar and explosion caused by the collision between the three Cayman riders and Vali. The same is true for the other relatives. That guy is indeed the descendant of the primordial demon king Lucifer. The power he possesses is indeed very powerful. As for Ria's, she still sighed at Vali's strength. It turned out to be able to fight to this level with Lord Luo Hao, if it was the previous Leza Phoenix. 1. Before it even started, the battle was already over. Wisteria Irina and Zenobia Quarta, who were hiding in the dark to watch the battle. They were also in the shock of the explosion caused by the battle between King Changhuang and Wali. Too exaggerated. Is there really anyone other than gods capable of such destructive power? I saw Wisteria Irina at this time. She covered her eyes and complained loudly. This man, so strong, I'm more and more interested in him. And at this time, Zenobia Quarta didn't care about other things at all. For her, at this moment, she just wanted to approach the Changhuangshi king and talk to him. She didn't know how to describe the emotions in her heart at this moment. She just simply wanted to get in touch with Luo Hao, and the perspective returns to King Changhuang Shiwang. Look at the extremely violent core of the explosion in the air. At this time he also sighed. It seems that the top combat power in this world is quite good. This guy Vali does have that little bit of strength. Obviously, at this time Changhuang Shiwang he was indeed praising Vali's strength. With the words of King Changhuang Shiwang just fell. Immediately, the incomparably dazzling white light in the air also began to slowly recede, and the powerful shock wave also slowly dissipated. Everyone on the ground, they are finally able to see clearly. Inside the core of the explosion, what exactly happened? I saw at this time the three Cayman riders who originally used their nirvana in the air. They had disappeared into the sky long ago. As for Vali, he has withdrawn from the belong form, and his body is also full of scars and a very embarrassed posture. According to the current situation, it should be that Vali and the three Cayman riders just now had a draw, fluttering the light wings of the white dragon emperor behind him. Vali at this time, he slowly landed back to the ground. I saw him at this time because of the extremely fierce battle just now. Even breathing began to become chaotic. He knelt on one knee on the ground, looking a little embarrassed. Looks like I lost this battle. Seeing Wali at this time, he looked up at the Changhuang Shiwang in front of him and said indifferently, and just when Vali's voice fell, in the sky a hoarse and somewhat terrifying voice suddenly came. Yeah, Vali, it's a shame for you to lose to a mere human being. I saw Cockabill at this time. He spread his 10 huge black fallen angel wings and appeared in the sky. He held his chin with one hand and appeared in front of everyone with an extremely arrogant attitude. Because of his appearance, the sky suddenly became dark and red, and the incomparable horror penetrated people just like the appearance of this guy. Kakler, it's you. Look at the 10-winged fallen angel Cockabill in the sky. At this time, Wali also clenched his teeth, showing a slightly hideous expression. As for the character of this guy, Vali, he is naturally quite disgusted. Moreover, as if it were usually his own, he would not put this guy in his eyes at all. Only. The battle with King Changhuang she had just ended, and at this time Vali, who was so embarrassed. I'm afraid I don't have the ability to fight that Cockabe. As for Ria's, she also looked at the 10-winged fallen angel in the sky with a complicated expression. 10 black wings are the cadres of fallen angels. But why is this guy here and what is she trying to do? For the cadre of the fallen angel who suddenly appeared. At this time, she was also very clearly aware of a trace of ominous aura. And look at that embarrassed Wally. At this time of Cockabill, he also continued to turn his attention to King Chonghuang Shi Wang on the ground. Haha tilde tilde a human child who claims to be the Demon King. I really thank you for helping me defeat this tough guy like Volley. Now I can finally start my plan without any hesitation. Take the holy sword, disturb the king town, and kill you. The battle between the three forces is stirring. I saw Cabal at this time and he laughed out loud. At this time he was also quite excited about the plan that he was about to succeed, and listened to the words of that Cockabe. On the ground, except for Chonghuang Shiwang unexpectedly other people. They all immediately showed an extremely surprised, even troublesome expression. Unexpectedly, that guy actually prepared so many plans to stir up the three-way war. At present, the three parties have maintained a peaceful state for countless years. If this guy really succeeds, the situation will probably become an incomparable crisis. Cabal, I won't let you get your wish so easily. I saw Valley at this time. He was dragging his already scarred body, slowly stood up from the ground. Although good things other than fighting, Valley doesn't care. However, even so, he also couldn't have made that Cockabe plan a success, and just as Volley's voice fell. At this time, Chonghuang Shiwang, he suddenly said, Saber, use your new holy sword, release the seal and unlock your real name. Obviously, at this time the Chonghuang Shiwang, he also quite disliked the skin of the fallen angel in front of him, and listened to the master's orders. Immediately, at this time, Saber also stood up holding the sword of Oath of Victory in her hand. She put on a fighting stance, about to release the terrifying power of the holy sword. And Chonghuang Shiwang, he also said indifferently at this time, this hit will run through the stars. Responding to his master's command, at this time Saber, she also stood up immediately. She tightly held the brand new sword of victory promise bestowed on her by the master. Bang, a voice, she held her head high. Just like Luo Hao orders. At this time she was about to release the real name of the holy sword that contained incomparable, terrifying, and destructive power in her hands. Miss Saber, is she finally going to unleash the power of that holy sword? Look at Saber's gesture. At this time, Himejima Aquino, she couldn't help showing a rather curious and expectant expression. For the fallen angel's plan at this time, Himejima Aquino, she didn't care much. After all, there is Lord Luo Hao. How could that guy's plan succeed? And then that. At this time, Himejima Aquino, she was even more looking forward to this new holy sword in Saber's hands if it was released. What terrifying destructive power it contains. And in the same way, after seeing Saber's gesture. At this time, she also frowned slightly. 300 for the destructive power of Saber's holy sword. She is also very impressed. At the same time, she was also worried if such a terrifyingly destructive skill could be released so easily in this city. What a powerful sensation it will cause. However, the Cockabe floating in the sky, when he saw the Saber holding the holy sword, immediately, Cabal, he also immediately showed a very disdainful expression. Humph, with that mere holy sword, do you want to beat me too? You guys are really over your head. While talking at this time, the Cockabill, he also continued to show an extremely ferocious, extremely strange smile. Then he continued to speak. Before, I used the holy sword to keep attracting that guy from Michael. However, he only sent some incompetent church personnel and holy swordsmen. I'm getting tired of killing. In the end, are you still trying to defeat me with the power of the holy sword? Hahaha tilde 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 accompanied by the voice of Cockabe Abdi, he continued to laugh loudly at this time. At this moment, he thinks that he is strategizing as if he has everything in his hands with ease, and with the voice of Cockabill just fell. Ria's and other Luo Hao's family members frowned immediately. For the sacrifices of those church personnel, they did not feel much. 10. If we continue to let that guy's plan succeed, I'm afraid he will really cause a big melee between the three forces. At that time, I am afraid that the world will become lifeless. And listening to the words of that Cockabill, the scarred Volley was extremely embarrassed. He couldn't help but speak. Sure enough, you have already started to act secretly. That guy Azazel is still too naive. For Asashal's acting style at this time, Volley, he also quite disagreed. However, listening to the extremely arrogant words of that Cockabe, at this time Chonghuang Shiwang and Saber, they were masters and subordinates to the words of the two, but they were still so calm. It was as if he had never heard the words of that Kabalik. Both of them are extremely confident in their own strength. So, the arrogant words of Cockabe did not attract their emotional attention. Only after hearing the words of Cockabill, the most unbearable was Wisteria Irina, who was hiding in the dark to watch the battle. Damn it. It turns out that the recent Holy Sword incident was all caused by him alone. After learning the truth, at this time Wisteria Irina, she couldn't bear it any longer and ran out of the woods in the dark, and look at his impulsive companion. Damn it. This guy is still so impulsive. At this time Zenoia Quarta also gritted her silver teeth, then a general attitude of giving up. Following in the footsteps of Wisteria Irina, she ran out. Damn it. It turns out that the reason for the recent decrease in our church staff is all because of you guy. I saw Wisteria Irina who rushed out at this time. She was holding the mimetic holy sword in her hand and made a fighting stance towards the 10-winged fallen angel cabal in the air. As for Zenobia Quarta, she also looked at the Kakabe in the sky with a very serious, even a little angry look. As for Luo Hao's relatives, when they saw the two girls suddenly ran out of the woods, they also showed a slightly surprised expression. Did not think of, in addition to Volley, there are people hiding in this wood, and listen to what they just said. Are they the holy sword envoys sent by the church? He looked down at the two little girls holding holy swords on the ground. At this time of Kakabe, he just said again with a rather impatient expression. Cough, did the church send you rubbish here again? It's so boring, you should go back and ask your Michael to come over to me. For the two holy swordsmen above the ground, Kakabil at this time, he felt quite impatient. Listen to the arrogant words of that Kakabe. The expressions of Wisteria Irina and Zenoia Quarta at this time. It was also at this time that it became embarrassing at the same time. Only, just when they were about to speak angrily at the Kakabil in front of them, Chonghuang Shiweng he suddenly said, OJLX3 Saber. With the words of King Chonghuang Shiweng just fell. Yes, master. Responding to the words of King Chonghuang Shi at this time Saber, she finally began to liberate the holy sword in her hand. Free the 13 constraints seal. 13 The round table begins. Decision, start. As the seal of the holy sword began to be gradually released, the powerful magic that is as vast as the starry sky is immediately released at this time. And Chonghuang Shiweng, he also said slowly at this time. I said that this blow will penetrate the galaxy and bring down the gods. The magic and aura of Boom, at this time it was centered on Saber and spread rapidly. Compared to Volley's powerful power, it will cause a very serious explosion of magic power to the surrounding environment. The release of Saber's magic power seemed more gentle, but the Emperor of the magic power made people feel even more terrifying. And looking at the terrifying magic power emanating from the holy sword that Saber held high in his hand, those who belonged to Luo Hao's family members immediately showed a surprised expression at the same time. Is this the power of the new holy sword that Saber has acquired? It's infinitely more terrifying than the previous one. Himejima Aquino, she lightly covered her mouth, which was slightly open in surprise, with one hand. It's another artifact that hasn't been recorded, but it has supernatural powers. Sure enough, Lord Luo Hao can always come up with such terrifying things. As for Ria's words, she couldn't help sighing at this time. She was not at all worried that the 10-winged fallen angels' plan to mobilize the three-way war would succeed. After all, if Lord Luo Hao is here, no one can be arrogant in front of him. At this time, she was even more worried. If Saber unleashes that terrifying holy sword right here, I'm afraid Dog King Town will be scratched off on the map. Is this the power that Senior's family members possess? And that Valley, who was seriously injured, knelt on one knee on the ground when he saw the aura and oppressive force emanating from Saber. Immediately, he was also very surprised. Originally, he just thought that Senior Luo Hao was much stronger than himself, however, did not expect even one of his family members may have powers beyond his own, and the originally very arrogant Kakibel floating in the air, after he felt the magic power that erupted from Saber. Immediately, his original expression of incomparably arrogant and calm also became ferocious and panic. No, it won't be like that. Why does this guy have such power? Why does this holy sword, which I have never seen before, exude such aura and coercion? Kakabe, who was originally extremely confident, also began to panic. After all, now, his opponent has a terrifying power that is countless times beyond his imagination. And on the ground, Wisteria Irina and Zenobia Quarta. They originally wanted to scold that cockable, but after feeling the terrifying power and aura emanating from Saber, their expressions also became a little stunned. Wisteria Irina, she turned her head to look at the saber behind her and the holy sword, exuding a terrifying aura in her hand. Why is this holy sword not in our records at all, but it possesses such terrifying power? Incomprehensible. At this time, Wisteria Irina, she has no way of understanding this holy sword, which she has never seen before and has not been recorded by the angel camp. This holy sword turned out to have a formidable power far beyond what she thought. Is this the powerful power of the mysterious holy sword? Looking at Saber's posture, I felt the terrifying power she contained. At this time, Zenobia Quarta also showed an extremely shocking performance. As a natural sacred sword, she also naturally knows what this sacred sword means. What kind of exaggerated power is there? Okay, Saber, it's enough to break some of the seals first. And at this time, King Chonghuang Xiwang, he also continued to issue orders to Saber, and listen to your master's orders. Saber, at this time, she also tried a nod. Then immediately, boom, a loud noise. The sword of Oath of Victory in Saber's hand has already begun to shine with incomparably dazzling light. Excalibur, accompanied by Saber's roar, haven't waited for everyone to react. Saber, she had already swung the sword of promised victory in her hand towards Cockabill in the air. The golden energy flowed and turned into a golden beam of energy, as if it flew towards the Cockabay in the air with endless destructive power. The strong recoil force even caused a pothole to be shaken out of the hard ground under Saber's feet. The surrounding things are also swept away by the powerful momentum and wind pressure, and they are no longer the same as before. Rumble, loud noise. The golden energy beam cut through the clouds and rushed out of the earth at an extremely strong and extremely fast speed. In the universe, a beam of golden light suddenly appeared on the blue planet, asking for flowers. This is the true anti-star noble phantasm, part of the power of the sword of promised victory. To reiterate, this is the anti-star noble phantasm of the old sword. I am afraid some readers will forget it. When this golden beam of light began to slowly fade away. The sky that was originally dark and red because of Cockabill's appearance also slowly changed back to its original posture at this time. Only, because of Saber's release of the powerful holy sword just now, the sky is no longer covered by clouds. The moonlight scatters recklessly and returns to the ground, scatters on the holy sword in Saber's hand, glimmering in the shadows. And everyone, after watching Saber release this brand new holy sword, they didn't show any expressions because at this moment they were all shocked and didn't know what to say or what expressions to show. Zero, bang, a voice. At this time, Saber, she just took back the holy sword in her hand very calmly. Afterwards, she was the one who said to the Chonghuang Xiwang next to her, "Sorry, master, the first time I used this holy sword, I didn't control it well, obviously." It was only the first time that the Saber released this brand new holy sword. She was not able to exert all the power of the holy sword in her hand. Because the 10-winged fallen angel in the sky, he is still floating in the air. Just now Saber's holy sword was released, it failed and it didn't hit the Cockabill. It's just the Yue that radiates out, but the occasional reading has already caused Cockabay to suffer an extremely serious trauma. I saw him at this time dragging an extremely embarrassed body and asked the King Chonghuang Xiwang on the ground with a hideous expression. "Damn it, you be *****D. Who the hell is it? Why you can have such a powerful family and holy sword? You are definitely not from the devil's side. Listen to the incompetent and furious words of that Cockabay." At this time, Chonghuang Xiwang, he responded very indifferently. "I'm just a mere demon king. Now it's my turn to end you." As soon as Chonghuang Xiwang's voice fell, he slowly put his hands on the spacetime drive on his waist and a golden light flashed. Activated with Luo Hao's ability. Suddenly, a series of dark red and dark golden lightning flashed around his waist. Afterwards, the original spacetime drive was also transformed into a magic drive. And the golden armor on King Chonghuang Xiwang also dissipated in the air, turning into a little golden starlight. Luo Hao returned to human form, obviously. At this time, Luo Hao, he wanted to use another method to kill the 10-winged fallen angel in the sky, Cockabill, and listening to Luo Hao's self-proclaimed self just now. At this time, Cockabill, who was floating in the air, immediately showed an extremely shocked expression. "A mere demon lord. No kidding, not even that Sazex is stronger than you. Who the hell are you?" Obviously, 303, as for what Luo Hao said just now, that Cockabill couldn't accept it at all. However, at this time the Cockabills. He also finally came to his senses. Why is that guy Azazel so jealous of this guy who claims to be the demon king of time and space? And on the other side, after watching Luo Hao change from the attitude of a king of Chonghuang to a human attitude. I have never seen Wally, the king of the devil. At this time he also showed a slightly puzzled expression. At this moment, he couldn't understand why Senior Luo Hao wanted to free the posture with such powerful power just now. Only. When he saw the golden Fengmo driver on Luo Hao's waist, he immediately showed his original expression. However, if it wasn't for the battle with Luo Hao Senpai just now that he had become seriously injured, I will definitely destroy that arrogant Cockabill myself, after all. A mere 10-winged fallen angel, Volley still completely pays his attention. This guy, the one that was recently passed down from the Underworld, has an incomparably terrifying power. The Demon King of Time. And after listening to the conversation between Luo Hao and Cockabill just now, that wisteria arena, she finally remembered such a thing. It turned out that this man with power beyond his own comprehension was actually the Demon King from the Underworld. No wonder this guy has such terrifying power. And the same. At this time, Zenobia Quarta, after she learned the identity of Luo Hao, she also immediately looked at Luo Hao beside her with an expression like that. It was completely different from the shocked expression of his companion, Wisteria Irina. At this time, Zenobia Quarta showed her incomparable calmness. And back to Luo Hao's perspective. Listening to Kabalik, who was floating in the air, was still incompetent and furious. At this time, he was still just a very expressive gesture. He didn't answer the boring question from Kakabe, only see him slowly put his hands on the switches on both sides of the Fengmo driver on his waist, made a gesture about to transform. Looking at Lord Luo Hao, he was about to release the dark golden armor. At this time, she also reminded Luo Hao immediately. That Lord Luo Hao, if you use that power here, I'm afraid it will cause very serious damage to the surrounding cities. Riaz thinks that Luo Hao can defeat that Cockabill through other stances. After all, although that guy was a 10-winged fallen angel, his power was still so vulnerable in the face of the absolute power of Lord Luo Hao. Of course, at this time she thought that Lord Luo Hao did not need to use that power, and listened to Riaz's words. Luo Hao at this time, he just said coldly, "Humph, a mere fallen angel is not enough for me to use that level of power." Obviously, Luo Hao responded to Riaz's words from the side. By the way, at this time I also devalued the Kakabe in the air. However, although it is demeaning, Luo Hao is only telling the truth. That guy is not enough to make Luo Hao exert much power. Using the power of Fengmo, he just wanted to let that Cockabill know how huge the gap between the two was. And listen to Lord Luo Hao's response. Riaz, she also nodded immediately and responded to Luo Hao by saying 0. Yes, I understand, Lord Luo Hao. Although Riaz's expression still did not change much, however in her heart she was secretly delighted. She thought that Lord Luo Hao just now accepted her words. Before Luo Hao was about to transform, he also looked at the fallen angel in the sky and said slowly, "By the way, you seem to have said just now that I'm just a human, right? Well, now let me show you what kind of power the human being in your eyes holds." Henshin, one order. Luo Hao's hands pushed the devices on both sides at the same time, blessing the moment. In an instant from Luo Hao's feet, the ground was torn apart by an invisible force, forming a huge circular clock, and the hour hand was moving. The super-high-temperature magma also began to emerge and flow on it. The strongest, the most evil, the most fierce, the most powerful king, the king of the devil, an extremely majestic and domineering sound effect sounded. 2 huge golden energy-shaped straps surround Luo Hao's body. Finally, along with a few blood-red words meaning night, they fit on the body of the king of the time of the devil. The golden energy field of boom erupted again. Everyone present was shocked by this powerful force and took a few steps back. And that was originally a Cockabill floating in midair. He was also shocked by this powerful force at this time and forced 2-6 to fall to the ground. Boom, with a sound the dust immediately flew up. Damn it. That guy, why is it that just the aura released can knock me out? I saw Cockabill at this time, and he slowly climbed up from the ground. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the man in dark golden armor in front of him. And at this time, the king of the devil. He looked at the Kekel, who was shocked by his own energy and fell back to the ground. He also slowly raised his right hand and said, "You asked who I was just now, didn't you? So let me answer your question now. Now I am the strongest and most evil demon king." Listening to the declaration of the king of demons at this moment, in an instant, at this time of Cockabill, he felt endless terror. Obviously this man in front of him didn't do anything. However, he was able to feel the deep fear that seemed to be inexhaustible from his body. Not even the strength to stand on the ground. Just like the previous Leza Phoenix, he was facing the scene of the king of the devil. At this moment, Cockabill's feet were shaking constantly, and a sense of powerlessness appeared on him, looking at the king of the devil in front of him. At this time, Kakabe, he also said with that trembling voice, This is impossible. Why, a mere human being can possess such power, and I was actually terrified of this. Cabal, he couldn't imagine it. The self who survived from the extremely cruel battlefield in ancient times would feel fear because of the mere humans in front of him. The 10-winged fallen angel who once survived the 3-way melee between demons, angels, and fallen angels. When he was facing the demon king of time and space in front of him, One even he has to surrender to this endless power and domineering. It was as if even the thought of resistance could not be borne. In front of the Demon King, all living beings are equal, and looking at the senior Luo Hao in dark golden armor standing in front of him at this moment. At this time, Vali, he also immediately showed an expression of incomparable astonishment. Turn out to be. In the battle with him just now, this senior still hasn't shown his full strength. However, despite this, he still crushed himself with a very strong attitude and won the victory. This senior, how powerful is he? Seeing Vali at this time, he suddenly closed his eyes very relieved and showed a shallow smile. Before Vali, he wanted to conquer the target. It is the Crimson Dragon in the interdimensional gap, Great Red. But now, Vali's goal has changed from that Great Red to the Demon King wearing dark golden armor in front of him. One day, I will catch up in the footsteps of Senior Luo Hao. I saw Vali at this time, he said secretly in a volume that only he could hear, and on the other side, looking at the king of the Demon King who has already completed his transformation. At this time of Wisteria Arena, she did not start to shock Luo Hao's powerful power as carelessly as before, because, at this moment, she was completely shocked to the point that she couldn't speak. If you want to ask her at this time who is the most powerful in the world, perhaps she will answer the name of the King of the Devil at this time. This dark golden armor is this man's true power. And it's different from the Wisteria Arena who was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. Zenoya Quarta at this time. She was looking at the Demon King in front of her, her eyes were full of sparkle and yearning. No one knows at this moment she is the king of the time of the devil. What kind of thoughts are there? On the other side, I listened to the declaration of the king of the devil's time just now. At this time, Riaz, she also said with a slight smile on the corner of her mouth. Lord Luo Hao, he has another title, the strongest and most evil Demon King. Although Riaz felt that this 10-winged fallen angel, Cockabill, who appeared here was very dangerous. However, with the presence of Lord Luo Hao, no matter what the crisis is, I am afraid it will be easily resolved. At the same time in the Underworld, I saw the Demon King at this time, Sazex. He was listening to the opinion of Azazel, the fallen angel chief who was sitting in front of him. Sazex, he said with a serious expression. In this way, our three-way forces really need to hold a meeting. Otherwise, this balance in a limit state, I don't know how long it can last. Obviously, at this time, Sazex is also working hard for the peace of the three parties, and listening to Sazex's words at this time Asashel, he also nodded. Then he showed a shallow smile again. Haha tilde Sazex, you guy agreed so fast, maybe there is another purpose. Although Asashel didn't have much contact with Sazex, Asashel still had a certain understanding of this guy's words, and listened to the words of that Azazel. At this time, Sazex, he also relaxed his extremely serious expression and showed a shallow smile instead. He nodded in response to Azazel's words. Well, indeed, I want to take advantage of this tripartite meeting to have a duel with Luo Hao Sang. I want to see how far that guy has gotten. Haha, if that's the case, it must have been a very good fight. The battle between the Transcender and the Demon King is really exciting. Accompanying Sazex's voice just fell. Immediately, at this time Asashel also laughed heartily. For the Transcendent, Sazex, and the Demon Lord of Time, the battle between these two is 303 words. Asashel, he is also quite looking forward to it. And the line of sight shifted back to the world of the human world. Listening to the incredible words of the Cockabill in front of him. At this time, the King of Demons, he also continued to speak. Like judging a person's combat effectiveness from the race, maybe this is the inferiority of you guys. However, this battle is over. The voice of the king just fell along with the words of the devil. He slowly raised his right hand. He made a gesture of preparation to snap his fingers. Regarding the 10-winged fallen angel in front of him, the King of Demons has no need to take action at all. If you can manipulate the law of causality at will, just a thought was enough to make this guy disappear from his field of vision immediately. And looking at the King Feng Moshi who raised his right hand in front of him, Cockabill, who was already unable to fight because of instinctive fear. At this time, he also felt more fear. He wanted to immediately take steps to escape from this place, to escape the sight of this Demon King. But he already has no courage to run away. The 10-winged fallen angel Cockabill on the ground was struggling non-stop at this moment. Facing the King of Demons who had raised his right hand, he felt incomparable fear. He wanted to escape from the vision of the real Demon King in front of him. 10. Feel the infinite terror emanating from him. However, he didn't even have the courage or strength to escape, and that strong sense of escape made it seem so difficult for him to even stand on the ground. At this moment, it can only be on the ground, dancing non-stop like a clown. Can anyone think of it? a 10-winged fallen angel who has experienced the ancient battle between demons, fallen angels, and angels. At this moment when he was facing the king of the devil time, but it looked so embarrassed, so ugly, so humbled. And look at such a Coco bile. At this time, Luo Hao's family members all showed a slightly serious expression. Sure enough, in this world, there is no person who can compete with Lord Luo Hao. Himejima Aquino, she said while supporting her chin with one hand. Even the 10-winged fallen angel, who was once incomparably brilliant and powerful, still did not even have the courage to escape in front of Lord Luo Hao. Lord Luo Hao, how powerful is he? As for Riaz, she also began to feel more and more that Lord Luo Hao's power was completely limitless. As for the words of Wisteria Irina and Zenobia Quarta on the other side, when they saw the very embarrassed Kakabe. At the same time, they all had very cold expressions on their faces. After all, this guy, using the Holy Sword as a guise, kept deceiving the church members and the Holy Sword Master, then brutally killed these members. At this time, Wisteria Irina and Zenobia Quarta did not kill the cockabeel together. It was already very patient. Humph, this guy, he got the punishment he deserved. I saw Wisteria Irina at this time, she said sharply. Now the only pity is that the person who does it is not herself. I don't know this man. What kind of skills will he use to kill this fallen angel? As for Zenobia Quarta, she looked at the right hand raised by the king when he met the devil. She was very curious as to what kind of skills the king would use to kill that cockabeel in times of devil. And the line of sight shifted back to the body of the king of the time of the devil. At this moment he also said in his hoarse and low voice, "The farce ends here." Accompanying his voice just fell, "What are you afraid of?" He snapped his fingers gently. In an instant, a very strange feeling has already happened in this world, because, at this time, the king of the time of the devil, he was using his own power to reverse the entire law of causality. And the reason why the king activated the law of causality along with the time of the devil, he didn't even wait for the fallen angel cockabeel to react, his body. However, it was like something after being burned by flames, turned into countless black dust and scattered with the wind, disappearing into this world. Under the powerful power that distorts the law of causality, the king of demons. That Kakabe had no ability to resist at all, and even the last words of the last sentence had not been sent out. It has already disappeared in this world, as if there are no traces of existence left. The battle disappeared, and he also slowly put his hands on the switches on both sides of the Fengmo drive. Tap lightly. Immediately, the armor on his body has already turned into a little bit of dark golden starlight and dissipated into the air. Luo Hao, he returned to his human form, and watching this farce is finally over. At this time Riaz, she also let out a long sigh and said with a sigh, "Originally, I just wanted to come here for special training, but I didn't expect so many things to happen." However, it is estimated that Cockabeel is not the only one who is implementing the plan. After regaining her calm a little, Riaz began to worry about another problem. However, it is estimated that my brother has already received the news. After all, this time the movement is so big. Watching the disappearance of the fallen angel Cockabeel, at this time of valley he also slowly stood up while dragging his scarred body. He said to Luo Hao in front of him, "Senior Luo Hao, I have benefited a lot from fighting with you today. However, next time we meet I will definitely become stronger. By then I will definitely follow in your footsteps." Listening to Vali's words, Luo Hao also looked at your eyes full of fighting intent. He snorted coldly, but the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Luo Hao also appreciates this guy's words, and after getting the response from Senior Luo Hao, Vali, he also immediately spread his white dragon emperor's light wings and disappeared in front of everyone. And Luo Hao, he also glanced at the Wisteria Arena and Zenobia Quarta slightly. He also left this place with his family. That guy is really scary, but we should also go back to the church to report the situation immediately. Wisteria Irina, while she sighed Luo Hao's strength, she was going to go back to the church to report what happened here. However, as her companion Zenobia Quarta, she just shook her head indifferently at this time. She looked at Luo Hao's back and her eyes were full of yearning. "No, I want to follow behind that king." Okay, send." And on the other side, in the mysterious research department of the unmanned Scissor King Academy, accompanied by the appearance of a huge red magic circle. At this time, Sazek's Gremory, he also appeared in this room with Greffia, and he also looked around a little bit, and then he said with a slightly embarrassed smile, "Yeah, Tilda, they're not here, it's a little embarrassing. However, I am really looking forward to the battle with Luo Hao saying. I just came to this place, it has already made me look forward to it." Sazx, who has been a rival for a long time, thought that he could take advantage of the opportunity of this three-way meeting to have a contest with Luo Hao. He already clenched his right fist in anticipation. Ding ding, ding ding, the sound of the alarm clock in the early morning once again woke Luo Hao out of his sleep. I saw at this time that he slowly opened his sleepy eyes. Then he slowly sat up and lifted the quilt on his body. The first thing that caught my eye was the same scene as before. I saw Riaz and Asia at this time. The two of them were changing into their school uniforms. And when Luo Hao got up, Riaz and Asia, they also discovered at this time that Luo Hao was finally awake. Yeah, Lord Luo Hao, you're awake. Riaz, she showed a sweet smile and said to Luo Hao, Mr. Luo Hao, good morning. As for Asia, she also greeted Luo Hao with a smile and listened to the greeting of the two. At this time, Luo Hao also nodded slightly. But when he turned around, he saw the saber who was kneeling on the ground and waiting for him. There was a familiar woman sitting beside her. That Zenobia Quarta, she actually came to her room and sat next to Sabe 303R. Looking at his already crowded room, there was one more person at this time. Luo Hao at this time, he couldn't help frowning. He raised his right hand and rubbed his temples slightly. Although it is said that the system gave him such a house after he crossed into this world. 10. And with these relatives always drilling into their own room, my own room used to look okay. At this time, it also became extremely narrow. For this point, Luo Hao, he also felt a little distressed. I saw Luo Hao at this time, he also said to the Zenobia Quarta in front of him, by the way, when are you going to follow us? Although Luo Hao is very clear, the role of Zenobia Quarta also has a certain value if the subsequent plot needs to be carried out. However, this guy seems to be a little too active, and listened to Luo Hao's question. At this time, Zenobia Quarta also immediately showed a very serious expression and responded to Luo Hao. That is to follow until Lord Luo Hao can accept my proposal and give birth to a child with a stronger bloodline. For these words, Zenobia Quarta said that her face did not even turn red, as if it was a very normal thing. And listened to the words of Zenobia Quarta. At this time, Riaz, she also immediately showed a somewhat serious expression. At this moment, she thought that Zenobia Quarta was one of her many competitors. As for Asia's, she immediately blushed and shouted loudly, No, no, I will never lose to Miss Zenobia, obviously. At this time, Asia, she didn't want to give up Lord Luo Hao to that Genoa Kuoh. And listening to Asia's words, Zenobia Quarta at this time, she just tilted her head slightly and said, But shouldn't it be normal for a strong person to have several wives? Not influenced by modern thinking. At this time of Genoa Quarta, her speech is always a little unexpected. Listening to the words of that Zenobia Quarta, at this time Asia, she didn't know what to say for a while, and look at these several noisy women. At this time, Luo Hao also continued to rub his temples, but he was also thinking that after the fallen angel incident was over, it should be the turn of the three-way talks. Funny, don't know what those guys think about themselves. By the way, Luo Hao also wanted to see how strong Michael was, the commander-in-chief of the angels. Clap, a sound. I saw Riaz at this time. She opened the door of the mysticism activity room. And Luo Hao and others, they also immediately stepped forward and walked into this room. But when they walked into this familiar room, they immediately showed a very surprised expression, because at this time they saw a very familiar figure. Yeah, brother. How did you come to this world? Looking at Sazek's grimoire in front of her, and Riaz at this time, she immediately said in surprise. As for the other family members, they were also slightly surprised. After all, this area is where they usually go about their activities. But today there is such a big man suddenly, it is really hard not to be surprised. As for Luo Hao's words, when he saw that Sazek, he immediately raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Because at this moment he has already reacted immediately, what the hell is this guy doing here? And he may have the opportunity to compete with this guy. Seeing Luo Hao at this time, he nodded towards the Sazek in front of him, and feel Luo Hao's gaze. At this time, Sazek's grimoire first nodded towards Luo Hao in front of him. Then he said to Riaz, Because recently something big happened on your side. We, the Underworld, the fallen angels and the angels, all decided to hold a meeting in this Kuoh Academy to discuss it. While talking, at this time of Sazek's grimoire, he also continued to turn his head. He turned his attention to Luo Hao. Then, Sazek's grimoire, he also showed an extremely rare expression full of fighting intent. Also, taking advantage of this meeting, I can have some free time to compete with Luo Hao-sang. It's really looking forward to it. Are you right, Luo Hao-sang? Listening to the words of Sazek's grimoire and his eyes full of war. Immediately. Luo Hao, he also replied with his eyes that were also full of fighting intent. Yeah, I'm also quite looking forward to this fight. I hope you don't bore me too much. Regarding his own power, Luo Hao at this time did not even put the transcendence in his eyes at all. After all, he is currently the strongest in this devil High School DxD world. Listen to your brother's words. There is also Lord Luo Hao and his staring. At this time she couldn't help but help her forehead with some distress. There is no way Lord Luo Hao, he is also a man who is keen to fight. As for his own brother, although he is not so obsessed with fighting. However, as one of the few transcenders in the Underworld, at this time he has also been a rival for a long time. It is estimated that the battle with Lord Luo Hao has been awaited for a long time. Seeing Luo Hao at this time, he also spoke slowly. It seems that we will soon be able to start a battle with you, the strongest in the Underworld. I'm looking forward to it too. According to Luo Hao's understanding, Sazek's Gremory can be regarded as the top 5 players in this Devil's High School DxD. And Luo Hao at this time, he is also quite curious, one of the surpassers of this world, how far are they able to do it? On the other side, after getting a response from Luo Hao, Sazek's Gremory, he also continued to show a shallow smile and said, "Speaking of which, this incident on your side is indeed a bit serious. Our tripartite forces have already decided to hold a meeting here. Luo Hao sang, can our fight be after this meeting?" Although at this time of Sazek's Gremory, he was quite looking forward to the fight with Luo Hao-san. However, under the current circumstances, the most important thing is to maintain the balance between demons, angels, and fallen angels, and listen to the words of Sazek's Gremory. Luo Hao at this time, he also nodded, although he is also quite looking forward to this battle. But he wasn't an unreasonable man either. Since the other party has some more important things, it is not a big problem to wait for him for a while. And when the voices of the two just fell, "What are you afraid of?" A voice. At this time, an uncle in a suit with short black hair and bangs highlighted in gold walked into the mysticism research department. "Well, uncle, it's forbidden for idlers and others to enter." Seeing this strange man walking in, Himejima Aquino also reminded him. And listening to Himejima Aquino's words at this time, Asashel, he just showed a very heroic smile and said, "What does it matter? Everyone is on the same front." Listen to Azazel's words. At this time, Himejima Aquina and other Luo Hao's family members showed a very puzzled expression at the same time. Only Riaz, when she saw Azazel, she showed a slightly serious expression, because she can feel it very clearly. The man in front of him is a fallen angel, and the aura and breath he exudes, absolutely no less than the 10-winged fallen angel Kekabil, who was killed by Lord Luo Hao before, and when all the family members are still in the same place. Asashel, he also went straight to Sazek's Gremory's side. "Less than that, Guy Michael, our tripartite talks can begin. In other words, the Underworld has already spread the news that you are about to compete with the Time Demon. I'm afraid it will be a very lively battle by then, haha tilde, accompanied by Azazel's voice just fell. Immediately he laughed arrogantly, and listening to Asashel's words, Sazek's Gremory at this time, he also rubbed his forehead very distressed and said, "Really, you be ****D, you're just doing some annoying things. Obviously. I was a little troubled by the fact that Azazel let the whole Underworld know that the Demon King of the Underworld would fight against the Demon King of Time. Asashel, he also didn't pay attention to the troubled Sazek's Gemin Li. On the contrary. He turned around at this moment and looked at Luo Hao in front of him. Then, somewhat rare, he showed a somewhat serious expression. "Hello, Demon Lord of Time and Space. I am the presidential decree of the fallen angels, Asashel. I'm very sorry for the trouble the last time with that Kakabe. By the way, I would also like to invite you to participate in this meeting of the 3 parties. 0 ask for flowers. After all, the power you have is too powerful, and you will become a very important key point for the balance of the 3 forces in the future. Indeed, just like what that Asashel said, Luo Hao's power is enough to attract the attention of all 3 parties. After all, Luo Hao is already in existence enough to shake the whole world. His every move may affect the balance of the 3 forces. And listen to the words of the Azazel in front of him. Luo Hao at this time, he also nodded and said, "I have no interest in your forces fighting. What I want to do is a ranking game that conquers the whole world. However, since you have invited me, I will attend for a little while. It can be regarded as a little face for Sazek's." Luo Hao himself has no interest in this tripartite meeting. However, Luo Hao reluctantly agreed to give Sazek some face. And when Luo Hao's voice just fell, at this time Asashel also immediately showed a very satisfied expression. Subsequently, boom, a loud noise. Immediately, a powerful aura emanated from that Azazel. That powerful coercion, if it is a weaker person, I am afraid that he will faint on the ground on the spot. At this moment, Asashel seemed to be deliberately testing Luo Hao's power. But feeling the powerful pressure of Asashel, Luo Hao at this time was still calm and composed as if nothing had happened. He spoke slowly. "You seem to be a little too presumptuous." With Luo Hao's voice just fell, immediately. More powerful pressure and aura radiated from Luo Hao's body at this time, and Asashel's aura was immediately suppressed by Luo Hao. Unconsciously, even that Asashel took a few steps back. Too horrible. Is this the power of the demon lord of time and space? Listen to your brother's words. There is also Lord Luo Hao and his staring. At this time she couldn't help but help her forehead with some distress. There is no way Lord Luo Hao, he is also a man who is keen to fight. As for his own brother, although he is not so obsessed with fighting, however, as one of the few transcenders in the underworld, at this time he has also been a rival for a long time. It is estimated that the battle with Lord Luo Hao has been awaited for a long time. Seeing Luo Hao at this time, he also spoke slowly. "It seems that we will soon be able to start a battle with you, the strongest in the underworld. I'm looking forward to it too." According to Luo Hao's understanding, Sazek's Gremory can be regarded as the top 5 players in this Devil's High School DxD. And Luo Hao at this time, he is also quite curious, one of the surpassers of this world. How far are they able to do it? On the other side, after getting a response from Luo Hao, Sazek's Gremory, he also continued to show a shallow smile and said, "Speaking of which, this incident on your side is indeed a bit serious. Our tripartite forces have already decided to hold a meeting here. Luo Hao sang, can our fight be after this meeting?" Although at this time of Sazek's Gremory, he was quite looking forward to the fight with Luo Hao-san, however, under the current circumstances, the most important thing is to maintain the balance between demons, angels, and fallen angels, and listen to the words of Sazek's Gremory. Luo Hao at this time, he also nodded, although he is also quite looking forward to this battle, but he wasn't an unreasonable man either. Since the other party has some more important things, it is not a big problem to wait for him for a while, and when the voices of the two just fell, "What are you afraid of?" A voice. At this time, an uncle in a suit with short black hair and bangs highlighted in gold walked into the Mysticism Research Department. "Well, uncle, it's forbidden for idlers and others to enter." Seeing this strange man walking in, Himejima Aquino also reminded him. And listening to Himejima Aquino's words at this time, Asashel, he just showed a very heroic smile and said, "What does it matter? Everyone is on the same front." Listen to Azazel's words. At this time, Himejima Aquina and other Luo Hao's family members showed a very puzzled expression at the same time. Only Riaz, when she saw Azazel, she showed a slightly serious expression, because she can feel it very clearly. The man in front of him is a fallen angel, and the aura and breath he exudes, absolutely no less than the 10-winged fallen angel Kekabil, who was killed by Lord Luo Hao before, and when all the family members are still in the same place. Asashel, he also went straight to Sazek's Gremory's side. "Less than that, Guy Michael, our tripartite talks can begin. In other words, the Underworld has already spread the news that you are about to compete with the Time Demon. I'm afraid it will be a very lively battle by then, haha tilde tilde tilde," accompanied by Azazel's voice just fell. Immediately he laughed arrogantly, and listening to Asashel's words, Sazek's Gremory at this time, he also rubbed his forehead very distressed and said, "Really, you be ****D, you're just doing some annoying things. Obviously." I was a little troubled by the fact that Azazel let the whole Underworld know that the Demon King of the Underworld would fight against the Demon King of Time. Asashel, he also didn't pay attention to the troubled Sazek's Gemin Li. On the contrary, he turned around at this moment and looked at Luo Hao in front of him. Then, somewhat rare, he showed a somewhat serious expression. "Hello, Demon Lord of Time and Space. I am the Presidential Decree of the Fallen Angels, Asashel. I'm very sorry for the trouble the last time with that Kakabe. By the way, I would also like to invite you to participate in this meeting of the 3 parties. Zero, ask for flowers. After all, the power you have is too powerful, and you will become a very important key point for the balance of the 3 forces in the future." Indeed, just like what that Asashel said, Luo Hao's power is enough to attract the attention of all 3 parties. After all, Luo Hao is already in existence enough to shake the whole world. His every move may affect the balance of the 3 forces. And listen to the words of the Azazel in front of him. Luo Hao at this time, he also nodded and said, "I have no interest in your forces fighting. What I want to do is a ranking game that conquers the whole world. However, since you have invited me, I will attend for a little while. It can be regarded as a little face for Sazek's Luo Hao himself has no interest in this tripartite meeting. However, Luo Hao reluctantly agreed to give Sazek some face. And when Luo Hao's voice just fell, at this time Asashel also immediately showed a very satisfied expression. Subsequently, boom, a loud noise. Immediately, a powerful aura emanated from that Azazel. That powerful coercion, if it is a weaker person, I am afraid that he will faint on the ground on the spot. At this moment, Asashel seemed to be deliberately testing Luo Hao's power. But feeling the powerful pressure of Asashel, Luo Hao at this time was still calm and composed as if nothing had happened. He spoke slowly. You seem to be a little too presumptuous. With Luo Hao's voice just fell, immediately. More powerful pressure and aura radiated from Luo Hao's body at this time, and Asashel's aura was immediately suppressed by Luo Hao. Unconsciously, even that Asashel took a few steps back. Too horrible. Is this the power of the demon lord of time and space? Looking at Asashel, who was shocked by Luo Hao Sang's coercion, who took a few steps back. At this time, Sazek's Gremory also showed a very surprised expression. He also did not expect that Luo Hao Sang's strength had reached such a level. Just with this normal attitude, the fallen angel commander took a few steps back by relying on the released aura. And look at this scene. His family members standing behind Luo Hao. Immediately they also entered a state of alert, after all. They also didn't like the words of this fallen angel named Azazel. In addition, just now this guy took the initiative to move first. Of course. At this time, Luo Hao's family members were also on guard as if they were about to attack at any time. And Asashel, under the powerful aura exuded by Luo Hao, he reluctantly stabilized the posture of 307 himself. Then, he said with a somewhat reluctant expression, "Really, it seems that the title of your fellow is indeed not given for nothing. Losing to you, you do have the power to control the three-way power structure." After a little test, after seeing the opponent's almost unreasonable power. At this time, Asashel was the one who regretted his tentative behavior just now, and listened to the words of that Azazel. The original Luo Hao, he did not intend to let this guy go easily. After all, his behavior just now was undoubtedly touching the majesty of the Demon King. However, it was still to give that Sazek's Gremory a little face, and that guy didn't mean it. In addition, this guy is also a relatively important role in the original plot. For now, let him go. Seeing Luo Hao at this time, he also slowly retracted the powerful pressure he had just released. Humph, next time you won't be so lucky. I saw Luo Hao at this time, he said coldly to Asashel in front of him, and listened to Luo Hao's words. At this time, Asashel, he also nodded quickly and said, "I apologize for my rudeness just now, Demon Lord of Time and Space. This title is indeed a match for your strength." The usual Asashel, he is a cynical man, as can be heard from the words he just said. However, when he is really facing a powerhouse like Luo Hao, he also had to show seriousness and respect. After all, the other party is a real strong, an absolute powerhouse that is enough to shake the three-way power structure and far surpasses his own expectations. And watching Lord Luo Hao take back the coercion. At this time, Luo Hao's family members also looked at each other. Afterwards, their expressions slowly calmed down. He relaxed the state of alertness and let go of the magic power condensed in his hands. But the situation finally calmed down. At this time, Sazek's Gremory, who was standing on the other side, also sighed slightly. However, just after the Mysticism Research Department returned to calm, a man with a halo above his head and his whole body shone with golden light. Michael, one of the 4 seraphs in the angel camp, was also standing outside the Mysticism Research Department at this time. Looking at the people who just replied to calm down, at this time he also unconsciously showed a somewhat embarrassed smile and said, "Ah, it seems I don't seem to be here at the right time, then shall I go?" I saw Michael at this time, he stretched out his right hand and pointed at himself, and look at that Michael. Asashel, he also crossed his hands on his chest. He said to Michael, who was already standing by the door, "No, you're here just in time. The tripartite talks can begin." I saw that at this time everyone shifted their positions. I came to a special different space in the Kuoh Academy. Everyone was sitting on a huge round table. This tripartite talks on the world pattern brought together the strongest of the 3 parties. Sazek's representing the demon camp, Azazel representing the fallen angel camp, and Michael representing the angel camp. And finally, by the power of one person alone, it is enough to shake the existence of the forces of the 3 realms, Luo Hao. For this meeting, the 3 parties all have the same purpose, that is, to continue to maintain balance and peace. As for Luo Hao, he attended the meeting as an independent force. About this incident, we fallen angels express our apologies. That guy has already been dealt with by Lord Luo Hao over there. I don't have much to say. Seeing Asashel at this time, he said quite disapprovingly, and listening to Asashel's words, Michael also felt a little unhappy at this time. Although Michael is a bad guy, it doesn't mean he won't be angry. So, are you aware of what happened this time, Azazel? When reciting the words Azazel, Miller deliberately raised a few decibels. Just from here, you can already see Michael's attitude this time. And listen to the words of Michael and Azazel. At this time, Sazex frowned slightly, but he didn't speak. As for Azazel, he was listening to Michael's question. He also continued to speak nonchalantly. Well, I think I know what that guy thinks. But I'm not very clear about his specific plan, and I didn't know that he had already acted in secret early on. This time it was indeed my negligence. However, what I can guarantee is that I absolutely do not want the three forces to return to the melee state of the ancient times again. Asashel, he said these very serious words with a cynical gesture. And listening to Azazel's words, although Michael's unhappy mood relaxed a little. However, his brows were still frowning at this time. After all, as an angel camp, he more than anyone else did not want the war to start. In this case, I hope you still manage your people well. I don't want such a crisis to happen again. Listening to Michael's words, Azazel at this time, he still responded to Michael with a very cynical, indifferent expression. Sorry, how do I discipline my people? It's my own business. After listening to Azazel's words, me too. 6 Caleb's brows knit together again. The atmosphere began to become a little subtle. Originally, everyone didn't want the war to happen, but both sides seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with each other in terms of attitude. However, just when this memory is about to be upgraded, a sound like a bell enough to shock everyone present suddenly came out. Enough, this meeting is enough here. Since you have no intention of going to war, this memory is enough here. I don't want to delay my fight against Sazex. The words of Luo Hao, the devil of time, have a powerful deterrent effect. The heads of the three forces present immediately stopped the argument at this time. For the aura of this demon king, everyone at this moment felt lingering fears. Looking at the three people who were quiet, Luo Hao at this time, he also nodded and continued. The three of you are currently hoping to maintain the current state of peaceful and delicate balance, right? If that's the case, there's no need to keep arguing anymore. That's it for this meeting. Luo Hao, he gave orders sharply and solemnly, and listened to Luo Hao's words. At this time, Asashel also shrugged his shoulders and showed a somewhat helpless expression. For Luo Hao's words, he was barely used, after all. Just now, he had truly seen the terrifying and unbelievable power possessed by this demon king. As for the words of Sazex Gremory, just like what Luo Hao said just now, he also hopes that the three parties will continue to maintain the current state of balance, and there is no need to fight. And if the meeting just now continues, I am afraid there will be some gap between the fallen angel and the angel, although it is said that there will be no war. However, one will still have some influence on the current situation. Of course. At this time, Sazex Gremory also agreed with Luo Haosang's statement. It's just that he didn't expect that Guy Michael would show such an attitude today. This guy is a good old man, and listen to the words of the demon king of time. At this time, Michael, he was also slightly relieved from the emotions just now. He was not angry at all for Luo Hao interrupting their conversation. Perhaps his anger was more due to the attitude of Azazel and his identity as a fallen angel. After he calmed down a little, he said to Luo Hao in front of him, "Sorry, I may have been a little emotional just now. However, this meeting is very important for the changes in the situation of our three forces. Obviously." Although for Luo Hao's strength, Michael has a certain degree of respect. However, at the same time, he still believes that this tripartite memory needs to continue. If some more acute problems are no longer solved at this time, it is not feasible. And listen to that Michael's words. Luo Hao at this time, he also cast a very serious expression towards this guy. Feeling the coercion and oppression in Luo Hao's eyes at this time, Michael also felt a lot of pressure. Luo Hao, he continued. As I said, this meeting can stop here. If there is a situation on either side in the future, I will personally take action to forcibly suppress it. Hearing Luo Hao's words, Michael frowned slightly. Luo Hao, although I admit that you are very powerful, but if it's just with your own strength. He didn't wait for that Michael to finish speaking. At this time, Asashel, he also suddenly said, Haha tilde Michael, you don't need to worry about this aspect. The Demon King of Time, this title is not for nothing. With that guy's power, even the four of you seraphs can't be his opponents. Accompanied by Azazel's voice just fell. At this time, Sazex Gremory, he also showed a shallow smile and said to Michael, I also agree with Asashel's words to a certain extent. If you want to be confirmed, how about watching our next fight? Listen to the words of Sazex Gremory. At this time, Michael, he also tilted his head slightly and said, Fighting, Michael also felt quite different about the words of Sazek's Gemin Li. After all, Sazek's Gremory is one of the only two transcendents in the Underworld at present. The power he possesses is obvious to all. Although at this time he also admitted that Luo Hao's power is very strong, just the aura he exudes made him linger in fear. However, if he wants to fight Sazek's Gremory, who is the Transcendence, he thought it was still a little too forced, and looking at Michael's strange and puzzled expression, Sazek's Gremory at this time, he also continued to smile. Well, you'll know when you come and take a look. Also, I feel you will be 100% shocked by Luo Haosang's terrifying power. The venue was slightly shifted to a different space in the Underworld. I saw Sazek's Gremory and Luo Hao at this time. The two of them were standing on a naturally formed broadcasting station. Is ready to fight. I saw Sazek's Gremory at this time. He was the first to speak to Luo Hao. I have been quite curious and looking forward to seeing the power of Luo Haosang's ranking game before. Now I finally have the opportunity to have a good fight with you. For this fight, Sazek's Gremory, he has also been looking forward to it for a long time. And listening to the words of the Sazek's Gemin Li, who was not far away, who was standing on the opposite side of him. At this time, Luo Hao also raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Then he opened his mouth to respond to the other party. Humph. I'm looking forward to this fight too. How powerful is the transcendence of this world? As soon as Luo Hao's voice fell, a series of dark golden and red lightning flashed from his waist. A dark golden Fengmo driver appeared on Luo Hao's waist. Originally, to deal with Sazek's, perhaps he didn't need to use the power of the demon as soon as he came up. However, in order to show their respect, Luo Hao still chose to use the power of this gesture. Henshin, one order. Luo Hao's hands pushed the devices on both sides at the same time, blessing the moment. In an instant from Luo Hao's feet, the ground was torn apart by an invisible force, forming a huge circular clock, and the hour hand was moving. The super high-temperature magma also began to emerge and flow on it. The strongest, the most evil, the most fierce, the most powerful king, the king of the devil, an extremely majestic and domineering sound effect sounded. Two huge golden energy-shaped straps surround Luo Hao's body. Finally, along with a few blood-red words meaning night, they fit on the body of the king of the time of the devil. The powerful dark golden energy field immediately spread out, centered on the demon king. The ground was immediately cracked with countless cracks. As for Sazek's Gemin Li, he was also swayed back by a tiny distance. Although I was confident before that I could resist, however, it now appears that my estimation was wrong. The King of Demons is indeed terrifying at this moment, on the ring of that huge natural battlefield in the Underworld. I saw the King of Demons at this time, and that Sazek's Gremory, who had already changed into a battle suit. The two of them stared at each other at the same time, although they were not in a fighting stance. However, the two of them at this moment, the fighting intent that came out can be clearly felt just by looking at it from a distance. And stood on the faraway auditorium. At this time, Riaz and the others were also watching Luo Hao and Sazek's Gemin Li, who were about to fight. Riaz, she also said with a slight sigh. Once Lord Luo Hao, you are really too keen on fighting. However, for that guy brother, he has not encountered such a strong person who can make him burn with fighting spirit for a long time. Well, even so, I still hope that Lord Luo Hao can win this battle. Obviously, even that Sazek's Gremory, he was Ria's older brother. However, Ria's at this time, she still hopes that Lord Luo Hao can win. And listening to Ria's words, Akino Haimjima at this time, she just gently covered her mouth and said with a smile, Haha tilde Minister Riaz, how much do you like Lord Luo Hao? At this time, she really felt that Minister Riaz at this moment was a little too cute. And listening to Haimjima, Akino jokingly said his own words. Riaz, she still looked at the King of Demons and her brother on the battlefield with a very confident look. As for Saber, she was looking forward to the power that Sazek's Gremory possessed at this time. After all, this is one of the top powerhouses in this special world. Of course, at this moment Saber, she is also quite curious. And Zenobia Quarta, who was sitting beside Saber, also said with a slightly excited expression. Sure enough, there is no problem with the decision to follow Lord Luo Hao. I didn't expect that I could see the battle of the King of Demons so soon. For himself, he can appreciate the attitude of the king fighting in the time of the devil. At this time, Zenobia Quarta was also quite excited. Moreover, perhaps because of the status of Holy Swordsman. After following Luo Hao's back, Zenobia Quarta was closer to Saber. As for the other side of the auditorium, I saw Azazel at this time. He was sitting on the seat with a very heroic posture, watching the King of Demons and Sazek's Gemin Li, who were about to start a battle. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. I'm really looking forward to it, the battle between the Transcender and the Demon King of Time. I don't know who will win these two monsters. Wally, what do you think of this fight? As he said that, at this time, a Sashal, he also asked with a slightly sideways look at the valley beside him, and listened to the words of the Azazel next to him. At this time, Vali, he glanced slightly at the King of the Demon Age and Sazek's Gemin Rai who were still on the battlefield. Then, he just said with a slight smile, "Humph. Even though that Sazek's is a transcendence, he has a power that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, if it is compared with that Demon King Sama, still slightly inferior, obviously." At this time, Vali, who had seen the true power of the Demon King, also believed that in this battle the Demon King had a better chance of winning, and listened to Wali's words. At this time, Asashal, he also immediately laughed arrogantly. "Hahaha tilde, is that really true? If that's the case, then I'm even more curious. Who will win this battle?" Accompanied by Azazel's voice just fell. Immediately, he also turned his attention back to the battlefield once again. At the same time, there is a side force. They also came to the Underworld to watch this War of the World. Seeing Michael at this time, he was also a little surprised. Is this the power that the Demon King of Time has in the rumors of the Underworld recently, really very powerful? However, in the battle between him and the Beyonder, who will win, this question should indeed be a question mark. Although at this time Michael, he also admitted the absolute power of the King of the Devil, only, before the real insight sees his shot. At this moment, Michael, he still thinks that when the king meets the devil, his victory over Michael, who is the transcendence, is still somewhat hanging. And the line of sight shifted back to the battlefield. I saw the King of the Devil at this time. He didn't hesitate at all. Immediately, he had already put his hands on the switches on both sides of the Fengmo driver around his waist, and looking at the action of the King of the Devil, Sazek's Gremory at this time, his expression immediately froze. Through the broadcast, he had seen very clearly the prelude to the Nirvana used by the King of Demons, and at this moment, the action of the King of the Time of the Devil. Obviously, it is the gesture of preparing to release his incomparably powerful Nirvana. I saw Sazek's Gremory at this good Zhao time, he said with some distress. Is it such a powerful skill right from the start, as expected of Luo Hao? Inevitably, Sazek's Gremory, he also lamented the battle strategy of the king in times of evil. And on the one hand, at this time, he also began to condense his own magic power. After all, this battle was a little careless. He might be defeated in an instant, and when the devil is here, the king is here. Even if you use this move from the beginning, the battle may be over in an instant. However, I am also looking forward to how far he can compete with me. The voice of the king just fell along with the words of the devil. He vigorously flicked the switches on both sides of the Fengmo driver around his waist. The final moment, after the Demon King launched his own sleigh, immediately, an incomparably majestic, sacred, and domineering, thick sound effect full of terrifying power sounded. A loud bang. The dark golden energy body with terrifying energy immediately covered it, wrapping it around the King of the Time of the Devil. If the strength is a little weaker, I am afraid that it is only close to the King of the Devil, and it will be directly torn by this power. Do not. Even if the strength is stronger, I am afraid it cannot reverse this result. And at this time, standing above the auditorium in the distance belonged to Luo Hao's family members, when they saw that the King of Demons Shishi directly activated his Nirvana. Immediately, they had already felt the terrifying aura and power from Lord Luo Hao. Although they had already seen it once, what absurd strength is hidden in this form of the King of Demons? Only, even if they saw it for the second time, they still felt extremely shocked. Lord Luo Hao, did he use such a powerful skill as soon as he came up? At this time, Ria's, he couldn't help but let out a surprised voice. Although she is very clear, this is an extremely exaggerated and fierce battle. 307 after all, one is the Demon King of Time and the other is the Transcendence. The power of the two of them had already surpassed the laws of this world early on. 10. Ria's didn't think of it, Lord Luo Hao. He actually used such a terrifying skill as soon as he came on the field. Alas, it seems that the victory and defeat will end in a very short time. As for Himejima Aquino's words, she couldn't help but sigh. She had a hunch. This battle may be over in this short blow, and the winner is naturally their Lord Luo Hao. And on the other side, that was a Sashal who was sitting on the auditorium in a very heroic and casual manner when he felt the aura and coercion released by the King of Demons. Immediately, he was also surprised to sit back up from the chair. He stared wide-eyed at the Demon King on the battlefield, at the dark golden energy body and bright red lightning that covered his side. At this time, a Sashal also immediately showed a very surprised expression. This energy and aura. It is countless times stronger than what I said at the King's Academy just now. At this moment, the king of the time of the devil, the coercion he released just caused everyone present to feel an instinctive fear. And look at the surprised Azazel. At this time, the white dragon Emperor Wally, he just crossed his arms on his chest. He showed a slight smile. He was quite satisfied with the shock of a satchel at this time. Afterwards, he shifted his gaze to the king of the demon age in the distance. Once again, his eyes were full of fighting intent. One day, I will catch up with that demon king. As for the words of Michael on the other side, at this time, after seeing the attitude of the king of the devil and his slaying, Michael, he was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Although he admits that Luo Hao has great strength, however, even so, even beyond their own estimates, Michael also believes that his power is still within his own understanding. However, when he really saw the aura released by the king when he met the devil, he realized how stupid my previous thoughts were. The devil, the power he possesses, is not only far beyond his own estimation, even beyond the scope of their own understanding. That's not what I can observe is powerful, and go back to the battlefield of Sazek's Gremory and the King of Demons. Although at this time the King of the Devil, he has already pushed the switch to make a killing sound. 10. He was not in a hurry to attack immediately. On the contrary, he was speaking to the Sazek's Gremory in front of him with his hoarse and low voice at this time. Then, tighten your spirits and use all your strength. Beyonder Sazek's. Otherwise, this battle will be over in an instant. Although the King of Demons at this moment said so, however, in fact, he did not think that Sazek's had the ability to resist his own nirvana. And listen to the words of the King of the Devil time not far away. At this time of Sazek's, he also changed the expression of kindness and kindness before. He put on a very serious expression, nodding abruptly in response to the King of Demons. In the face of the attack of the Demon King of Time, I dare not have any slack. Accompanying Sazek's voice just fell. Boom, a loud bang. The powerful red magic power also covered him, and the destructive magic power also had unparalleled destructive power. And listen to that Sazek's Gremory's answer. At this time, the King of Demons, he also nodded. Okay, now that you're ready, then let's try this trick, the real final moment. The voice of the king just fell along with the words of the devil. The shape of the 2 pointers named Pocalypsiof, Kingdom on the back of its armor also unfolded like wings at this time. I saw the king of the devil at this time, he slowly rose into the air at this time. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Mysticism Research Department of the Dog King Academy, I saw at this time in the center of this room, a dark whirlwind suddenly appeared. Subsequently, a man wearing a black robe and scarf appeared in this room, holding a huge and heavy book in his hand. On the top of the book is written the 5 characters of the advent of the devil. I saw Waz at this time. He looked around for a while, looking at the unoccupied room. Waz, he also had to say with a sigh. Well, it seems that the Demon King is not here yet. While talking, at this time in Waz, he suddenly felt it. Outside this King Scissor Academy, there are countless ominous atmospheres. Oh, looks like I'm here just in time. Are these guys trying to attack this place while the Demon King is not around? His gaze returned to the battlefield between the King of the Demons and Sazek's Gremory, looking at the King of the Demon King who was gradually soaring into the air. At this time, Asashel, he also said with great anticipation, looks like I can finally see the power of that Demon King. Obviously, from Azazel's words it can be heard. At this moment he is also looking forward to it. When the King of Demons, how powerful can he burst out, and the white dragon Emperor Vali standing beside him, he also nodded. Well, I'm also quite curious about this. In the last battle, Senior Luo Hao took out Kakibel effortlessly. This time it should be able to see clearly. The power of Senior Luo Hao. Like Azazel Valley, he is also quite looking forward to it. Who will win this battle? When the king meets the devil, how powerful energy can he burst out? As for the angel's side, looking at the king of the devil time surrounded by dark golden energy bodies in the midair. At this time, Michael still said with lingering fears, sure enough, that demon king, he is just one person and he has the ability to change the situation of the 3 forces. Obviously, at this time, Michael had a lot of other ideas in his heart. However, at this time, he had to admit the powerful power of the King of Demons. Moreover, that is a powerful force enough to shake the entire world pattern. Just one person. He has already been able to do this. And if he defeated that Transcendence Sazek's in this battle, that situation may become even more special. Although Michael is a bad character, but in order to maintain the peace of this world, at this time he also had to frown. And back to the battlefield. Looking at the king of the demon age who had already made a flying kick in midair, Sazek's Gremory, He also immediately clenched his teeth, condensing even greater magic power, as the only transcendence in the underworld. At this time, Sazek's Gremory also felt an unprecedented pressure. Even it was about to make it difficult for him to even breathe. Is this the power possessed by the real demon lord of time and space? It's really surprising. While sighing Sazek's Gremory at this time, he immediately raised his hands to block in front of him. What he has to do at this moment is to condense all his magic power. Although he did not think that he would be able to win if he resisted the final moment of the attack of the King of the Demon Age, at least he won't lose too ugly. Right. At this time, Sazek's Gremory, he was also predicting that he was about to fail in the future. Originally, he also thought that he still had a certain chance of winning. However, when he saw the sure kill that was already approaching the final moment in front of him. But he knew that his prediction was wrong again. Wang tilde tilde sounded. Immediately, at this time Sazek's he had condensed in front of him a path that contained all his magic power. The energy barrier of the Transcender. He bet all his hopes on this confrontation. And the King of Devils, his final moment also arrived at this time as promised. Boom! Immediately, a dark golden streamer slammed heavily on Sazek's and his dark golden energy shield. Accompanied by a roar that was enough to resound throughout the underworld, the shock wave that was comparable to destroying the world immediately spread at the speed of light. The ground that Sazek's was standing on immediately collapsed into a huge pothole, as if it had been smashed in half by a huge meteorite. And watching the two people fighting and colliding broke out an extremely terrifying and incomprehensible powerful force. The relatives of Luo Hao who were watching the battle from a distance also raised their hands again to block them in front of them. Zero asked for flowers. Okay, so powerful, so terrifying aftermath. Even though they have been isolated for such a long distance in advance, can they still feel such a terrifying aftermath? I saw Hajime Akino at this time when she was facing this powerful shock wave and wind pressure. It was a little difficult to even open her eyes. Brother Lord Luo Hao, and at the same time. At this time, Riaz also kept her eyes fixed on the two people on the battlefield. Although Riaz is extremely firm, she believes that Lord Luo Hao will definitely win this battle. However, it is precisely because of this idea. Riaz couldn't help but start to worry about her brother. And Azazel and Michael on the other side, Angel Camp and Fallen Angel Camp. At this time they were all so surprised that they couldn't even utter a word. The power of that demon king. It surpassed Sazek's who is a transcender. Beyond the transcendence, is this the true power that surpasses the transcendence? The road that has never been imagined in this world, there are people who can surpass the realm of transcendence and reach this point. And on the other side, inside the Mysticism Research Department of the Kuoh Academy, quickly, rewarded to Waz in this world, he has already analyzed why so many unfamiliar forces gathered in this place. I saw Waz, the corner of his mouth raised slightly and said, "Humph. It seems that those guys also want the power to watch time." In this Mysticism Research Department, a mysterious family member of Ria's who can control time is sealed. In this case, I can't continue to let it go before the Demon King returns. Just let Wei Chen show his hands a little bit. As soon as Waz's voice fell, a green transcendence driver appeared on his waist. Now let's celebrate on the natural giant arena in the underworld. At this moment, the King of Demons and the Transcendent Sazek's, the two of them are still in an extremely fierce confrontation. When the two energies were fighting against each other, red and dark golden thunder and lightning even spilled out from time to time. It slammed into the nearby rocks and ground, blasting out countless huge potholes. In this scene, it was already because of the aftermath of the encounter between the King of Demons and Sazek's that it completely lost its previous appearance. And now, it is even more so. But in this battle, although the two briefly showed an evenly matched attitude, but actually at this time the King of Demons, he has the absolute upper hand. I saw Sazek's Gremory at this time, although he had temporarily formed an evenly matched stance with the short-handed 307, the King of Demons in front of him. 10. In fact, at this time, he was almost exhausting all his strength just by continuing the current situation. At this moment, he gritted his teeth, revealing an extremely ferocious expression. He sent all his magic power to his arms, and then continued to maintain the red magic shield with his arms. In this way, he resists the end moment of the King of Demons. However, at this time, Sazek's. He also didn't know that it was his magic power that was the first to dry up. Or the king's attack was the first to stop at the time of the devil, and Luo Hao's family members who were watching the battle from a distance. They are not fools, although the situation seems to be evenly matched. However, they are very clear in their hearts. At this moment, the King of Demons, he has the absolute upper hand, and at this moment, Lord Luo Hao, he has not used all his power. Although Luo Hao's retinues have never seen the full power of the King of Demons, however, they are very clear. What has been displayed more now is far from all the power of the King of the Devil. Looking at this kind of matchup, Hajime Akuna also held her chin with one hand and said with a half-smile, "Well, it seems, this battle is again the result of Lord Luo Hao's victory. Obviously." Although the battle is not over yet, Hajime Akino has already decided the outcome of this contest. And listening to Hajime Akino's words, Riaz also nodded at this time. Indeed, just as Hajime Akino said. Riaz can also clearly see that her brother at this moment is only maintaining such a confrontation with Lord Luo Hao. He had already used up all his power and magic, and Riaz, she couldn't help but said in surprise at this time. Although it was expected early on that Luo Hao would win, however, when he really saw his brother who was a transcender being defeated, I'm still very surprised. The former Riaz thought that she was her brother who was a transcender. I'm afraid I won't lose to anyone again. It was not until the appearance of Lord Luo Hao that Riaz's idea was broken. As for the other fallen angel camps, at this time, Asashel also put a hand in front of him and sighed with half-open eyes. It's amazing, even the transcendent Sazex. Is he going to be so embarrassed? Haha tilde 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 I have already seen the future where the world has changed drastically because of Luo Hao. From Azazel's words, it seems to be able to hear it. In his understanding. The future pattern of the tripartite forces may undergo earth-shaking changes because of a man like Luo Hao who is far beyond the understanding of ordinary people. As for the words of the White Dragon Emperor Vali, after he saw the terrifying power of the Demon King which was far beyond his imagination, he was not discouraged by it. When I saw that powerful man who was beyond my understanding, Vali, he is even more motivated to fight. Great, that's such a powerful force. One day I will catch up in the footsteps of Senior Luo Hao. As for the Angel Camp, Michael's words, at this time he was also quite worried about the future. After all, such a powerful man beyond their comprehension. If he wanted, he might be able to make a big mess of the demon, angel or fallen angel camp right away. Even the entire camp is wiped out. Such a man is terrifying. I hope he is also a man who loves peace. At this time Michael thought so in his heart, and at the same time, hey, boom, with the fissure of the magic shield condensed by Sazex gradually expanded by 0. Finally, after a crisp crackling sound, Sazex lost his defenses. And he also thought that the winner of this battle, it is already decided. It seems that I still easily lost to Luo Hao Sang, after watching his magic shield shatter. Before he truly ushered in defeat, Sazex Gremory, he couldn't help but sigh. Then there was a loud noise of boom. In the Underworld, there was once again the huge sound that was enough to resonate throughout the Underworld, as well as the shock wave that destroyed the world. This battle. In the end, it ended with the victory of the Demon King's victory, and at the same time, in that Dog King Academy, Kamen Rider Waz has already completed his transformation. He was on the campus playground. Look at the countless magicians in the sky and the leader Cadelia Leviathan. Humph, it seems that this time the other party has made preparations early. At this time of Kamen Rider Waz, he said. As for the Cadelia Leviathan floating in the air, she looked down at the Kamen Rider Waz on the ground and said, "How come you have never seen a place like this before? It stands to reason that the heads of the 326 forces would all hold talks here. Shit, if that's the case, there's no way I can do an assassination attempt. Well, if I destroy this Leopard King Academy quickly, that guy Sazex should come back to this world too." Without any concealment at this time, Cadelia Leviathan, he had already revealed his plan to Kamen Rider Waz. As for Kamen Rider Waz, he shook his head and said at this time, "I have no interest in your plans, however I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, when our Demon King returns, you will have no way to save your poor little life." *******D, what did you say? Listen to the words of the Kamen Rider Waz on the ground. At this time the Cadelia Leviathan who was floating in the air, her expression immediately became angry, after all. As a descendant of the former Demon Lord Leviathan, she is now not only deprived of the title and status of the Demon Lord, it's still down to where it is now. She came to the location of this tripartite meeting today just wanting to assassinate the head of the tripartite forces and then become the Demon King herself. But now she was hearing Kamen Rider Waz's sarcastic words, and when I deliberately mentioned the word Demon King, she was also in the minefield by Waz at this time. At this moment, Cadelia Leviathan, she felt extremely angry. The devil in this world can only be me. The demon king in your mouth is just a little boy who came out of nowhere. I saw Caedlia Leviathan at this time. She shouted angrily at Cayman Rider Waz, who was on the ground. And listening to the words of that Caedlia Leviathan who became angry, Cayman Rider Waz, he just shrugged his shoulders and showed a somewhat helpless expression. Well, what I'm telling you now, I'm afraid it won't be of any use. You will know when our demon king comes. What is called one is really scary. At this moment, Cayman Rider Waz, he also thinks, there is simply no need to talk to this failed woman now. After all, when the king of demons returns to this place, she will know this woman completely, what is called the real demon king, and listening to the words of Cayman Rider Waz on the ground. At this time, Caedlia Leviathan, she also slowly adjusted her emotions and said, "Humph. Indeed, there is no value in discussing these issues with a despicable fellow like you. All I need to do now is to kill you and then destroy this king town." Saying that, Caedlia Leviathan, she also slowly raised her right hand. "You guys, give it all to me." Followed by an order from Caedlia Leviathan. Suddenly, the countless magical soldiers with strange shapes standing behind her also flew in the direction of Cayman Rider Waz at this time, that astonishing amount if it were an ordinary person to deal with. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for even a few seconds, and look at the magic soldiers who are swarming towards him. At this time, Cayman Rider Waz, he also clenched his fist slightly, then he took on a fighting stance. He said with emotion, "HMPH. That's before our demon lord returns. Let's move your hands and feet first, and back to the Underworld." The battle, as expected, ended with the absolute disadvantage of Sazek's Gemin Li. When meeting the devil, he also slowly put his hands on the every devil drive on his waist. With a little force, both hands merged the switches on both sides. Immediately, the armor on his body also turned into countless dark golden stars at this time and dissipated in the air. As for Luo Hao's words, he also walked slowly in the direction of Sazek's Gremory. He held out his right hand, and that Sazek's Gemin Li, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground, he also smiled lightly and said with a sigh, "Looks like I still have a lot of room for growth. Before I thought that I had reached the ultimate strength, but now it seems that I am still a frog at the bottom of the well." As soon as he finished speaking, Sazek's Gremory also held Luo Hao's right hand. With a little force, Luo Hao had already helped Sazek's Gremory from the ground, and Luo Hao's family members as well as Asashel and Michael, they also gathered around at this time. Come and lament Luo Hao's victory and strength. Sure enough, Lord Luo Hao has won. "But brother, you didn't get hurt, did you?" I saw Riaz. She also came to Luo Hao's side and asked Sazek's Gemin Li with concern, and listening to Riaz's words of concern. At this time, Sazek's Gremory, he also responded to Riaz with a shallow smile. "Well, there's nothing serious. Luo Hao Sang unloaded his power in the final blow, and it didn't cause me any damage, but my magic power was exhausted." For Luo Hao's merciful words, Sazek's Gremory is also quite grateful, although he knew he would be injured in battle. However, now that he is in the position of the demon king of the Underworld, it is better to avoid it as much as possible without getting hurt. And Asashel interrupted at this time. "Haha tilde now, perhaps the burden of the balance of power among the three parties will fall on Luo Hao. His every word, every move, I am afraid it will have a huge impact on the pattern of this world." Listening to Asashel's words, Luo Hao at this time just said very disdainfully, "Humph, I have no interest in your wars, all I want is more interesting battles." After hearing Luo Hao's words, Michael immediately said with a smile, "Since Lord Luo Hao said so, then I'm relieved, obviously." If it wasn't for Luo Hao's words just now, Michael might still be worried that Luo Hao would have a great impact on the current situation. However, just when everyone sighed over the battle and Luo Hao's great power, at this time Riaz, she suddenly said, "What?" The King's Academy was attacked by a terrifying number of strange forces. Following Riaz's voice just fell, the heads of the three forces also frowned immediately. Cough, although I have thought about such a possibility, I really dare to do it. Azazel gritted his teeth and said, "The opponent, who is it? Damn it, the mana I am now is completely exhausted." And Sazek's Gremory, he also said with a frown, the battle just now was a serious drain for Sazek's. At this moment, his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced, and when encountering such an incident, Sazek's really felt quite anxious. And looked at Sazek's frown. 307 at this time, Michael said with a shallow smile on his face. "Sazek's, you don't have to worry. Our side will also support your demons. After all, we are also partly responsible for this incident. You're right, Azazel." While speaking, at this time Michael turned his gaze to the Asashel over there, and listened to Michael's words. Asashel, he could only respond with a letdown. "It's so troublesome, I know. Although reluctant, Azazel also chose to help the demon camp, solve the problem with the Dog King Academy. However, just when everyone had just finished their conversation, Luo Hao and his family members were already standing on a huge magic circle, ready to go back to the world at any time, and Luo Hao he also said at this time, instead of saying so much touching nonsense there, let's just act. Listening to Luo Hao's lesson, the leaders of the three forces also glanced at each other and walked through the magic circle, back to the Kuoh Academy in Kuoh Town. I saw Kamen Rider Waz at this time. He was constantly defending against the attacks of Cadelia Leviathan and her magical soldiers. However, suddenly a red magic circle appeared in the center of the King's Academy. As for Kamen Rider Waz, he immediately stopped his movements and sighed. Haha, it seems our Demon King has arrived, and looked at the huge magic circle that suddenly appeared. At this time, Cadelia Leviathan was floating in the air. She quickly thought of it. It is estimated that it is the Sazex Gemin Li in the Underworld who specially came to support after learning about the situation of the King's Academy. And this result, and it was indeed Cadelia Leviathan what she wished to see. Inevitably. At this time, Cadelia Leviathan, she couldn't help but covered her mouth with the back of her hand and pretended to be a lady. She said with a big laugh, "Sure enough, that guy Sazex, he still can't ignore this Dog King Academy. However, what he should not know is, I already arranged all the traps for him early, haha tilde 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 obviously." At this moment, Cadelia Leviathan, she already thought that her plan had succeeded. After all, Sazex Gremory, who had just gone through the tripartite talks, if he rushes back to the Kuoh Academy at this time, certainly Michael and a satchel will accompany him. At this time, I saw Cadelia Leviathan floating in the air. She waved her hand fiercely and immediately shouted loudly, "You all stop for me and come back," followed by an order from Cadelia Leviathan. Suddenly, those strangely shaped magic soldiers who were still fighting with Kamen Rider was also immediately floated and retreated back to the side of that Cadelia Leviathan. And Cadelia Leviathan, she was also quietly waiting for the person in the magic circle to appear at this time. After all, as long as those guys appear, you can immediately surround them all. Cadelia Leviathan is full of confidence in her actions this time. As for Kamen Rider Waz, he saw that all the other magic soldiers retreated. He also continued to shrug his shoulders. Stop playing so soon. But also our Demon King is about to come, so it's perfectly normal for them to feel scared about it. Obviously, at this moment Kamen Rider Waz, he is also very happy and looking forward to Luo Hao, the Demon King who is about to return. And the huge magic circle in the center of the King's Academy began to slowly appear at this time. Everyone was also slowly transported back to Kuoh Academy from the huge red magic circle, appeared in the field of vision of Cadelia Leviathan and Kamen Rider Waz. Humph. Is there only such a large number of enemies? He was rather bored with Luo Hao at this time as Cadelia Leviathan's lid, just a few other people, they couldn't be as calm as Luo Hao. Looking at the huge magic soldier on the other side and the powerful Cadelia Leviathan floating in the air. At this time, Riaz and the others also immediately showed a troublesome expression. Damn it, a sneak attack while we're not around. Riaz felt quite angry at the behavior of that Cadelia Leviathan. After all, in her understanding, the Wang Academy is her territory and it is the position of Lord Luo Hao, and look at Cadelia Leviathan and the magic soldier behind her. At this time, Sazex, Azazel, and Michael. The three of them could not help frowning. Haha tilde tilde tilde, it seems that the other party is also prepared. This battle is a bit difficult to ignore. In a satchel's words, it seems that there is no trace of crisis. It's a devil, it seems that the situation on both sides of you is not very optimistic. Michael, he also said to the Sazex beside him at this time. The last time it was a fallen angel trying to start a fight. It was as if the devil wanted to assassinate. In Michael's understanding, this situation is indeed that the camps on both sides of them are not very optimistic in this regard. And listening to Michael's words at this time, Sazex, he also said deeply apologetically, "Sorry, this is indeed our demon's problem." Hearing Sazex's words of apology, Michael immediately pushed his hand and said, No, you're welcome. I just want to remind you that you need to pay attention. After all, it would be bad if it really triggered a war between its three parties. Don't worry, in this incident, our angel side will try our best to provide assistance. As a bad guy, Michael, how could he not provide help to Sazex under such circumstances? Returning to the perspective of Cadelia Leviathan, I looked at the leaders of the three forces who finally appeared. At this time, Cadelia Leviathan, she also immediately made a strange voice and said, Haha tilde tilde, it seems that you are completely unaware that you have fallen into my trap. And Sazex, what a shame. As a transcendent, how did you become so embarrassed? Looking at the slightly embarrassed posture of the Sazex on the ground, it was just a glance. At this time, Caedlia Leviathan, she had already judged that he must have suffered a certain amount of damage. However, as the transcendent Sazex, he was also injured. Could it be that someone is still one step ahead of their own plans? And listen to the words of Caedlia Leviathan. At this time, Sazex, he was also very proud to say, I just had a fierce battle with the Demon King of Time and it was a bit exhausting. If it's just to deal with you guy, it's not too hard at the time, obviously. Although Sazex was defeated but about the battle just now, he was also quite proud, and after listening to Sazex's answer, at this time Caedlia Leviathan she couldn't help laughing anymore. Haha tilde tilde what a shame Sazex. As the Demon King of the Underworld you who are beyond. It was unexpectedly defeated by an unknown hairy boy who appeared out of nowhere. What a disgrace to the Demon King. I see you, hurry up and hand over the position of the devil to me. Caedlia Leviathan she humiliated Sazex. And listening to the words of that Caedlia Leviathan, as Sazex's younger sister Ria's she could not help frowning at this time. The red destructive magic power also condensed unconsciously. However, just when Ria's was about to explode, Luo Hao he came out suddenly. Luo Hao sir. Looking at the back of Lord Luo Hao, Ria's murmured involuntarily. And Luo Hao at this time he was also looking at Caedlia Leviathan in the sky. Good he spoke slowly. Although Sazex lost to me, but he is still a strong man to be respected. As for your words, it's just a waste of thinking that you have become stronger through the feet of others. As soon as Luo Hao's voice fell, a white space-time driver appeared on his waist, and his right hand also appeared a Time King second order dial. Henshin, with Luo Hao's order he has already turned the space-time drive around his waist 360 degrees. Rider time, Cayman Rider, Zio Zial. The sound effect sounded, and the silver and black were mixed with a little golden majestic armor which immediately attached to his body. Cayman Rider Time King second stage appears, and just after Luo Hao completed his transformation, suddenly a familiar yet unfamiliar voice came from afar, celebrating come. For the birth of our Demon King, hearing the sudden celebration. At this time the crowd turned their heads suddenly, their eyes followed the direction of the voice. Even Cayman Rider Shuang second rank who has completed his transformation is no exception, averted his gaze, after all. Others may not know it but Cayman Rider Toki King second order. His own words about this line, but it felt very familiar. Humph, has a certain congratulatory person also appeared in this place, with the shift of people's eyes. I saw that at this time, they saw a man wearing a strange green armor in the tallest teaching building of the King Scissor College. He was standing on the top of the building, raising his arms and shouting congratulatory lines. And after feeling the gaze from Cayman Rider Tokuang second order, Cayman Rider was, he also slightly clenched his right hand to his mouth and coughed lightly. Then he raised his arms and shouted again. This is the King's triumph, celebrate. He is above all knights, transcends time and space and knows the past and the future. A whole new history has begun. Just like the lines in the original work at this time he played his role very well. Only when listening to Cayman Rider Waz's congratulatory lines. Luo Hao's family members, but they only showed a slightly speechless expression. As for Haimjima Akina's words, she was even speechless and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Obviously, for Cayman Rider Waz's congratulatory message, they all felt very embarrassed at this time. As for Sazex, Asashel and Michael, the three of them showed a shallow smile. They didn't say much at this time. Ari, they put their eyes on the second-order body of Cayman Rider Shuang at this moment at the same time. And feeling the eyes of everyone at this time, the king of Cayman Rider, the second order. He just shrugged his shoulders, pushed his hands away, and put on an expression that had nothing to do with him. However, the appearance of Waz actually surprised Luo Hao a little. After all, this is not the world of Cayman Rider, and he has only obtained the magic power through special means. However, looking at it now, perhaps the power of every demon is bound to this guy Waz. Luo Hao at this time, he could only explain it this way. Otherwise, he really doesn't know why. Cayman Rider Waz, he will appear in this place. And listening to the words of that Cayman Rider Waz, the most angry is none other than the Caedlia Leviathan who was floating in the air. I saw her after listening to Cayman Rider Waz's words. Immediately, her face also became extremely hideous. After all, for her who was deprived of the title of Demon King, when I heard that other people also have the title of Demon King, she is always going to be very sensitive. I saw that at this time she immediately waved her big hand. Damn it, what the hell are you talking about? B********D. The devil above this world can only have one. That's me, Caedlia Leviathan. I saw Cadalia Leviathan at this time, and she made a loud declaration towards Sazex and the others on the ground. Her voice was hoarse, as if she was using all her strength to shout and roar. And listen to the declaration of that Cadalia Leviathan. At this time, Sazex also had Cayman Rider Shuang's second order. A few of them slowly turned their attention from Cayman Rider Waz to that Cadalia Leviathan. At this moment, the king of Cayman Rider, second order, he didn't say much. As for the words of Sazex Gemin Ray as the current demon lord, the Cadalia Leviathan in front of her, if she would become like this, there is still some responsibility for him. However, he would never forgive any traitor. So at this time of Sazex, when he finished listening to the roar of that Cadalia Leviathan, immediately his brows furrowed slightly. As for Asashal's words, he was very disappointed. What? It turned out to be such a boring reason that you launched this aggression. Much more boring than our fallen angel last time. As for the motive of this enemy at this time, Asashal felt very bored. As for Seraph Michael, he also said at this time with an expression as if he was thinking about something. Huh. Was it a traitor who appeared for these reasons? Then, this is not the reason for Sazex. After all, we angels also split the fallen angels from here. Listening to the other party seems to be depriving himself of the status of Demon King when he said that it was so easy and indifferent. That Cadalia Leviathan, her expression immediately became even more hideous. It even made people forget what her original face was like. You guys, what do you know, deprived of the dignity and title that should belong to him as well as the feeling of status. What can you guys know? Accompanied by an angry shout from Cadalia Leviathan. In an instant, the black and purple magic power immediately condensed around her, and a powerful magic power burst out, although it is not the current Demon King. However, even though Cadalia Leviathan is a descendant of the former Demon King, her magical power is still far superior to that of ordinary high-level demons. And listening to the words of that Cadalia Leviathan. At this time, the king of Cayman Rider's second order, he also clenched his fist slightly. As for Cayman Rider Waz, he also immediately appeared beside him, kneeling on one knee on the left side of Cayman Rider Shuang's second order. Sorry, Demon Lord. I didn't wipe out all the opponents before you returned. Cayman Rider Waz, he said with a little remorse, and looking at the Cayman Rider Waz who suddenly appeared beside Cayman Rider Shiki King's second order. At this time, Asia, she was also surprised immediately. Hey this guy, when did he appear next to Lord Luo Hao? For the appearance of Cayman Rider Waz and Luo Hao's family members at this time, they were all a little surprised at the same time. After all, it was too sudden. And listen to the words of Cayman Rider Waz beside him. At this time, the king of Cayman Rider second order, he also nodded slightly. I was thinking of something to ask him, however, don't be in a hurry, after all. Now the real task is to deal with that Cadalia Leviathan in midair. I saw the Cayman Rider Shuang's second order at this time. He looked towards the Cadalia Leviathan in the air, and he said in his hoarse and low voice. Originally, the affairs of your underworld have nothing to do with me. However, Kuoh Academy is barely my territory. If you're making trouble on my site, be prepared to pay the price. Hearing the declaration of Cayman Rider Tokyo Nishai on the ground. At this time, Cadalia Leviathan, she just said with a very disdainful expression immediately. Humph, a young boy who came out of nowhere, you are trying to defeat me. Who is the real Demon King? Every word of Cadalia Leviathan emphasizes her identity as the Demon King all the time. As for Cayman Rider Shuang, second order, he was not angry because the other party underestimated his words. He just said very calmly, Humph. With the support of the troubled group, do you think you have really become stronger? It's just that the caged bird eats other people's feed and thinks it's a waste of strength. There is only one powerful and evil king in this world, so
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.